Prologue. This is a book about Nazi scientists and American government secrets. It is about how dark truths can be hidden from the public by U.S. officials in the name of national security, and it is about the unpredictable, often fortuitous circumstances through which truth gets revealed. Operation Paperclip was a post-war U.S. intelligence program that brought German scientists to America under secret military contracts. The program had a benign public face and a classified body of secrets and lies. "I'm mad on technology," Adolf Hitler told his inner circle at a dinner party in 1942. And in the aftermath of the German surrender, more than 1,600 of Hitler's technologists would become America's own. What follows puts a spotlight on 21 of these men. Under Operation Paperclip, which began in May of 1945, the scientists who helped the Third Reich wage war continued their weapons-related work for the U.S. government, developing rockets, chemical and biological weapons, aviation and space medicine for enhancing military pilot and astronaut performance, and many other armaments at a feverish and paranoid pace that came to define the Cold War. The age of weapons of mass destruction had begun, and with it came the treacherous concept of brinksmanship, the art of pursuing dangerous policy to the limits of safety before stopping. Hiring dedicated Nazis was without precedent, entirely unprincipled, and inherently dangerous, not just because, as Undersecretary of War Robert Patterson stated when debating if he should approve Paperclip, "These men are enemies," but because it was counter to democratic ideals. The men profiled in this book were not nominal Nazis. 8 of the 21, Otto Ambros, Theodor Benziger, Kurt Blome, Walter Dornberger, Siegfried Kneemeyer, Walter Schreiber, Walter Schieber, and Werner von Braun, each at some point worked side by side with Adolf Hitler, Heinrich Himmler, or Hermann Göring during the war. 15 of the 21 were dedicated members of the Nazi Party. 10 of them also joined the ultra-violent, ultra-nationalistic Nazi Party paramilitary squads, the SA, Sturmabteilung, or stormtroopers, and the SS, Schutzstaffel, or protection squadron. 2 wore the Golden Party badge, indicating favor bestowed by the Führer. 1 was given an award of 1 million Reichsmarks for scientific achievement. 6 of the 21 stood trial at Nuremberg. A 7th was released without trial under mysterious circumstances, and an 8th stood trial in Dachau for regional war crimes. 1 was convicted of mass murder and slavery, served some time in prison, was granted clemency, and then was hired by the U.S. Department of Energy. They came to America at the behest of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Some officials believed that by endorsing the Paperclip program, they were accepting the lesser of two evils, that if America didn't recruit these scientists, the Soviet communists surely would. Other generals and colonels respected and admired these men, and said so. To comprehend the impact of Operation Paperclip on American national security during the early days of the Cold War, and the legacy of war-fighting technology it has left behind, it is important first to understand that the program was governed out of an office in the elite E-ring of the Pentagon. The Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, JOA, was created solely and specifically to recruit and hire Nazi scientists and put them on weapons projects and in scientific intelligence programs within the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the CIA, starting in 1947, and other organizations. In some cases, when individual scientists had been too close to Hitler, the JOA hired them to work at U.S. military facilities in occupied Germany. The JOA was a subcommittee of the Joint Intelligence Committee, JIC, which provided national security information for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The JIC remains the least known and least studied U.S. intelligence agency of the 20th century. To understand the mindset of the Joint Intelligence Committee, consider this. Within 1 year of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the JIC warned the Joint Chiefs of Staff that the United States needed to prepare for total war with the Soviets, to include atomic, chemical, and biological warfare, and they even set an estimated start date of 1952. This book focuses on that uneasy period from 1945 to 1952, in which the JOA's recruitment of Nazi scientists was forever on the rise, culminating in accelerated paperclip, which allowed individuals previously deemed undesirable to be brought to the United States, including Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber, the Surgeon General of the Third Reich. Operation Paperclip left behind a legacy of ballistic missiles, sarin gas cluster bombs, underground bunkers, space capsules, and weaponized bubonic plague. It also left behind a trail of once-secret documents that I accessed to report this book, including post-war interrogation reports, Army intelligence security dossiers, Nazi Party paperwork, Allied intelligence armaments reports, declassified JOA memos, Nuremberg trial testimony, oral histories, a general's desk diaries, and a Nuremberg war crimes investigator's journal. Coupled with exclusive interviews and correspondence with children and grandchildren of these Nazi scientists, 5 of whom shared with me the personal papers and unpublished writings of their family members, what follows is the unsettling story of Operation Paperclip. All of the men profiled in this book are now dead. Enterprising achievers as they were, just as the majority of them won top military and science awards when they served the Third Reich, so it went that many of them won top U.S. military and civilian awards serving the United States. One had a U.S. government building named after him, and as of 2013, 2 continue to have prestigious national science prizes given annually in their names. One invented the ear thermometer. Others helped man get to the moon. How did this happen, and what does this mean now? Does accomplishment cancel out past crimes? These are among the central questions in this dark and complicated tale. It is a story populated with Machiavellian connivers and men who dedicate their lives to designing weapons for the coming war. It is also a story about victory and what victory can often entail. It is rife with Nazis, many of whom were guilty of accessory to murder but were never charged, and lived out their lives in prosperity in the United States. In the instances where a kind of justice is delivered, it rings of half measure. Or perhaps there is a hero in the record of fact, which continues to be filled in. Part 1. Only the dead have seen the end of war. Unknown. Chapter 1. The War and the Weapons. It was November 26, 1944, and Strasbourg, France was still under attack. The cobblestone streets of this medieval city were in chaos. 3 days before, the 2nd French Armored Division had chased the Germans out of town and officially liberated the city from the Nazis. But now the Allies were having a difficult time holding the enemy back. German mortar rounds bombarded the streets. Air battles raged overhead. And in the center of town, inside a fancy apartment on Quai Kléber, armed U.S. soldiers guarded the Dutch-American particle physicist Samuel Goudsmit as he sat in an armchair scouring files. The apartment belonged to a German virus expert named Dr. Eugen Hagen, believed to be a key developer in the covert Nazi biological weapons program. Hagen had apparently fled his apartment in a hurry just a few days prior, leaving behind a framed photograph of Hitler on the mantel and a cache of important documents in the cabinets. Goudsmit and 2 colleagues, bacteriological warfare experts Bill Cromartie and Fred Wardenberg, had been reading over Dr. Hagen's documents for hours. Based on what was in front of them, they planned to be here all night. Most of Strasbourg was without electricity, so Goudsmit and his colleagues were reading by candlelight. Samuel Goudsmit led a unit engaged in a different kind of battle than the one being fought by the combat soldiers and airmen outside. Goudsmit and his team were on the hunt for Nazi science, German weaponry more advanced than what the Allies possessed. Goudsmit was scientific director of this top-secret mission, codename Operation Alsace, an esoteric and dangerous endeavor that was an offshoot of the Manhattan Project. Goudsmit and his colleagues were far more accustomed to working inside a laboratory than on a battlefield, and yet here they were, in the thick of the fight. It was up to these men of science to determine just how close the Third Reich was to waging atomic, biological, or chemical warfare against Allied troops. This was called ABC warfare by Alsace. An untold number of lives depended on the success of the operation. Samuel Goudsmit had qualities that made him the mission's ideal science director. Born in Holland, he spoke Dutch and German fluently. At age 23, he had become famous among fellow physicists for identifying the concept of electronic spin. 2 years later, he earned his Ph.D. at the University of Leiden and moved to America to teach. During the war, Goudsmit worked on weapons development through a government-sponsored lab at MIT. This gave him unique insight into the clandestine world of atomic, biological, and chemical warfare, and had put him in this chair, reading quickly in the flickering candlelight. Just days before, Goudsmit's team had captured 4 of Hitler's top nuclear scientists and had learned from them that the Nazis' atomic bomb project had been a failure. This was an unexpected intelligence coup for Alsace and a huge relief. The focus now turned to the Reich's biological weapons program, rumored to be well advanced. Goudsmit and his team of Alsace agents knew that the University of Strasbourg had been doubling as a biological warfare research base for the Third Reich. Once a bastion of French academic prowess, this 400-year-old university had been taken over by the Reich Research Council, Hermann Göring's science organization, in 1941. Since then, the university had been transformed into a model outpost of Nazi science. Most of the university's professors had been replaced with men who were members of the Nazi Party and of Heinrich Himmler's SS. On this November night, Goudsmit made the decision to have his team set up camp in Professor Hagen's apartment and read all the documents in a straight shot. Alsace security team members set their guns aside, organized a meal of K-rations on the dining room table, and settled into a long night of cards. Goudsmit and the biological weapons experts Cromarty and Wardenberg sat back in Professor Hagen's easy chairs and worked on getting through all the files. Night fell and it began to snow, adding confusion to the scene outside. Hours passed. Then Goudsmit and Wardenberg let out a yell at the same moment, remembered Goudsmit, for we had both found papers that suddenly raised the curtain of secrecy for us. There in Professor Hagen's apartment, in apparently harmless communication, lay hidden a wealth of secret information available to anyone who understood it. Goudsmit was not deciphering code. The papers were not stamped top secret. They were just the usual gossip between colleagues, ordinary memos, Goudsmit recalled. But they were memos that were never meant to be found by American scientists. The plan was for the Third Reich to rule for 1,000 years. Of the 100 prisoners you sent me, Hagen wrote to a colleague at the university, an anatomist named Dr. August Hirt, 18 died in transport. Only 12 are in a condition suitable for my experiments. I therefore request that you send me another 100 prisoners, between 20 and 40 years of age, who are healthy and in a physical condition comparable to soldiers. Heil Hitler, Professor Dr. Eugen Hagen. The document was dated November 15, 1943. For Samuel Goudsmit, the moment was a stunning reveal. Here, casually tucked away in a group of Hagen's personal papers, he had discovered one of the most diabolical secrets of the Third Reich. Nazi doctors were conducting medical experiments on healthy humans. This was new information to the scientific community, but there was equally troubling information in the subtext of the letter as far as biological weapons were concerned. Hagen was a virus expert who specialized in creating vaccines. The fact that he was involved in human medical experiments made a kind of twisted sense to Goudsmit in a way that few others could interpret. In order to successfully unleash a biological weapon against an enemy force, the attacking army had to have already created its own vaccine against the deadly pathogen it intended to spread. This vaccine would act as the shield for its own soldiers and civilians. The biological weapon would act as the sword. The document Goudsmit was looking at was a little more than a year old. How much vaccine progress had the Nazis made since? As Goudsmit stared at the documents in front of him, he was faced with a troubling reality. Once, Eugen Hagen had been a temperate man, a physician dedicated to helping people. In 1932, Dr. Hagen had been awarded a prestigious fellowship by the Rockefeller Foundation in New York City, where he had helped to develop the world's first yellow fever vaccine. In 1937, he had been a contender for the Nobel Prize. Hagen had been one of Germany's leading men of medicine. Now, here he was testing deadly vaccines on once healthy prisoners from concentration camps supplied to him by Himmler's SS. If a leading doctor like Hagen had been able to conduct these kinds of research experiments with impunity, what else might be going on? Goudsmit and his colleagues scoured Dr. Hagen's papers, paying particular attention to the names of the doctors with whom Hagen corresponded about his prisoner shipments, his vaccine tests, and his future laboratory plans. Goudsmit started putting together a list of Nazi scientists who were now top priorities for Alsace to locate, capture, and interview. Dr. Eugen Hagen would never become a paperclip scientist. After the war, he would flee to the Soviet zone of occupation in Germany and work for the Russians. But among the names discovered in his apartment were two physicians important to Operation Paperclip. They were Dr. Kurt Blome, Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich, and Surgeon General Walter Schreiber. Dr. Blome was in charge of the Reich's biological weapons programs. Dr. Schreiber was in charge of its vaccines, the sword and the shield. Before Hitler rose to power, Blome and Schreiber had been internationally renowned physicians. Had Nazi science also made monsters of these men? Almost 2 weeks after the Alsace mission's discovery at Strasbourg, 300 miles to the north, in Germany, a party was underway. There, deep in the dark pine forests of Coesfeld, a magnificent, moated, 800-year-old stone castle called Varlar was being readied for a celebration. The castle was a medieval showpiece of the Munster region, resplendent with turrets, balustrades, and lookout towers. On this night, December 9th, 1944, the banquet hall had been decorated in full Nazi Party regalia. Trellises of ivy graced the podium. Flags featuring Germany's national eagle and swastika emblem hung from the walls, a motif repeated in each China place setting where the guests of the Third Reich celebrated and dined. Outside, on Castle Varlar's grounds, the snow-covered fields were also being readied. For centuries, the castle had been a monastery, its broad lawns used as sacred spaces for Benedictine monks to stroll about and consider God. Now, in the frigid December cold, army technicians made last-minute adjustments to the metal platforms of portable rocket launch pads. On each sat a missile called the V-2. The giant V-2 rocket was the most advanced flying weapon ever created. It was 46 feet long, carried a warhead filled with up to 2,000 pounds of explosives in its nose cone, and could travel a distance of 190 miles at speeds up to 5 times the speed of sound. Its earlier version, the V1 flying bomb, had been raining terror down on cities across northern Europe since the first one hit London on June 13, 1944. The V2 rocket was faster and more fearsome. No Allied fighter aircraft could shoot down the V2 from the sky, both because of the altitude at which it traveled and the speed of its descent. The specter of it crashing down into population centers, annihilating whoever or whatever happened to be there, was terrifying. The reverberations from each V2 rocket explosion spread up to 20 miles, the Christian Science Monitor reported. The V-weapons bred fear. Since the start of the war, Hitler had boasted about fearsome, hitherto unknown, unique weapons that would render his enemies defenseless. Over time, and with the aid of propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, references to these mysterious weapons had been consolidated in a singular, terrifying catchphrase, Nazi wonder weapons, or Wunderwaffe. Now, throughout the summer and fall of 1944, the V-weapons made the threat a reality. That the Nazis had unfurled a wonder weapon of such power and potential this late in the war made many across Europe terrified about what else Hitler might have. Plans to evacuate 1 million civilians from London's city centre were put in place, as British intelligence officers predicted that a next generation of V-weapons might carry deadly chemical or biological weapons in the nose cone. England issued 4.3 million gas masks to its city dwellers and told people to pray. Major General Walter Dornberger was the man in charge of the rocket programs for the German Army's weapons department. Dornberger was small, bald on top, and when he appeared in photographs alongside Himmler, he often wore a long, shin-length leather coat to match the Reichsfuhrer SS. He was a career soldier. This was his Second World War. He was also a talented engineer. Dornberger held 4 patents in rocket development and a degree in engineering from the Institute of Technology in Berlin. He was one of 4 honored guests at the Castle Varlar party. Later he recalled the scene. Around the castle, in the dark forest, were the launching positions of V2 troops in our operation against Antwerp. It had been Dornberger's idea to set up mobile launch pads, as opposed to firing V2s from fortified bases in the Reich-controlled part of France. A wise idea, considering Allied forces had been pushing across the continent toward Germany since the Normandy landings in June. Antwerp was Belgium's bustling, northernmost port city, located just 137 miles away from the V2 launch pads at Castle Varlar. For 1,000 years, it had been a strategic city in Western Europe, conquered and liberated more than a dozen times. In this war, Belgium had suffered terrible losses under 4 long years of brutal Nazi rule. 3 months prior, on September 4, 1944, the Allies liberated Antwerp. There was joy in the streets when the British 11th Armoured Division rolled into town. Since then, American and British forces had been relying heavily on the port of Antwerp to bring in men and materiel to support fighting on the Western Front, and also to prepare for the surge into Germany. Now, in the second week of December 1944, Hitler intended to reclaim Antwerp. The Führer and his inner circle were preparing to launch their last, still-secret counteroffensive in the Ardennes forest, and for this the German army needed Antwerp shut down. The job fell to the V2. The party at Castle Varlar was to be a night of warfare and celebration, with one 42,000-pound liquid-fueled rocket being fired off at the enemy after the next, while the guests honored 4 of the men who had been instrumental in building the wonder weapon for the Reich. The man at the scientific center of the V2 rocket program was a 32-year-old aristocrat and wunderkind physicist named Wernher von Braun. Von Braun was at Castle Varlar to receive, alongside Dornberger, one of Hitler's highest and most coveted non-combat decorations, the Knight's Cross of the War Service Cross. Also receiving the honor were Walter Riedel, the top scientist in the Rocket Design Bureau, and Heinz Kunz, a representative from the Reich's Armaments Ministry. These 4 medals were to be presented by Albert Speer, Hitler's Minister of Armaments and War Production. Armaments are the aggregate of a nation's military strength, and as Minister of Weapons, Speer was in charge of scientific armaments programs for the Third Reich. He joined the Nazi Party in 1931 at the age of 26 and rose to power in the party as Hitler's architect. In that role, he created buildings that symbolized the Reich and represented its ideas and quickly became a favorite, joining Hitler's inner circle. In February 1942, Hitler made Speer his Minister of Armaments and War Production after the former minister, Fritz Todt, died in a plane crash. By the following month, Speer had persuaded Hitler to make all other elements of the German economy second to armaments production, which Hitler did by decree. Total productivity in armaments increased by 59.6%. Speer claimed after the war. At the age of 37, Albert Speer was now responsible for all science and technology programs necessary for waging war. Of the hundreds of weapons projects he was involved in, it was the V2 that he favored most. Like von Braun, Speer was from a wealthy, well-respected German family, not quite a baron, but someone who wished he was. Speer liked to exchange ideas with youthful, ambitious rocket scientists like Wernher von Braun. He admired young men able to work unhampered by bureaucratic obstacles and pursue ideas which at times sounded thoroughly utopian. As for General Dornberger, the Castle Varlar celebration was a crowning moment of his career. The pomp and power thrilled him, he later recalled. It was a scene, Dornberger said after the war, the excitement of the evening, the blackness of the night. At one point during the meal, in between courses, the lights inside the castle were turned off and the grand banquet hall was plunged into darkness. After a moment of anticipatory silence, a tall curtain at the end of the long hall swung open, allowing guests to gaze out across the dark, wintry lawns. The room suddenly lit up with the flickering light of the rocket's exhaust and was shaken by the reverberations of its engines, remembered Dornberger. Outside, perched atop a mobile rocket launch pad, the spectacle began. An inferno of burning rocket fuel blasted out the bottom of the V2, powering the massive rocket into flight, headed toward Belgium. For Dornberger, rocket launches instilled unbelievable feelings of pride. Once, during an earlier launch, the general wept with joy. On this night, the excitement focus alternated, from a rocket launch to an award decoration, then back to a rocket launch again. After each launch, Speer decorated one of the medal recipients. The crowd clapped and cheered and sipped champagne until the banquet hall was again filled with darkness and the next rocket fired off the castle lawn. This particular party would end, but the celebrations continued elsewhere. The team returned to Peenemünde, the isolated island facility on the Baltic coast where the V-weapons had been conceived and originally produced. And on the night of December 16, 1944, a party in the Peenemunde's Officers' Club again honored the men. Von Braun and Dornberger, wearing crisp tuxedos, each with a Knight's Cross from Hitler dangling around his neck, read telegrams of congratulations to Nazi officials as the group toasted their success with flutes of champagne. In the eyes of the Reich, Hitler's rocketeers had good reason to celebrate. In Antwerp, at 3:20 p.m., A V-2 rocket had smashed into the Rex Cinema, where almost 1,200 people were watching a Gary Cooper film. It was the highest death toll from a single rocket attack during the war, 567 casualties. The Allies were obsessed with the Nazis' V-weapons. If they had been ready earlier, the course of the war could have been different, explained General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. It seemed likely that if the German had succeeded in perfecting and using these new weapons 6 months earlier than he did, our invasion of Europe would have proved exceedingly difficult, perhaps impossible, Eisenhower said. Instead, circumstance worked in the Allies' favor, and by the fall of 1944, Allied forces had a firm foothold on the European continent. But back in Washington, D.C., inside the Pentagon, a secret, U.S.-only, rocket-related scientific intelligence mission was in the works. Colonel Gervase William Tritchell was the first chief of the newly created rocket branch inside U.S. Army Ordnance. Now, Tritchell was putting together a group of Army scientists to send to Europe as part of Special Mission V2. The United States was 20 years behind Germany in rocket development, but Tritchell saw an opportunity to close that gap and save the U.S. Army millions of dollars in research and development costs. Tritchell's team would capture these rockets and everything related to them for shipment back to the United States. The mission would begin as soon as the U.S. Army arrived in the town of Nordhausen, Germany. The British had the lead on intelligence regarding V-weapons. Their photo interpreters had determined exactly where the rockets were being assembled, at a factory in central Germany in the naturally fortified Harz Mountains. Trying to bomb this factory from the air was useless because the facility had been built underground in an old gypsum mine. While the Americans made plans inside the Pentagon, and while von Braun and his colleagues drank champagne at Peenemünde, the men actually assembling the Reich's V-2 rockets endured an entirely different existence. Nazi science had brought back the institution of slavery all across the Reich, and concentration camp prisoners were being worked to death in the service of war. The workers building rockets included thousands of grotesquely malnourished prisoners who toiled away inside a sprawling underground tunnel complex known by its euphemism, Middlework, the Middleworks. This place was also called Nordhausen after the town, and Dora, the code name for its concentration camp. To average Germans, the Harz was a land of fairy tales, of dark forests and stormy mountains. To those who read Goethe, here was the place where the witches and the devil collided at Brocken Mountain. Even in America, in Disney's popular film Fantasia, these mountains had meaning. They were where forces of evil gathered to do their handiwork. But at the end of the Second World War, the Reich's secret, subterranean penal colony at Nordhausen was fact, not fiction. The Middlework was a place where ordinary citizens of France, Holland, Belgium, Italy, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Yugoslavia, Russia, Poland, and Germany had been transformed into the Third Reich's slaves. The underground factory at Nordhausen had been in operation since late August 1943, after a Royal Air Force attack on the Peenemünde facility up north forced armaments production to move elsewhere. The day after that attack, Heinrich Himmler, Reichsfuhrer SS, paid a visit to Hitler and proposed they move rocket production underground. Hitler agreed, and the SS was put in charge of supplying slaves and overseeing facilities construction. The individual in charge of expanding Nordhausen from a mine to a tunnel complex was Brigadier General Hans Kammler, a civil engineer and architect who, earlier in his career, built the gas chambers at Auschwitz-Birkenau. The first group of 107 slave laborers arrived at the Middelwerk in late August 1943. They came from the Buchenwald concentration camp, located 50 miles to the southeast. The wrought iron sign over the Buchenwald gate read, "Jedem das Seine." Everyone gets what he deserves. Digging tunnels was hard labor, but the SS feared prisoners might revolt if they had mining tools, so the men dug with their bare hands. The old mine had been used by the German army as a fuel storage facility. There were 2 long tunnels running parallel into the mountain that needed to be widened now for rail cars. There were also smaller cross tunnels every few meters that needed to be lengthened to create more workspace. In September 1943, machinery and personnel arrived from Peenemünde. Notable among the staff, and important to Operation Paperclip, was the man in charge of production, a high school graduate named Arthur Rudolph. Rudolph's specialty was rocket engine assembly. He had worked under von Braun in this capacity since 1934. Rudolph was a Nazi ideologue. He joined the party before there was any national pressure to do so in 1931. What he lacked in academic pedigree, he made up for as a slave driver. As the Middelwerk operations director, Rudolph worked with the SS construction staff to build the underground facility. Then he oversaw production on the assembly lines for V-Weapons scientific director, Werner von Braun. The prisoners worked 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week, putting together V-Weapons. By the end of the first 2 months, there were 8,000 men living and working in this cramped underground space. There was no fresh air in the tunnels, no ventilation system, no water, and very little light. Blasting went on day and night, and the dust after every blast was so thick that it was impossible to see 5 steps ahead, read one report. Laborers slept inside the tunnels on wood bunk beds. There were no washing facilities and no sanitation. Latrines were barrels cut in half. The workers suffered and died from starvation, dysentery, pleurisy, pneumonia, tuberculosis, and phlegmasia from beatings. The men were walking skeletons, skin stretched over bones. Some perished from ammonia burns to the lungs. Others died by being crushed from the weight of the rocket parts they were forced to carry. The dead were replaceable. Humans and machine parts went into the tunnels. Rockets and corpses came out. Workers who were slow on the production lines were beaten to death. Insubordinates were garroted or hanged. After the war crimes investigators determined that approximately half of the 60,000 men eventually brought to Nordhausen were worked to death. The Middelwerk wasn't the first slave labor camp created and run by the Third Reich. The SS recognized the value of slave labor in the mid-1930s. Humans could be selected from the ever-growing prisoner populations at concentration camps and put to work in quarries and factories. By 1939, the SS had masterminded a vast network of state-sponsored slavery across Nazi-occupied Europe through an innocuous-sounding division called the SS Business Administration Main Office. This office was overseen by Heinrich Himmler, but required partnerships. These included many companies from the private sector, including IG Farben, Volkswagen, Heinkel, and Steyr Daimler Puch. The most significant partner was Albert Speer's Ministry of Armaments and War Production. When Speer took over as armaments minister in February 1942, his first challenge, he said, was to figure out how to galvanize war production and make it more efficient. Speer's solution was to get rid of bureaucracy and use more slave laborers. He himself had been connected to the slave labor programs with the SS for years, including when he was an architect. Speer's buildings required vast amounts of stone, which was quarried by concentration camp laborers from Mauthausen and Flossenburg. The SS Business Administration main office specialized in engineering dangerous and fast construction projects, as was the case with the V2 facility at Nordhausen. "Pay no attention to the human victims," Brigadier General Hans Kammler told his staff overseeing construction in the tunnels. "The work must proceed and be finished in the shortest possible time." In the first 6 months of tunnel work, 2,882 laborers died. Albert Speer praised Kammler for what he considered to be a great achievement in engineering, setting things up so efficiently and so fast. "Your work far exceeds anything ever done in Europe and is unsurpassed even by American standards," wrote Speer. There were other reasons why the use of slave labor was so important to wonder weapons production, namely the secrecy it ensured. The V2 was a classified weapons project. The less Allied intelligence knew about it, the better for the Reich. When Albert Speer and Heinrich Himmler met with Hitler in August of 1943 to brief him on the benefits of using slave labor, Himmler reminded the Führer that if the Reich's entire workforce were to be concentration camp prisoners, all contact with the outside world would be eliminated. Prisoners don't even receive mail. In the spring of 1944, V2 production had accelerated to the point where the SS provided middlework managers with their own concentration camp, Dora, which in turn grew to include 30 subcamps. The man in charge of personnel at the middlework, its general manager, was a 46-year-old engineer named George Rickey, an ardent Nazi and party member since 1931. On Rickey's resume, later used by the Americans to employ him, Rickey described himself as middlework general manager, production of all V and rocket weapons, construction of underground mass production facilities, director of entire concern. As general manager of the sprawling subterranean enterprise, Rickey was in charge of renting slaves from the SS. As a former DMAG Armor Works executive, he had already overseen the creation of more than 1.5 million square feet of underground tunnels around Berlin, all dug by slaves. With this experience, Rickey had become a veteran negotiator between private industry and the SS Business Administration main office in the procurement of slaves. The SS began, in effect, a rent-a-slave service to firms and government enterprises at a typical rate of 4 marks a day for unskilled workers and 6 marks for skilled ones, writes V-weapon historian Michael J. Neufeld. The slaves were disposable. When they died, they were replaced. At Nordhausen, the SS gave Rickey a discount, charging the middlework between 2 and 3 Reichsmarks per man per day. On May 6, 1944, days after becoming general manager of the middlework, Rickey called a meeting to discuss how best to acquire more prisoners for slave labor. Werner von Braun, Walter Dornberger, and Arthur Rudolph were all present. It was decided that the SS should enslave another 1,800 skilled French workers to fill the shoes of those who had already been worked to death. The record indicates that von Braun, Dornberger, and Rudolph showed no objection to Rickey's plan. In August, the same problem was again at issue. This time, Werner von Braun initiated the action himself. On August 15, 1944, von Braun wrote a letter to a middlework engineer, Albin Sawatzky, describing a new laboratory he wanted to set up inside the tunnels. Von Braun told Sawatzky that to expedite the process, he had taken it upon himself to procure the slave laborers from the Buchenwald concentration camp. "During my last visit to the middlework, you proposed to me that we use the good technical education of detainees available to you from Buchenwald," wrote von Braun. I immediately looked into your proposal by going to Buchenwald myself, together with Dr. Simon, a colleague, to seek out more qualified detainees. I have arranged their transfer to the Mittelwerk with Standartenführer, Colonel, Pister, the commandant of Buchenwald. In December of 1944, with slave laborers dying by the thousands in the Mittelwerk tunnels, and V-2 rockets crashing into civilian population centers, causing mayhem and terror across Europe, it would have been hard to imagine that some of those directly responsible would ever be regarded as individuals of great value to the United States. And yet in less than a year, Arthur Rudolph, George Rickey, Warner von Braun, Major General Walter Dornberger, and other rocket engineers would secretly be heading to America to work. In the last days of World War II, few would have ever believed such a thing. But the war's last days were coming. Just 3 weeks after the celebration at Castle Varlar, Albert Speer found himself with a lot less to celebrate. Visiting the Belgian border town of Houffalize, accompanied by an SS Armored Force commander named Joseph Sepp Dietrich, Speer had what he would describe in his 1969 memoir as a realization. Gazing upon the bodies of hundreds of dead German soldiers killed in a recent Allied bomber attack, Speer decided the war was over for the Reich. The German war machine could no longer compete against the force and will of the Allied offensive. Howling and exploding bombs, clouds illuminated in red and yellow hues, droning motors, and no defense anywhere. I was stunned by this scene of military impotence which Hitler's military miscalculations had given such a grotesque setting, Speer wrote. Standing there in Houffalize, Speer, Hitler's Minister of Armaments and War Production, decided to flee from the danger zone. At 4 a.m. on the morning of December 31st, under cover of darkness, Speer and an aide climbed into a private car and hurried east, headed for the comforts of a sprawling mountaintop castle outside Frankfurt called Schloss Kronsberg, or Castle Kronsberg. Built on a steep, rocky cliff in the Taunus Mountains, the castle was one of Hermann Göring's Luftwaffe, German Air Force, headquarters. Just as many of Hitler's scientists would soon become American scientists, so would many of the Reich's headquarters and command posts become key facilities used for Project Paperclip. Castle Kronsberg also had a storied past in the history of warfare. The structure dated from the 11th century, but its original foundation had been built on top of the ruins of a ring wall fortification constructed in the time of the Roman Empire. Battles had been waged in this region on and off for over 2,000 years. Castle Kronsberg was grand and splendid, built piecemeal over the centuries to include watchtowers, half-timbered meeting halls, and stone walls. It had 150-odd rooms, including a wing that had been redesigned and renovated by Albert Speer in 1939 when Speer was still Hitler's architect. At Hitler's behest, Speer added several state-of-the-art defense features to Kronsberg Castle, including a 1,200-square-foot underground bunker complex, complete with poison gas airlocks designed to protect inhabitants from a chemical warfare attack. Now here was Speer, having fled from the front lines to hide out in this citadel. The next time he would live here, it would be as a prisoner of the Americans. Hitler had his own headquarters just a few miles away. Adlerhorst, or the Eagle's Nest, had also been designed by Speer. It was a series of small cement bunkers at the edge of a long stretch of valley near the spa town of Bad Nauheim. Few knew it was there. From Adlerhorst, Hitler had been directing the Ardennes campaign, the Battle of the Bulge. Arriving at Kronsberg Castle late at night, after fleeing Houffalize, Speer and his aide were shown to their quarters, where they freshened up before driving over to Adlerhorst to celebrate the coming year, 1945, with Hitler. When Speer arrived at the Eagle's Nest at 2:30 a.m. on January 1st, Hitler, who never drank, appeared drunk. He was in the grip of a permanent euphoria, remembered Speer. Hitler made a toast and promised that the present low point in the war would soon be overcome. Hitler's, magnetic gifts were still operative, Speer later recalled. In the end, Germany would be victorious, Hitler said. This was enough for Speer to change his mind about losing the war. 2 weeks later, on January 15th, with the war allegedly still winnable, Adolf Hitler boarded his armored train and began the 19-hour trip to Berlin, where he would spend the rest of his life living underground in the Führer bunker, Führerhauptquartier, or FHQ, in Berlin. The bunker was a fortress of engineering prowess, built beneath the new Reich Chancellery. Its roof, buried under several tons of earth, was 16 feet thick. Its walls were 6 feet wide. Living inside the Führer bunker, with its low ceilings and crypt-like corridors, was like being stranded in a cement submarine, said one of Hitler's SS honor guards, Captain Behrmann. Behrmann described a bat-like routine of part-time prisoners kept in a cave, miserable rats in a musty cement tomb in Berlin. Not everyone shared the sentiment. Months later, when Middlework General Manager George Riquet was angling to get a job from the Americans, he would boast to the army officers that he'd overseen construction of the Grand Führer bunker in Berlin. Now, in mid-January 1945, with Hitler moving back to Berlin, it was decided that Speer should head east to Silesia in Poland. There he was to survey what was going on. Important chemical weapons factories had been built in Poland, armaments ventures jointly pursued with IG Farben, a chemical industry conglomerate. The location of these facilities was significant. Poland was, for the most part, out of reach of Allied bombing campaigns. But a new threat was bearing down. The Soviets had just launched their great offensive in Poland, a final military campaign that would take the Red Army all the way to Berlin. Germany was being invaded from both sides, east and west, squeezed as in a vice. The same day that Hitler left the Eagle's Nest, Speer was driven to Poland. There he witnessed firsthand what little was left of the Reich's war machine. On January 21st, he went to the village of Oppeln to check in with Field Marshal Ferdinand Schorner, newly appointed commander of the Army Group, and learned that very little of the Wehrmacht's fighting forces remained intact. Nearly every soldier and every war machine had been captured or destroyed. Burnt-out tank hulls littered the snow-covered roads. Thousands of dead German soldiers lay in ditches along the roadsides, but many more dead soldiers swung eerily from trees. Those who dared desert the German army had been killed by Field Marshal Schorner, a ferocious and fanatical Nazi Party loyalist who had earned his moniker, Schorner the Bloody. The dead German soldiers had placards hanging around their necks. "I am a deserter," they read. "I have declined to defend German women and children, and therefore I have been hanged." During Speer's meeting with Schorner, he was told that no one had any idea exactly how far the Red Army was from overtaking the very spot where they were standing, only that the onslaught was inevitable. Speer checked into an otherwise empty hotel and tried to sleep. For decades, this night remained vivid in Albert Speer's mind. "In my room hung an etching by Kate Kollwitz, La Carmagnole," remembered Speer as an old man. It showed a yowling mob dancing with hate-contorted faces around a guillotine. Off to one side, a weeping woman cowered on the ground. "The weird figures of the etching haunted my fitful sleep," wrote Speer. There in his Oppeln hotel room, Albert Speer was overcome by a thought that had to have been preoccupying many Nazis' minds. After Germany, what will become of me? The guillotine? Will I be torn apart by a yowling mob? Jedem das seine. Could it be true? Does everyone get what he deserves? The following week, on January 30th, 1945, Speer wrote a memorandum to Hitler outlining the huge losses in Silesia. "The war is lost," is how Speer's report began. Widespread destruction of evidence would now begin. Chapter 2. Destruction. 90 miles southeast of Speer's Oppeln hotel room, chaos was unfolding at the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp. Speer's chairman of the ultra-secret Committee C for Chemical Weapons, a chemist named Dr. Otto Ambros, had documents to destroy. It was January 17, 1945, and every German in a position of power at Auschwitz, from the army officers to the IG Farben officials, was trying to flee. Not Ambros. He would not leave the labor extermination camp for another 6 days. Otto Ambros was a fastidious man. His calculations were exact, his words carefully chosen, his fingernails always manicured. He wore his hair neatly oiled and parted. In addition to being Hitler's favorite chemist, Ambros was the manager of IG Farben's synthetic rubber and fuel factory at Auschwitz. With the Red Army bearing down, the Farben board members had ordered the destruction and removal of all classified paperwork. Ambros and colleague Walter Dörfeld were at Auschwitz to do the job. In addition to being the plant manager of this hellish place, Ambros was the youngest member on Farben's board of directors. All over the camp, SS guards were destroying evidence. Crematoria 2 and 3 were being dismantled, and a plan to dynamite Crematoria 5 was in effect. Some of the SS officers were already fleeing on horseback, while others were preparing to evacuate prisoners for the death march. Whips cracked, dogs barked. Tanks painted white for camouflage outside the camp rolled through the muddy streets. Rumors swirled. The Red Army was only a few miles away. A female chemist in Farben's Bühnewerk polymerization department asked the prisoner and future world-renowned writer Primo Levi, a chemist by training, to fix her bicycle tire. After the war, Levi recalled how strange it was to hear a Farben employee use the word please with a Jewish inmate like himself. Auschwitz was the Reich's largest extermination center. As a concentration camp, it consisted of 3 separate but symbiotic camps. Auschwitz I, the main camp, Auschwitz II, the Birkenau gas chambers and crematoria, and Auschwitz III, a labor concentration camp run by the chemical giant IG Farben. Since April 7, 1942, IG Farben had been building the Reich's largest chemical plant at Auschwitz, using a workforce of slave laborers selected from the Auschwitz train car platforms. Farben called their facility IG Auschwitz. IG Auschwitz was the first corporate concentration camp in the Third Reich. The barracks in which the slave laborers lived and died was officially called Monowitz. Those of us who lived there called it Buna, recalls Gerhard Maszowski, a survivor of the camp. Maszowski was a 19-year-old Jewish boy spared the gas chamber because he was of use to IG Auschwitz as an electrician. That he was still alive in the second week of January 1945 was something of a miracle. He had arrived at Auschwitz on April 20th, 1943, which meant that he had been there for a year and 9 months. At Buna, the average lifespan of a slave laborer was 3 months. Many of Gerhard Maszowski's friends had long since been worked to death or had been murdered for minor infractions, like hiding a piece of food. Gerhard Maszowski remembers January 18, 1945, with clarity because it was his last day at Auschwitz. It was still dark outside when the SS burst into the barracks. They shouted, "Get up! March!" They had large guns, thick jackets, and dogs, Mashowski recalls. He put on his shoes and hurried outside. There, 9,000 emaciated, starving inmates from Buna were lining up in neat rows. Mashowski heard cannon fire in the distance and the crack of firearms close by. There was chaos all around. SS guards were burning evidence. Bonfires of papers sent ashes up into the dark sky. Snow fell fast, then faster. There was a blizzard on the way. The guards, dressed in warm coats and boots, waved submachine guns. Dogs on leather leashes barked and snarled, Gerhard Mashowski recalls. Wearing thin pajamas, the prisoners at Buna Monowitz began a death march toward the German interior. Within 48 hours, 60% of them would be dead. Primo Levi was not part of the death march. A week before, he had contracted scarlet fever and had been sent to the infectious diseases ward. He had a high temperature and a strawberry tongue, remembered Aldo Moscati, an Italian doctor-prisoner who tended to him. With 104-degree fever, I was extremely feeble and could not even walk, Primo Levi explained after the war. Lying supine in the infectious diseases ward, he listened to the sounds of the emptying camp. On January 21st, a memorandum from Berlin ordered all Farben employees to leave. The last train for Germans leaving Auschwitz, transporting mostly IG Farben's female staff from the camp, left that same afternoon. Yet Otto Ambros stayed behind. Ambros's official title was plant manager of Bunawerk 4 and managing director of the fuel production facility at IG Auschwitz. He had been involved in the facility since January 1941, back when Farben's original plans were being drawn. Ambros had chosen the site location and sketched out the original blueprints for the plant. He was also the man who invented synthetic rubber for the Reich. Tanks, trucks, and airplanes all require rubber for tires and treads, and during wartime this feat was considered so important to the Reich's ability to wage war that Ambros had been awarded 1 million Reichsmarks by the Führer. Finally, on January 23, 1945, Ambros left the concentration camp. Only random prisoners remained. Inmates like Primo Levi, who were too weak to march and had not been killed by the SS, lay in the infectious diseases ward. When Levi's fever finally broke and he ventured outside, he found groups of prisoners roaming around the camp looking for food. Levi found a silo filled with frozen potatoes. He made a fire and cooked his first food in days. On January 27th, he was dragging a dead friend's corpse to a large grave dug in a distant field when he spotted 4 men on horseback approaching the camp from far away. They were wearing white, camouflage clothing, but as they got closer, he could see that at the center of the soldiers' caps there was a bright red star. The Red Army had arrived. Auschwitz was liberated. Otto Ambros was already on the way to Falkenhagen, Germany, to destroy evidence in another Farben factory there. Speer headed back to Berlin. Neither man dared travel north inside Poland, where a second armaments factory the 2 men were jointly involved in was also in jeopardy of being captured by the Soviets. At this facility, called Duernfort after the small riverside village in which it was located, IG Farben produced chemical weapons, deadly nerve agents, on an industrial scale. On January 24, 1945, the day after Ambros fled Auschwitz, Farben had given the word to evacuate Duernfort and destroy whatever evidence remained there. All munitions were loaded onto rail cars and trucks and sent to depots in the West. The destruction of evidence was now becoming standard operating procedures at laboratories, research facilities, and armaments factories across the Reich. And while Nazi Germany faced imminent collapse, its scientists, engineers, and businessmen had their futures to think about. All across Nazi-occupied Poland, German forces were retreating en masse as the Red Army continued to shred the Eastern Front. On February 5, 1945, 170 miles northwest of Auschwitz, the Soviets captured the village of Duernfurt. Soviet soldiers took over the town's castle, built during the 17th and 18th centuries, and drank up its wine cellar. The castle, with its fairy tale-like conical spires, quickly transformed into a scene of wild debauchery, with inebriated Russian soldiers singing rowdy victory songs. The situation got so out of control that Russian commanders suspended fighting until order could be restored. This made for a perfect opportunity for a team of Nazi commandos hiding in the forest to launch a daring and unprecedented raid. Less than a half a mile away, one of the Reich's most prized wonder weapons facilities lay hidden underground. Camouflaged in a forest of pine trees, inside a large complex of underground bomb-proof bunkers, a workforce of 560 white-collar Germans and 3,000 slave laborers had been mass-producing since 1942 liquid tabin, a deadly nerve agent the very existence of which was unknown to the outside world. Tabin was one of Hitler's most jealously guarded secrets, a true wonder weapon of the most diabolical kind. Similar to a pesticide, the organophosphate tabin was one of the most deadly substances in the world. A tiny drop to the skin could kill an individual in minutes or sometimes seconds. Exposure meant the glands and muscles would hyperstimulate and the respiratory system would fail. Paralysis would set in and breathing would cease. At Duernfurt, where accidents had happened, a human's death by tabin gas resembled the frenetic last moments of an ant sprayed with insecticide. Like the synthetic rubber and fuel factory at Auschwitz, the nerve agent production facility at Duernfurt was owned and operated by IG Farben, and here the Speer Ministry worked with Farben to fill aerial bombs with tabin that could eventually be deployed from Luftwaffe planes. No one in the inner circle knew for sure when, or if, Hitler would finally concede to many of his ministers' wishes and allow for a chemical weapons attack against the Allies. But as evidenced at Duernfurt, the opportunity was real. Enough poison gas had been produced here to decimate the population of London or Paris on any given day. Despite the overwhelming onslaught of Red Army troops to this region in February of 1945, Hitler remained determined to keep the secrets of tabin out of enemy hands. On the morning of February 5, 1945, Major General Max Sachsenhausen of the Reich's 17th Field Replacement Battalion and his troops were hiding in the forest along the banks of the Oder River. Sachsenhausen's commando force was made up of several hundred soldiers, but he also had a unique secondary contingent of men, namely 82 scientists and technicians. Some were Army scientists, but most were IG Farben employees and chemical weapons experts. Sachsenheimer's mission was to protect the scientists while they scrubbed Farben's facility of any and all traces of tabin. The Duernfurt complex was a sprawling, state-of-the-art production plant. Speer's Armaments and War Production Ministry had paid Farben nearly 200 million Reichsmarks to build and operate it. The facility had been secretly and skillfully designed and managed by Otto Ambros. As he had done with IG Auschwitz, Ambros had overseen every element of this chemical weapons factory dating from the winter of 1941, when the thick forest here was first cleared of pine trees by 120 concentration camp slaves. As Nazi Germany blended industry, war-making, and genocide, few corporations were as central a player as IG Farben. The chemical concern was the largest corporation in Europe and the fourth largest corporation in the world. IG Farben owned the patent on Zyklon B, and perhaps no single person at Farben was as central a figure in this equation as Otto Ambros had been. For his work as chairman of Committee C, the Chemical Weapons Committee inside the Speer Ministry, Ambrose was given the prestigious title of Military Economy Leader, Verwirtschaftsführer. He was awarded the War Merit Cross First and Second Class and the Knight's Cross of the War Merit Cross, which was similar to the award bestowed on Dornberger and von Braun. There was a second scientist who played an important role in chemical weapons, a man who, like Otto Ambros, would be targeted for Operation Paperclip. This was SS Brigade Führer Dr. Walter Schieber, a chemist by training, Speer's deputy and director of the Armaments Supply Office. Schieber was a hardcore Nazi ideologue and a member of Reichsfuhrer SS Himmler's personal staff. Unusually corpulent for an SS officer, his official car and airplane required retrofitting to accommodate his 275-pound frame. With Hitler's physician, Karl Brandt, Schieber was in charge of gas mask production, a requisite for troop defense if chemical warfare was to be waged. As with biological weapons, the sword needs a shield, and by January of 1945, Schieber had overseen the production of 46.1 million gas masks. Their reliability had been tested at Durenfort on concentration camp prisoners. The stories that would emerge during the Nuremberg trials about such tests were ghoulish, including locking prisoners in glass rooms and spraying them with nerve agent. War crimes investigators would later debate whether or not these actions were pilot programs for the gas chambers. The full story of how, and to what extent, Dr. Walter Schieber worked for the U.S. military after the war, and also for the CIA, has never been fully explained until this book. Only weeks before the Red Army took Durenfort, overran its castle, and drank all its wine, thousands of concentration camp slave laborers had been toiling away at Farben's secret chemical weapons plant, performing the deadliest of jobs. Wearing double-layer rubber suits and bubble-shaped helmets, prisoners filled artillery shells and bomb casings with nerve agent, marking each munition in a secret code indicating Tabin nerve agent, 3 green rings of paint. The prisoners' suits worked similar to deep-sea diving suits. Attached to the back of each helmet was a tube delivering breathable air. But the air tube was short and gave workers very little room to move. If a man accidentally detached from the air source, he would be exposed to the lethal vapors through the breathing tube and die. But on the morning of February 5, 1945, the facility was empty. Not a chemist or a slave laborer remained. The munitions had been moved, documentary evidence destroyed, and all the IG Farben employees had fled. The prisoners had been evacuated by their SS guards 3 weeks before. Wearing prisoner pajamas and ill-fitting wooden work shoes, the Durenfort laborers were marched west toward the German interior. Witnesses in nearby villages described a column of 3,000 walking corpses. Temperatures in the area reached -18 degrees Fahrenheit. By the time the prisoners reached the Grossrosen concentration camp, 50 miles to the southwest, 2/3 of them had died of exposure. Now, working on Hitler's orders, a technical team was preparing to return to Farben's secret facility for a final scrub of Tabin residue. In the freezing pre-dawn air, the 2 chemists, 80 technicians, and a group of German commandos donned double-layer rubber suits, pulled gas masks over their heads, and stole down the banks of the Oder River. They moved quietly across a partially bombed-out railroad bridge, walked slowly down the railroad tracks, and headed to the chemical weapons plant. The protective suits were cumbersome, and it took the technical team 65 minutes to travel less than half a mile. Reaching the plant, the group made its way into the production facility that housed massive, silver-lined kettles in which the nerve agent was made. Each kettle sat inside an operating chamber enclosed in double-glass walls, encircling a complex ventilation system of double-walled pipes. While one group got to work decontaminating the chambers with ammonia and steam, another group scoured the surfaces of the munitions filling factory where so many slave laborers had met death. The commandos kept guard. While the technicians scrubbed, 2.5 miles downriver, Major General Sachsenheimer's remaining platoon of soldiers sprang into action. They launched artillery shells at sleeping Russian forces in a diversionary feint. The Red Army reorganized and retaliated, and by lunchtime 18 Soviet tanks were engaged in fierce fighting with Sachsenheimer's troops. The battle, a footnote in the annals of war, lasted just long enough for I.G. Farben's technical team to get in, get out, and disappear. Not for several days did the Red Army finally stumble upon Farben's chemical weapons facility at Durenfort. By then, it was void of people and cabin, but otherwise entirely intact. As the Russians examined the facility, scrubbed immaculately clean, it became clear to the commanders that whatever this facility had produced must have been considered of great value to the Reich. The laboratory layout bore signs of chemical weapons production, and the Soviet Army called in their own chemical weapons experts from the 16th and 18th Chemical Brigades. The factory was dismantled, crated, and shipped back to the Soviet Union for future use. What had been produced here in the forest remained a mystery to its new owners, the Russians, for a little over a year. By 1946, the entire chemical weapons factory at Durenfort would be reassembled in a little town outside Stalingrad called Bekatovka, and the plant given the Russian code name Chemical Works No. 91. The Soviets themselves then began producing Tabin nerve agent on an industrial scale. By 1948, the Soviet military chemical textbook would list Tabin as part of the Red Army's stockpile. But 1948 was so far away. So much would happen with America and Hitler's chemists between 1945 and 1948, most of it predicated on the emerging Soviet threat. Back in Berlin, Hitler read the first page of Speer's report and ordered it filed away. Then Hitler became enraged. His furor was likely exacerbated by a conference taking place on the Crimea Peninsula at Yalta beginning February 4, 1945. It was to last for 8 days. There, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin were confirming their commitment to demand Germany's unconditional surrender. There would be no bargaining, the three heads of state declared, no deals made with the Nazis. The end of the war would mean the end of the Third Reich. War criminals would be tried, justice meted out. The idea of what defined justice varied dramatically from power to power. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill wanted Nazi leaders to be treated as outlaws. He argued that they should be lined up and shot rather than put on trial. The Premier of the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin, rather unexpectedly argued for no executions without trial. President Franklin D. Roosevelt wanted a war crimes trial. What all parties agreed on was that after the surrender, Germany would be broken up into 3 zones of occupation. Soon, France's involvement would make it 4. When Hitler learned of the Allies' plan to divvy up the spoils of Germany, he became furious. Then he called on Albert Speer. "If the war is lost," Hitler famously told Speer, "the nation will also perish. This fate is inevitable." If Germany loses the war, Hitler said, the people deserved existential punishment for being weak. "What will remain after this struggle will be, in any case, only the inferior ones, since the good ones have fallen," Hitler said. Following this logic, Hitler decreed that Speer's ministry need not provide German citizens with even the most basic necessities, including shelter and food. He told Speer that if Speer were ever to give him another memorandum saying the war was unwinnable and that negotiations with the enemy should be considered, Hitler would consider this an act of treason punishable by death. Hitler then issued a nationwide scorched earth policy. Speer was to help organize the complete destruction of all German infrastructure, military and civilian, from its transportation and communication systems to its bridges and dams. Officially entitled Demolitions on Reich Territory, this order became known as the Nero Decree, or Nero-Befehl, invoking the Roman Emperor Nero, who allegedly engineered the Great Fire of 64 AD and then watched Rome burn. In central Germany, in the naturally fortified Harz Mountains, production of V-weapons continued at a frenzied pace, despite every indication that Germany would soon lose the war. By late February 1945, conditions inside the Nordhausen tunnels had reached a cataclysm. It was bitterly cold, thousands were starving to death, and there was barely any food. Watery broth was all the prisoners had to live on. The Nordhausen-Dora concentration camp was being overrun with new prisoners arriving on the death marches from Auschwitz and Grossrosen in the east. Some came on foot and others came in cattle cars. Many arrived dead. Dora's crematorium was overwhelmed. In this climate, Wernher von Braun and General Dornberger pressed on with plans to create a greater number of rockets each day. Since moving his offices from the Peenemünde facility to the Harz Mountains, von Braun had been given a promotion. Now he was head of what was called the Mittelbau-Dora Planning Office, a division within Himmler's SS. Von Braun lived just a few miles from the Nordhausen complex, in a villa that had been confiscated from a Jewish factory owner years before. Each day he drove to his office in Bleischerode, 11 miles from the tunnel complex, where he drafted designs for new and better test stands and launch ramps for the V-2. Despite the reality that the war was lost, the area was abuzz with new armaments factories being built, dug by workers from some of the 40-odd sub-camps now tied to Mittelbau-Dora, Michael J. Neufeld explains. Von Braun's vision was to escalate rocket production from 2 or 3 rockets a day to 200 rockets a day. To prepare for this ambitious expansion, he commandeered factories, schools, and mines throughout the region. But rocket assembly was dependent on workers, and the slave laborers in Nordhausen were now dying at an ever-increasing rate. Von Braun had to have known this. He visited the underground tunnels in an official capacity 10 times during the winter of 1945. For the emaciated slave laborers who had managed to stay alive, trying to assemble missiles in filthy, unfinished tunnels without food, water, or sanitation in the bitter cold of winter had become more and more difficult, and it showed in their work. In skies across Europe, these hastily constructed rockets began breaking apart in flight. And in the pine forests of northern Germany, including those around Kassel Varlar, quickly assembled rockets were exploding on their mobile launch pads. The managers at Mittelwerk suspected sabotage. To send a message, public hangings were held. Prisoners were hanged up to 57 in one day, read one war crimes report. They were hanged in the tunnels with the help of an electrically controlled crane, a dozen at a time, their hands bound behind their back. A piece of wood was put in their mouth to prevent shouting. The hangings were carried out directly above the V-2 production lines. Laborers were forced to watch their fellow prisoners suffer an agonizingly slow death. In solidarity, a group of Russian and Ukrainian prisoners staged a revolt. The suspects were rounded up. Mittelwerk managers and SS guards decided to make an example of them. After these men were hanged, their bodies were left dangling for a day. Only after Arthur Rudolph, the Mittelwerk operations director, received a memo from one of his German engineers asking when they were going to get their crane back, were the bodies taken down. In addition to von Braun's recent promotion to head of the Mittelbau-Dora Planning Office, he was also promoted to SS Sturmbannführer, or SS Major. One of the benefits that came with this position was a chauffeur-driven car to shuttle von Braun back and forth between Nordhausen and Berlin. It was in the back seat of this car on the night of March 12, 1945, that von Braun was nearly killed. As his car was speeding down the Autobahn, headed for Berlin, his driver nodded off at the wheel. The car veered off the road and hurtled down a 40-foot embankment until it crashed on its side near a railroad track. The driver was knocked unconscious. Von Braun broke his arm. Both men lay bleeding in the cold, dark night when two of von Braun's colleagues from Nordhausen, facilities designer Bernhard Tessmann and architect Hans Lürsen, happened to drive by and spot the smashed-up car. They called for a military ambulance, which came to the scene and transported von Braun and his driver to a hospital. While recuperating, von Braun received a visit from his personal aide, Dieter Hutzel, and Bernhard Tessmann, one of the two men who'd saved von Braun's life. Tessmann and Hutzel told von Braun that the arrival of the U.S. Army was imminent. Any day now, they said, V2 operations would cease. Word was going around that every man not considered a valuable scientist was going to be assigned to an infantry unit, handed a weapon, and ordered to fight the Americans on the front lines. Von Braun was now ready to concede that Germany would lose the war. What he was unwilling to do was relinquish his career. He needed a bargaining chip to use against the Americans after he was captured. Von Braun told Tessmann and Hutzel where he kept the most valuable classified V2 documents. Because von Braun was bedridden, he needed his two subordinates to crate up these documents and hide them in a remote, secure place where the Allies would never find them on their own. Von Braun told Tessmann and Hutzel that if they could do this, they would be included in von Braun's future negotiations with the Allies. General Dornberger would also be part of the team. Von Braun told Tessmann and Hutzel that he would personally bring the general up to speed. Middle-work laborers continued to produce missiles until the end of March. The last V2s were fired on March 27th, and the last V1s were fired the following day. On April 1st, Dornberger received an order from SS General Kammler demanding that Dornberger evacuate his staff from the middlework at once. Kammler had selected 500 key scientists and engineers who were to board his private train car parked in Bleischerode and nicknamed the Vengeance Express, and then travel 400 miles south into the Bavarian Alps to hide out. Hutzel and Tessmann were on Kammler's list, but after colluding with General Dornberger, they were able to stay behind to complete the document stash. Von Braun, still requiring medical attention and encumbered by a heavy cast, was taken to the Alps in a private car. Dornberger and his staff drove themselves, fleeing the Harz in a small convoy. When night fell on Dorten, a small mining community at the northern edge of the Harz, the village was in a blackout. The local Gauleiters, Nazi Party district leaders, had ordered villagers to shutter their windows, turn off the lights, and stay home. It was April 4th, 1945, and American forces were reportedly camped out just 30 miles to the west. The village's cobblestone streets were empty, save a lone truck driving slowly with its lights off, navigating by the moon. In the front seat sat Tessmann and Hutzel. In the back of the truck were 7 German soldiers wearing blindfolds. Also in the truck were dozens of crates filled with classified V2 information. The truck passed through town and headed up a winding rural road leading into the mouth of an abandoned mine. Hutzel and Tessmann parked the truck and shook hands with the caretaker, Herr Nibelung, a loyal Nazi who sold the 2 engineers space in a large antechamber in the back of the Dorten mine. The 7 soldiers were told it was okay to take off their blindfolds now and get to work. The group unloaded the crates, placed them onto flat cars, and oversaw them as they were driven down a long tunnel by an electric battery-powered locomotive. At the end of the tunnel, behind an iron door, was a small, dry room. The crates of V2 documents were packed inside, the door shut and locked. Outside, a soldier lit a stick of dynamite in front of the doorway to create a huge pile of rubble and keep the important Nazi documents hidden from the outside world. Hutzel and Tessmann had sworn not to tell anyone what they'd done. But just as they were leaving for Bavaria to rendezvous with Dornberger and von Braun, the two men decided to make an exception. Karl Otto Fleischer had served as the Army's business manager for the Mittelwerk slave labor enterprise. Fleischer's name was not on General Kammler's list, and he'd gone home to his house in Nordhausen to blend in. Karl Fleischer was a loyal Nazi who reported directly to General Dornberger during V2 production, and Hutzel and Tessmann believed Fleischer would keep their secret safe. Fleischer was local. He could keep an eye on things and monitor if anyone started poking around the Dorton mine. Hutzel and Tessmann told Karl Fleischer about the secret location of the V2 document stash, and with the U.S. Army just a few days outside Nordhausen, Hutzel and Tessmann sped away. Chapter 3. The Hunters and the Hunted. In France, Samuel Goudsmit and his team of Operation Alsace scientists had been waiting patiently since November to launch their next scientific intelligence mission. It had been 4 months since the team hit intelligence gold inside the Strasbourg apartment of the Reichsvirologist Dr. Eugen Hagen. Now, in the last week of March 1945, Goudsmit and his military commander, Colonel Boris Pasch, were finally getting ready to seize their next targets. IG Farben factories over the border in Germany, believed to be the locus of the Nazis' chemical weapons program. Since November, Hagen's apartment in Strasbourg had been serving as Alsace headquarters. There had been long delays. In December, Hitler's counter-offensive in the Ardennes forest meant that Alsace scientists could not conduct frontline missions as planned. But as serendipity would have it, the entire first floor below Hagen's Strasbourg apartment belonged to IG Farben, the primary chemical weapons supplier of the Third Reich, and Alsace seized a considerable cache of documents Farben kept there. Alsace knew Farben was involved in weapons-related vaccine research and suspected they were involved in medical experiments on prisoners. The 2 Farben factories they had in their sights were located only about 80 miles away in the German cities of Ludwigshafen and Mannheim. For this, Operation Alsace had put together their largest task force to date, 10 civilian scientists, 6 military scientists, and 18 security operators. But venturing into German-held territory on their own was considered too dangerous for the American scientists. They had been waiting for Allied forces to cross the Rhine River into Germany, at which point they, too, would be allowed in. Now, in the 3rd week of March 1945, this long-awaited crossing appeared imminent. On March 23, 1945, British Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery began a colossal troop offensive across the Rhine River, codenamed Operation Plunder. Adding to the namesake subtext of seizure and pillage were Montgomery's famous words, "Over the Rhine, then let us go, and good hunting to you all on the other side." Sacking a vanquished country at the end of a war was as old as war itself, but the Hague Conventions of 1899 and 1907 prohibited looting beyond token items claimed as trophies of war. What exactly did Montgomery mean? On a tactical level, the Rhine River crossing meant that the Allies would smash open more than 500 miles along the Western Front. From an intelligence collection standpoint, it truly meant plunder. As soldiers pushed forward into Germany, accompanying them were more than 3,000 scientific and technical experts with the Combined Intelligence Objectives Subcommittee, or SIOS, the joint British-American program that had been established in London the summer before. SIOS teams reported to Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Forces, or SHAEF, located in Versailles and staffed by experts. Scientists, engineers, doctors, and technicians, accompanied by linguists and scholars, to translate and interpret the documents that were seized. Representing the United States from SIOS were men from the War Department General Staff, the Navy, the Army Air Forces, the State Department, the Foreign Economic Administration, the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, and the Office of Scientific Research and Development. The British sent experts from the Foreign Office, the Admiralty, the Air Ministry, and the Ministries of Supply, Aircraft Production, Economic Warfare, Fuel, and Power. All SIOS staff worked from a list of targets, similar to those used by Alsace, which became known as blacklists. Frontline requests for specific SIOS teams were relayed to SHAEF from the combat zone. An appropriate SIOS team would be dispatched into the field. Assisting SIOS teams were security forces called T-forces, identifiable by helmets with a bright red T painted on the front. These small squadrons of elite soldiers operated at the Army group level but worked independently of traditional combat units. Their job was to recognize potentially valuable scientific targets and then secure them until personnel from SIOS arrived. The goal of the Combined Intelligence Objectives Subcommittee was to investigate all things related to German science. Target types ran the gamut: radar, missiles, aircraft, medicine, bombs and fuses, chemical and biological weapons labs. And while SIOS remained an official joint venture, there were other groups in the mix with competing interests at hand. Running parallel to SIOS operations were dozens of secret intelligence gathering operations, mostly American. The Pentagon's Special Mission V2 was but one example. By late March 1945, Colonel Trischel, Chief of U.S. Army Ordnance, Rocket Branch, had dispatched his team to Europe. Likewise, U.S. Naval Technical Intelligence had officers in Paris preparing for its own highly classified hunt for any intelligence regarding the Henschel HS-293, a guided missile developed by the Nazis and designed to sink or damage enemy ships. The U.S. Army Air Forces were still heavily engaged in strategic bombing campaigns, but a small group from Wright Field, near Dayton, Ohio, was laying plans to locate and capture Luftwaffe equipment and engineers. Spearheading top-secret missions for British intelligence was a group of commandos called 30 Assault Unit, led by Ian Fleming, the personal assistant to the Director of British Naval Intelligence and future author of the James Bond novels. Sometimes the members of these parallel missions worked in concert with SIOS officers in the field. Certainly they took full advantage of all the information SIOS made available, including its blacklists. But each mission almost always put its individual objectives and goals first. The result, some officers joked, was chaos for SIOS. What began as a gentlemanly collaboration among allies quickly transformed into one of the greatest competitions for information about weapons-related research in the history of war. Once the Rhine River was crossed, the hunt for Nazi science became a free-for-all. On its search for chemical weapons, Alsace scientists crossed the Rhine on the heels of the Third Army. They traveled in a small convoy of army jeeps. The area was not in good shape, Colonel Pasch recalled after the war. Buildings of the town shook from the shockwaves generated by the gun explosions, and stalled or broken down vehicles added to the confusion created by the wrecked armor and trucks of the retreating Nazis. Entering Ludwigshafen, one of the Alsace jeeps became separated from its convoy and ran smack into the line of fire of a German anti-tank gun. Hardly expecting a single jeep to appear on the road without a tank accompanying it, the Germans were apparently caught off guard. A single salvo and the few machine gun bursts went wide, Pasch recalled after the war. The Alsace scientists had heard that T-Force's units were close behind them and were making arrangements for a large team of technical experts to arrive under the SIOS banner. The Alsace scientists were determined to get to the IG Farben factory first. But what they ended up finding in Ludwigshafen was disappointing to them. Not only had the factory been heavily damaged by Allied bombing raids, but filing cabinets were empty. Paperwork had been destroyed or removed. There were no chemical weapons found. The following morning, March 24, 1945, while at breakfast, the Alsace team met up with the T-Forces and the SIOS team. Both had come to inspect the Farben factory. It was interesting to watch the effect of bombshells casually dropped by our scientists, Posh recalled, sounding something like, "Oh sure, you'll be able to go to the Farben plant tomorrow, after the T-Forces secures it. You'll find it interesting, we know, because we were there yesterday." The rivalry between the teams was evident. The two men leading the SIOS chemical weapons team were an American officer named Lieutenant Colonel Philip R. Tarr and a British officer named Major Edmund Tilley. These men would soon become critical players in the Operation Paperclip story. Each was considered an expert in chemical warfare, but Major Tilley had a leg up on his American counterpart, at least in the field, in that he spoke fluent German. In addition to his role as a SIOS leader, Colonel Tarr was chief officer in the U.S. Army's Intelligence Division of the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service, Europe. Unknown to Major Tilley at this time was that Colonel Tarr's U.S. Army objective would soon supersede his loyalty to their work together as a SIOS team. With American forces now on German soil, the fear that Hitler might unleash a devastating chemical weapons attack in a last-ditch attempt to make good on his wonder weapons promise was real. But Tarr and Tilley had very few leads as to where the chemical weapons might be stashed. German counterintelligence agents had done a brilliant job concealing the Reich's nerve agent programs from foreign intelligence agencies during the war. Tauben had been given various code names, including Trillin 83, Substance 83, and Galon 1. Even its raw materials were coded. Ethanol was A4, and sodium was A17, making identification all but impossible. In 1942, a U.S. intelligence report entitled New German Poison Gas concluded that the possibility that Germany had new chemical weapons was no longer seriously regarded. Only in May of 1943, after capturing a German chemist in North Africa, did British agents learn of a colorless nerve agent of astounding properties being developed by IG Farben chemists in Berlin. The British interrogation officers found the German chemist's information to be credible and wrote up a 10-page secret report for the Chemical Defense Experimental Establishment, which operated out of Porton Down. But the captured scientists knew only the substance's code name, Trillin 83. Without further information, no action was taken by the British. Now, in March 1945, Tarr and Tilley were on the hunt for this mysterious Trillin 83 and anything else like it. Leading the SIOS team into Germany, Tarr and Tilley inspected IG Farben factories at Ludwigshafen, Mannheim, and Elberfeld. At each location, the officers noted with suspicion how remarkably little each town's Farben scientists claimed to know. As far as intelligence collection was concerned, the scenario at each seized Farben factory was always strikingly similar. Where there should have been huge troves of company records, there were empty cabinets instead. Farben scientists, who were taken into custody and questioned, always said the same thing. IG Farben made chemical products for domestic use, detergent, paint, lacquer, and soap. And none of the scientists interviewed by SIOS officers claimed to have any idea where the bosses had gone. In a SIOS memorandum, Tilley and Tarr expressed mounting frustration. One scientist after the next lied vigorously about his activities, the men wrote in their intelligence report, entitled Interrogation of German Scientific Personnel. Good actionable intelligence remained out of reach. Then, as circumstance would have it, Alsace agents caught a huge break farther north in the city of Bonn. Alsace had been trailing the 3rd Armored Division since it first rolled into Ludwigshafen on March 23rd. Several days later, the soldiers liberated the city of Cologne and then set their sights on Bonn, some 15 miles to the north. Scouting soldiers reported seeing men who might be professors burning caseloads of documents in Bonn University courtyards. What they couldn't see was that inside university bathrooms, professors were also desperately flushing documents down the toilet, hoping to destroy evidence that might implicate them in war crimes. When the Allies finally secured the university, a Polish lab technician approached a British soldier to say that he had salvaged a large pile of documents that did not properly flush down a toilet bowl, as had apparently been intended. These papers looked important, the lab technician said, and indeed they were. The man had turned over to British intelligence a classified list of the Reich's top scientists. The officer handed the list over to Samuel Goudsmit of Operation Alsace. This group of documents would lead to what would become known as the Osenberg list. Dr. Werner Osenberg, a mechanical engineer, was a dedicated Nazi and member of the SS. He was also a high-ranking member of the Gestapo, the secret police. In June 1943, Osenberg was assigned by Göring to run the so-called planning office of the Reich Research Council, which was dedicated to warfare. Per a Führer decree of June 9, 1942, the Research Council's charter read, "Leading men of science, above all, are to make research fruitful for warfare by working together in their special fields." From the Council's planning office, Osenberg's job was to coordinate a who's who list of German scientists, engineers, doctors, and technicians. With bureaucratic precision, Osenberg set to work, tracking down and cataloging every scientist in Germany. Osenberg's mission was to put these men into service for the Reich. In short order, he had compiled a list of 15,000 men and 1,400 research facilities. All across Germany, scientists, engineers, and technicians were recalled from the front lines, an act Hitler called the Osenberg Action. This led to the release of 5,000 scientists from the German armed forces. After being screened for skill level, the men of science were set up in appropriated universities and institutions across Reich territory, where they could work on weapons-related research programs in service of the war effort. The mystery of how the Osenberg list ended up in a Bonn University toilet was never solved. But for Alsace, it was an intelligence goldmine. Not only was this list a record of who had been working on what scientific project for the Reich, but it contained addresses including one for Werner Osenberg himself. Goudsmit dispatched a team to a little town near Hanover. There, Alsace agents captured Osenberg and his complete outfit. The papers found in the toilet were valuable, but it was an index of cards in Osenberg's office that was priceless. The primary index consists of a 4-drawer cabinet containing approximately 2,000 large printed cards, 10-inch by 7-inch, adapted for multiple entry on both sides of the card, reported Alsace. Secondary indexes included 3 additional sets of approximately 1,000 cards each, 6-inch by 4-inch, containing the same information but classified from a different standpoint and facilitating searches along different lines. This was an overwhelming trove of information, too much for any one organization to handle. Alsace shared the Osenberg list with SIOS. There were thousands of leads that needed following up on. Osenberg's card catalog would allow the various teams to begin piecing together how science programs worked under the Reich and who had been in charge. The Alsace officers packed up Osenberg's office and took him to Paris, where he was put to work organizing information. Goudsmit was appalled by the hubris Osenberg displayed after he was installed in an office in a guarded facility in Versailles. Here, Osenberg had set up business as usual. He merely had his secretary change the address on his letterhead to "At present in Paris," Goudsmit explained after the war. He also became exasperated when Osenberg tried repeatedly to convince Goudsmit of his sworn loyalty to the Allies. "I became impatient," Goudsmit explained, and told Osenberg, "One cannot trust you. You were in charge of the scientific section of the Gestapo, which you never revealed to us, and you burned all the relating papers." Osenberg was enraged by the accusation. "No, I did not burn those papers," he told Goudsmit. "I buried them. And, moreover, I was not the chief of the scientific section of the Gestapo. I was merely the second in command." After that, it was easy for Goudsmit to find out from Osenberg where those papers were buried and where the missing Berlin papers were stored. But no one from the Allied forces was going to Berlin just yet. In these last days of March 1945, Berlin continued to be the heart of the Reich, and it was being fiercely defended. It would remain German-held territory for another month, until the last day of April 1945. It was a city in ruins, and Berliners' morale was sinking with each passing day. With nearly 85% of the city destroyed, Berlin had been reduced to rubble piles. The majority of buildings still standing had broken windows. Everyone was cold. The underground shelters were vastly overcrowded. Heating fuel was scarce. During early April, explains historian Anthony Beaver, as Berlin awaited the final onslaught of the Red Army, the atmosphere in the city became a mixture of febrile exhaustion, terrible foreboding, and despair. Nazi radio broadcasts reminded Berliners that they were required to fight to the end. According to Goebbels, a single motto remains for us: conquer or die. Hitler blamed everything on the Jews and the Slavs. "The deadly Jewish Bolshevik enemy with his masses is beginning his final attack," he told troops on the Eastern Front in a last appeal on April 15th. The Russians were determined to exterminate all German people, Hitler promised. "The old men and children will be murdered. Women and girls will be degraded as barracks whores. Everybody else would be marched off to Siberia." In the heart of Berlin, in the Wilhelmstrasse district, where the Reich's ministries were located, Colonel Siegfried Kneemeyer tried to maintain order over the vast group of personnel he was responsible for at the Air Ministry. It was a miracle that the building was still standing. Constructed of reinforced concrete, the Air Ministry was a prized symbol of Nazi Party intimidation architecture, 7 stories tall, with 2,800 rooms, 4,000 windows, and corridors that totaled 4 miles in length. At the height of the air war, the place bustled with 4,000 Nazi bureaucrats and their secretaries. This was no longer the case. The Luftwaffe was in ruins. Since 1943, Siegfried Kneemeyer had served as chief of all Air Force technical developments for the Luftwaffe. His title was Technical Advisor to Reichsmarschall Göring, who adored Kneemeyer, calling him "my boy." From aircraft engines to instruments, if a new component was being developed for the Luftwaffe, Göring wanted to know what Kneemeyer had to say about it before he gave the project the go-ahead. But now, in the second week of April 1945, most orders that arrived at the Air Ministry were impossible for Kneemeyer to fulfill. In the second half of 1944, the German Air Force had lost more than 20,000 airplanes. The Speer Ministry had since managed to produce approximately 3,000 new aircraft, but they were of little use now. Across the Reich, German aircraft sat stranded on tarmacs. The Allies had bombed Luftwaffe runways, and there was barely any aviation fuel left. The plan for IG Farben to make synthetic fuel at its Buna factory had ended when the Red Army liberated Auschwitz on January 27, 1945. Germany's fuel sources in Hungary and Romania were tapped out. The German jet was superior to conventional Allied fighter planes in the air, but that didn't mean much anymore, with most Luftwaffe aircraft stuck on the ground. Soon, Kneyemeyer would flee Berlin, but not before he completed a final task assigned to him by Speer. According to Nuremberg trial testimony, Speer instructed Kneyemeyer to hide Luftwaffe technical information in the forest outside Berlin. Stashing official documents was a treasonable offense, but according to Kneyemeyer's personal papers, Speer and Kneyemeyer had agreed that Germany's seminal scientific progress in aeronautics could not, under any circumstances, fall into Russian hands. There was also a second unofficial job that Speer tapped Kneyemeyer for, one that was not discussed at Nuremberg, but which Speer admitted to decades later. Speer asked Kneyemeyer to help plot his escape. Speer's plan to flee Germany had been in the works for some time. It was the details he needed help ironing out. Ever since Speer had seen the film SOS Iceberg, starring Leni Riefenstahl and Ernst Ude, he knew he wanted to escape to Greenland should Germany lose the war. In Greenland, Speer could set up camp and write his memoirs, he later explained. Of course, he'd need a pilot, which is where Kneyemeyer fit in. Kneyemeyer was an aeronautical engineer, but he was also one of the Luftwaffe's most revered pilots, ranked among the top 10 aviators in all of Germany. His specialty back when he flew missions in the early stages of the war had been espionage. From 1938 to 1942, Kneyemeyer flew a number of the most dangerous Abwehr, military intelligence, missions on record, including ones over England and Norway. And it was Kneyemeyer who made the first high-altitude sortie over North Africa, flying at 44,000 feet. But Kneyemeyer was also a pragmatist. He knew, apparently more so than Speer, that attempting to fly out of Germany and into Greenland, transporting one of the most wanted war criminals of the Third Reich during the final days of the war, would be a near to impossible feat. There was brutal weather in Greenland and fierce terrain. The mission would require a very specific aircraft that could handle the harsh conditions and difficult landing, namely the BV-222, designed by Blum and Voss. Only 13 had ever been built. There was only one man who had access to that kind of airplane, and that was Kneyemeyer's friend, Werner Baumbach, a 28-year-old dive bomber pilot whom Hitler had made general of the bombers. Kneyemeyer knew that bringing Baumbach on board was imperative for a successful Greenland escape. During the war, Baumbach had flown missions between Norway and a German weather station located in Greenland. Speer agreed, and Baumbach was brought into the plan. In secret, Baumbach and Kneyemeyer began gathering food, medicine, rifles, skis, tents, fishing equipment, and hand grenades at Speer's behest. At the Travemünde airfield north of Berlin, Baumbach earmarked a BV-222 for use. The only thing that remained was Speer's command for the group to flee. Time was running out. Berlin was nearing its downfall. Chapter 4. Liberation. All across Germany, the liberations were beginning. In one location after the next, prisoners in concentration camps and slave labor factories were being freed by Allied soldiers who stormed across Germany in tanks and jeeps and on foot. The action had begun in western Germany and continued steadily as the Allies marched east, headed toward Munich and Berlin. Alongside these liberations, soldiers also discovered Reich laboratories and research facilities, one after the next. After each discovery, a team of SIOS scientists was called in to investigate. During the second week of April in 1945, 4 key facilities were seized. At Nordhausen, Geraberg, Volkenrode, and Raubkammer, each of which would lead to the capture of key scientists who would in turn become part of Operation Paperclip. On the morning of April 11, 1945, a unit of American soldiers with the 104th Infantry Division, also known as the Timberwolves, entered the slave tunnels at Nordhausen. Among the liberating soldiers was an infantry sharpshooter, a private first class named John Ryson Jones, Jr. In his bag he carried a camera, a gift given to him by his family before he shipped off to war. Expensive and sleek-looking, Jones's Leica 3 was one of the first portable 35mm cameras ever made. It had been 7 months since John Ryson Jones landed in France back in September 1944. He had spent 195 days on the continent thus far, many of them engaged in fierce combat, all the while pushing through snow, sleet, and mud, much of it on foot. Jones had walked across France, Belgium, and Holland, and now here he was in the deep mountains of central Germany, the Harz. He had lost friends in battle and taken many photographs of the war. When his unit arrived in this little mountain town, he imagined the day would pass like the one before, just one step closer to the end of this brutal war. No amount of fighting prepared John Ryson Jones for what he saw through the lens of his Leica when his unit entered Nordhausen. The photographs he took documented the tragedy that had befallen thousands of V-2 rocket laborers condemned to die as slaves in the tunnels here. Hundreds of corpses were stretched out across the tunnel floors. Equally disturbing was the condition of hundreds more still alive, emaciated humans covered with bruises and sores, too weak to even stand. It was a fabric of moans and whimpers, of delirium and outright madness, recalled fellow soldier Staff Sergeant Donald Schultz. John Ryson Jones would not speak of it for 51 years. Following along behind the soldiers was a team of 7 war crimes investigators. Among them was a young Dutch officer working for the U.S. Army, William J. Almans. Like John Ryson Jones, Almans was deeply affected by what he saw and smelled. Stench, the tuberculosis, and the starved inmates, he told journalist Tom Bauer after the war. 4 people were dying every hour. It was unbelievable. Almans and his team began taking witness statements from prisoners who sipped watered-down milk for strength. The job facing the war crimes investigators was overwhelming, and their schedule was intense. After 5 days in Nordhausen, they were ordered to move on. Most of the official paperwork regarding rocket production had been hidden or destroyed, but Almans and his team found a single sheet of paper inadvertently left behind, tacked to the wall. It was the Middlework telephone list, a directory of who was in charge. At the very top were 2 names: George Rickey, Director of Production, and Arthur Rudolph, Deputy Production Manager. Almans found the document interesting enough to staple it to the report. Although it would take years to come to light, this single sheet of paper would eventually lead to the downfall of Rudolph and Rickey and threaten to expose the dark secrets of Operation Paperclip. 75 miles south of Nordhausen, in the Thuringian forest at the edge of the Harz, Allied soldiers liberated the town of Geraberg. Here, they came upon a curious-looking research facility concealed in a thick grove of trees. Clearly, the place had recently been abandoned. It comprised a laboratory, an isolation block, animal houses, and living quarters for 14 men. Part of the facility was still under construction. Word was sent to SHAEF headquarters in Versailles that a team of bacteriologists was needed in Geraberg. Alsace scientists were dispatched to investigate. One of the first biological warfare experts to arrive was Bill Cromartie, who had been hunting for evidence of Hitler's biological weapons program since the mission began back in Strasbourg, France. Back in November, Cromartie had been one of the men scouring files with Samuel Goudsmit inside the apartment of Dr. Eugen Hagen, when Alsace agents first learned that the Reich was testing deadly vaccines on prisoners in concentration camps. Arriving at Geraberg, Cromartie determined that the laboratory here was a significant lead. The building and sites were on either side of a small valley and constructed under tall trees, read Cromartie's classified report. On one side there was a building that was to have been the experimental laboratory, he surmised, suggesting this facility was designed to produce experimental vaccines to protect German soldiers against a biological weapons offensive. A local villager provided Cromartie and a colleague, J.M. Barnes, with two key pieces of information in the biological weapons puzzle. The villager explained that an SS man named Dr. Karl Gross had been overseeing work at this facility. Gross kept dozens of trunks and boxes locked in the upper floors of a local schoolhouse, and while he had recently disappeared, he had left the trunks behind. The villager took the American scientists to the schoolhouse to investigate. An inventory was taken of Dr. Gross's possessions, mostly laboratory equipment. There were crates of test tubes and small flasks and large numbers of test tube racks. There were 2 incubators and an autoclave. There were 2 boxes of gas mask filters and some rubber hoods and gowns, read the report. Everything was military-grade protective gear, marked as having been obtained from the Hygiene Institute of the Waffen-SS. There was also a large collection of books, several boxes of periodicals all dealing with infectious diseases. The ones that really caught the scientists' attention were Russian Contributions on Plague. Next, the villager took the Alsace agents to the nearby boarding house where Dr. Gross had been renting a room. The place was cleared out and void of personal possessions. His landlady said she believed he had burnt a lot of papers the night before he left, the Alsace scientists noted in their report. But Dr. Gross was only the intermediary, the landlady said. There was another man who came to the facility and appeared to be in charge. He was an older man, about 50, 5'9", with a mustache and black hair. On his upper lip he had a pronounced dueling scar. He had to have been of high rank because everyone on the staff deferred to him. When cross-referenced by Alsace against the Ossenberg list, the situation became even clearer. Dr. Karl Gross worked under Dr. Kurt Blome, the individual in charge of biological weapons research and the Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich. All indicators pointed to the idea that Geraberg was a Reich facility for biological weapons research. Alsace agents photographed the site, the animal house, the vaccine station, the experimental laboratory, and the isolation hospital. They typed up a report and filed it away for future use. Now, near the top of the biological weapons blacklist was the name Dr. Kurt Blome. 60 miles north of Nordhausen, a battalion of American soldiers with the 1st U.S. Infantry moved cautiously through the forest on the western edge of a small city called Braunschweig. It was April 13, 1945, when they came upon a compound of about 70 buildings. Great care had gone into camouflaging this place, the soldiers noted. Thousands of trees had been planted closely so that the area would appear from the air to be dense forest. The buildings in the compound had been designed to look like simple farmhouses. Traditional gardens had been planted and tended to. Stork nests covered the rooftops. Inside the buildings, soldiers discovered state-of-the-art aircraft laboratories, including entire warehouses filled with airplane parts and rocket fuel. There were wind and weapons tunnels that were radically more advanced than anything the Army Air Forces had at Wright Field. The oldest division in the United States Army had unexpectedly happened upon the most scientifically advanced aeronautics laboratory in the world. It was called the Hermann Göring Aeronautical Research Center at Völkenrode. The Allies had never heard of it before. It didn't appear on any SIOS blacklists. It was an incredible find. At first, it seemed as if the place had been abandoned. But after an hour of looking around, the soldiers came upon the Institute's scientific director, a man named Adolf Bussmann. Bussmann told the soldiers that this facility was called Völkenrode for short, and that it had been up and running for 10 years. A team of Army Air Force's technical intelligence experts working as part of a mission called Operation Lusty and stationed in Saint-Germain, France, was dispatched to investigate. By now, the U.S. strategic air forces in Europe had destroyed the Luftwaffe, and the bombing campaign had essentially stopped. Its commander, General Karl A. Tui Spatz, had just received a 4th star for his success commanding the largest fleet of combat aircraft ever assembled for war. Now Spatz had a new mission for his field commanders. Operation Lusty, Spatz wrote in a memo, was in effect, and everyone not engaged in critical operational duties was to seek out technical and scientific intelligence that would be of material assistance in the prosecution of the war against Japan. The man Spatz chose to lead the hunt for Luftwaffe scientists and engineers was Colonel Donald L. Putt. When Putt arrived at Völkenrode on April 22, 1945, he was thrilled by what he saw. All he could think about was how quickly he could get all this equipment back to the United States. Putt was a legendary test pilot who had been at Wright Field since 1933. Assigned to various branches, including the flying branch. He had walked away from a deadly air crash that killed his colleagues and left him with second-degree burn scars on his face and neck. Putt was a hard-charging, Type A personality, a tiger among men. He displayed the ability to withstand great emotional shock, to absorb it and take it in stride, explained a colleague from Wright Field. Putt was also intellectually gifted, with a degree in electrical engineering from the Carnegie Institute of Technology and a master's in aeronautical engineering from the California Institute of Technology. As an older man, Donald Putt recalled the pre-war mindset regarding pilots who were also engineers. Then, the philosophy was, don't put an engineering pilot in the cockpit because he tries to figure out why things happen. But when the air wars in Europe and Japan escalated, the Army Air Forces found itself in need of fast, out-of-the-box thinking from American pilot engineers like Putt. The Army Air Forces put the old philosophy to the side and Putt's expertise to use. In 1944, Putt's career milestone arrived when he was put in charge of modifying a B-29 bomber so that it could deliver an extraordinarily heavy, top-secret payload on Japan. This payload was eventually revealed to be the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. After Putt finished his B-29 bomber retrofitting jobs, in January 1945, he was sent overseas as Director of Technical Services for the Air Service Command. Now, here he was in the last week of April 1945 at Völkenrode. With his engineer's expertise, Putt was able to clearly judge the revolutionary nature of the technology he was looking at. Most astonishing to Putt were Völkenrode's 7 wind tunnels that had allowed the Luftwaffe to study how a swept-back wing would behave at the speed at which an aircraft broke the sound barrier. This transition place between Mach 0.8 and Mach 1.2 was still unknown to American flyers in 1945. When Pott learned from Vulcanroad's director, Adolf Bussmann, that the sound barrier had already been breached by German scientists in these wind tunnels, he was amazed. Pott knew immediately that the facility had the most superb instruments and test equipment in the world. Pott was taking orders from the U.S. Army European Theater of Operations, Directorate of Intelligence, Exploitation Division, which meant that he had access to strip-down B-17s and B-24s if he needed them, a means to transport much of this equipment to the United States, which Pott very much wanted to do. He wrote to his boss, Major General Hugh Knerr, Deputy Commander of U.S. Strategic Air Force in Europe, outlining his proposition and suggesting a second idea. Why not also fly scientists like Adolf Bussmann out of Germany along with the captured Luftwaffe equipment? If we are not too proud to make use of this German-born information, much benefit can be derived from it, and we can advance where Germany left off, Pott wrote. The German scientists would be of immense value in our jet engine and airplane development program. Pott and Knerr both knew that the War Department General Staff was filled with individuals who were wary of Germans in general and totally opposed to making deals of any kind with the very Nazi scientists who had helped to prolong the war. But if anyone could get the War Department to bend, Knerr and Pott believed they could. Major General Knerr sent a memo to the War Department in Washington, D.C., explaining that using Luftwaffe technology to fight the war in Japan was imperative. He added that the scientists' Nazi Party membership needed to be overlooked. Pride and face-saving have no place in national insurance, wrote Knerr. The War Department General Staff was not so easily convinced, at least not now. Colonel Pott was informed that the equipment could come out of Vulcanroad immediately, but that getting German scientists to Wright Field would take some more time. Pott oversaw the massive airlift of German aircraft and rocket parts from Vulcanroad to the United States. 5,000 scientific documents were also shipped. Meanwhile, he and his staff rounded up as many Luftwaffe personnel as they could, tracking down leads and making deals with scientists and engineers in their homes. Pott informed the Germans that he could not offer them U.S. Army contracts just yet, but that he would most likely be able to do so soon. In the meantime, he arranged for dozens of Luftwaffe scientists and engineers to be quartered in the Hotel Wittelsbacherhof in the spa town of Bad Kissingen, and made sure that the men had plenty to eat, drink, and smoke. Wait here, the scientists were told. The U.S. Army contracts are on the way. Colonel Pott and Major General Knerr would then put their heads together and figure out a way to convince the War Department that their point of view was best for the United States. Around this time, the single largest cache of chemical weapons discovered to date was found 75 miles west of Hanover. On April 16, 1945, British soldiers from Montgomery's 21st Army Group pulled up to the entrance of an abandoned German Army proving ground called the Robbers' Lair, or Raubkammer. The place appeared to be abandoned, but Waffen-SS snipers still were known to be hiding in the woods. The soldiers exercised caution as they drove their armored personnel cars through a pair of entrance pillars adorned with Reich eagles and swastikas. At first glance, the facility looked like a standard military proving ground, a place where bombs were exploded and blast measurements recorded. Raubkammer was located in a rural forested area called Münster Nord, and it extended more than 76 square miles. Large craters and open fields suggested that Luftwaffe airplanes had practiced dropping bombs here. There was fancy housing for hundreds of officers. There were large administrative buildings and an officers' mess hall. Then the soldiers came upon the zoo. It was a large zoo, capable of housing a vast array of animals of all sizes. There were cages for mice, cats, and dogs, as well as large pens and stables for farm animals like horses, cows, and pigs. There were also monkey cages. But it was the discovery of a massive, round wooden cylinder, most likely an aerosol chamber, that triggered alarm. The structure was 65 feet tall and 100 feet wide, and it was ringed with a network of scaffolding, pipes, and ventilator fans. Between the zoo and the large chamber, the soldiers were now relatively certain that Raubkammer was no ordinary military proving ground. The robbers' lair bore the hallmarks of a field testing facility that likely involved poison gas. An urgent memo was sent to Schaeff, asking for a team of chemical warfare experts to be dispatched to Raubkammer. 2 teams descended, one from the British Chemical Defense Experimental Establishment at Porton Down, and another from SIOS, including Major Tilley and Colonel Tarr. At the same time, a second unit of British troops, working just a few miles to the southwest of the robbers' lair, came upon 2 bunker clusters totaling almost 200 structures. The area had been artfully concealed from overhead view by dense forest cover. The first cluster consisted of several dozen small wooden buildings, intermittently spaced between similarly sized concrete blockhouses. The soldiers inventoried the contents with caution. Inside one set of bunkers, they found thousands of bombs stacked in neat piles. Each bomb was marked with a single yellow ring painted around the sides of the munition. This was the standard marking to denote mustard gas, the chemical weapon used by both sides in World War I. The British soldiers took inventory and counted 100,000 mustard gas shells. The second munitions depot was marked as belonging to the Luftwaffe. Here, 175 bunkers were filled with bombs that were unidentifiable to the Allies. Each bomb had been marked with 3 green rings painted around its sides. Montgomery's soldiers sent an urgent memo to Schaeff, asking for a team of chemical weapons experts to come investigate the munitions in the forest. The scientists from SIOS and Porton Down were nervous about what might be inside the mysteriously marked bombs. They decided that it was best to try to locate German scientists in the area who might be familiar with the contents of the bombs before they opened the casings themselves. So they began knocking on the doors of the nicer houses in the vicinity of the robbers' lair. As they had suspected they would, SIOS officers located a number of individuals who confessed to being German army scientists and having worked at Raubkammer. While each scientist claimed to have no idea what kind of weapons testing had been going on at the military facility, SIOS officers were able to persuade several of the German scientists to assist them in extracting the liquid substance from the center of the bombs. By this time, chemists with the U.S. Army's 45th Chemical Laboratory Company had arrived, bringing with them a mobile laboratory unit and cages filled with rabbits. The original thought was that the substance marked by 3 green rings was some kind of new Nazi blister agent, similar to, but perhaps more powerful than mustard gas. The chemists were wrong. Extractions were made, and when tested on the rabbits in the mobile laboratory, whatever this liquid substance was, killed a warm-blooded rabbit 5 times faster than anything that British or American scientists had ever seen or even heard about before. Even more alarming, the liquid substance did not have to be inhaled to kill. A single drop on the rabbit's skin killed the animal in just a few minutes. The millions of gas masks England had distributed to city dwellers during the war would have offered no defense against a chemical weapon as potent as whatever this killing agent was. SIOS field agents wrote up a top-secret report for their superiors at Schaeff. A menacing new breed of chemical weapons had been discovered. Aerial bombs, found to contain a markedly potent and hitherto unknown organophosphorus nerve agent, had been developed by the Nazis during the war and stashed in 200 bunkers in the forest nearby. No chemical this lethal to man had ever been developed before. PSYOS agents did not know it yet, but this nerve agent was Tabin. The 3 green rings had been painted on the Luftwaffe bombs at Farbin's Duernfort facility in Poland. Allied chemical weapons experts were suddenly in possession of one of the most dangerous wonder weapons and one of the best-kept secrets of the Third Reich. That these weapons were never used was astonishing. Who were the scientists who had discovered this nerve agent, and where were they now? Underground in the center of Berlin, in a makeshift hospital set up in a subway tunnel beneath the Reich Chancellery, Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber performed emergency surgeries on wounded Wehrmacht soldiers. He gave blood transfusions, performed amputations, whatever it was that needed to be done. As Surgeon General of the Third Reich, Schreiber was not a hospital doctor accustomed to dealing with triage. But as he would later testify at Nuremberg, all of his physician colleagues had fled Berlin. This was not necessarily the truth. Schreiber was a short, squat man, 5'6", with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a nose that ended in a fleshy point. A man of great willpower and stamina, he prided himself as setting his mind to a task and getting it done. Today was the Führer's 56th birthday, April 20th, 1945. And because it was Hitler's birthday, this Berlin morning began with propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels' happy birthday broadcast, calling on all Germans to trust Hitler and to follow him faithfully to the bitter end. While Major General Dr. Schreiber performed surgeries in his makeshift underground hospital, a group of his Nazi Party colleagues had gathered for a party almost directly above where he was located, in the half-destroyed Reich Chancellery building. Around noon, Hitler's inner circle made its way into a cavernous room with polished marble walls and floor-to-ceiling doors. Speer, Göring, Himmler, SA Obergruppenführer, and Police and Waffen-SS General Ernst Kaltenbrunner, Nazi Party Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop, Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz of the Navy, General Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, Military Commander Alfred Jodl, and SS Brigadeführer Hans Krebs. The men gathered around an enormous table covered with bottles of champagne and a spread of food. Hitler said a few words and promised that the Russians would soon suffer their most crushing defeat yet. That morning, the Red Army had in fact begun its final assault on Berlin. Before dawn, German soldiers had retreated from the Zahlau Heights, 55 miles from the center of Berlin, leaving no front line. The Soviet operation to capture Berlin was colossal, involving 2,500,000 Red Army soldiers, 41,600 guns and mortars, 7,500 aircraft, and more than 6,000 tanks. Rumor, panic, and chaos enveloped the city at an unstoppable pace. The majority of Berliners were now living underground, in cellars and air raid shelters, appearing above ground only to scavenge for food. Every road out of Berlin leading west was overwhelmed with refugees. Casualties were skyrocketing. To the south, a detachment of Hitler Youth, fighting near the Buchow Forest, became trapped in a forest fire. Most were burned alive. Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber's makeshift hospital could not keep up with the wounded. During the course of the next 12 days, the Red Army would fire 1.8 million shells on the city. Hitler's birthday was also the day Kneyemeyer and Baumbach would flee Berlin for good. In the morning, Baumbach had received a cryptic message from Göring, who instructed him to go meet with SS Brigadeführer Walter Friedrich Schellenberg, the notorious chief of military intelligence and Himmler's #2 man. The end was near, and everyone seemed to know it, So what did Schellenberg want from Baumbach now? Schellenberg told Baumbach that a warrant had been issued for his arrest and that he was scheduled to be taken into custody during the Führer's birthday party. Baumbach should leave the city immediately, Schellenberg said. Anyone close to Hitler who was arrested this late in the war, usually suspected of treason, faced a quick execution. This was happening all across Berlin. Had Hitler found out about the Greenland escape plan? Schellenberg, whom I had known for years, Baumbach later explained, was a clever man. Baumbach interpreted the tip-off to mean only one thing. Schellenberg needed Baumbach alive to help facilitate an escape. It was known among a core group of SS officers that Himmler had been trying to use concentration camp inmates as bargaining chips for clemency through an intermediary, the Swedish Red Cross, Baumbach explained. Of course, Himmler would never be granted clemency. Baumbach figured that Schellenberg and Himmler wanted him alive so he could help them escape somewhere overseas. Baumbach located Kneemeyer, and the two pilots agreed to flee Berlin immediately. They got in Baumbach's BMW and headed north to the Travemünde airfield, 200 miles north of Berlin on the Baltic Sea. The long-range aircraft they planned to use for their escape with Speer sat stocked and fueled on the tarmac. We were supplied with everything we needed for 6 months, Baumbach explained after the war. Kneemeyer and Baumbach found many Luftwaffe officers packing up their belongings, stripping themselves of military identification, and preparing to disappear among civilians. An aide delivered an urgent message to Baumbach. This time it was from Himmler himself. The Reichsführer SS wanted to see Baumbach immediately. Baumbach was to come to Mecklenburg, halfway back to Berlin, where Himmler was staying. Baumbach asked Kneemeyer to accompany him. The road leading to Mecklenburg was swamped with refugees. This part of Germany was one of the only regions still in German control. SS guards herded concentration camp prisoners along the roads like cattle in a last-ditch effort to keep them out of the liberators' hands. The roads were almost impassable, and it took 5 hours for Baumbach and Kneemeyer to drive 100 miles. When they finally arrived at a large country home referred to as the Manor of Dauben, Himmler's SS guards escorted them inside. "The Reichsführer will receive you now," a guard said. Kneemeyer was told to wait outside Himmler's office, while Baumbach was led down a long, narrow corridor, up a winding staircase, and into Himmler's study. Behind the desk, Himmler sat alone. He wore a gray field uniform covered with SS insignia, the death's head, Totenkopf. The sleeves on Himmler's uniform were too long, and Baumbach noted a cheap ring on the pinky finger of his left hand. Himmler sized up the general of the bombers from behind his signature pince-nez and got to the point. "I've sent for you to clear up some Luftwaffe problems," Himmler said, as recalled by Baumbach after the war. "The war has entered the final stage, and there are some very important decisions I shall have to take." Baumbach listened. "In the very near future, I expect to be negotiating with our enemies, probably through some neutral country," Himmler said. "I've heard that all aircraft suitable for this purpose are under your command." Baumbach looked out the windows and across the carefully pruned gardens outside, considering his response. Yes, Baumbach told Himmler. He had aircraft at his disposal, ready at any time. Himmler assumed an even friendlier tone, Baumbach recalled, and asked where he could get hold of Baumbach in the coming days. "At the Travemünde airfield," Baumbach said. An aide interrupted to announce the arrival of Field Marshal Keitel. Baumbach was dismissed. Baumbach made his way back to the sitting room where Kneemeyer waited. By now, Kneemeyer had figured out whose fancy manor Himmler was living in. The home once belonged to Sir Henry Detterding, the English lord known as the Napoleon of oil. Next to Kneemeyer on a side table were two portraits in silver frames. One showed Göring wearing a medieval hunting costume and holding a large knife. It read, "To my dear Detterding, in gratitude for your noble gift of Romantin Reich's hunting lodge," a detail Kneemeyer shared with his son decades after the war. The second photograph was a portrait of Hitler. "Sir Henry Detterding," it read, "in the name of the German people, for the noble donation of 1,000,000 Reichsmarks, Adolf Hitler." Kneemeyer and Baumbach headed outside. The SS officer posted to guard the hallway gave the two men a stiff salute. He told them that the Reichsfuhrer SS had arranged a tray of coffee and sandwiches for them to enjoy before they headed back to Travemünde. The reason that the Greenland escape plan was still on hold was because Speer decided to visit Hitler one last time at the Führer bunker, compelled by an overwhelming desire to see him once more. Driving alone in his private car from Hamburg back into Berlin, Speer was 55 miles outside the city when the road became impassable, clogged with what Speer later recalled to be a 10,000-vehicle traffic jam. No one was driving into Berlin anymore. Everyone was getting out. All lanes in both directions were being used for travel west. Jalopies and limousines, trucks and delivery vans, motorcycles, and even Berlin fire trucks blocked the road. Unable to advance, Speer turned off the road and drove to a divisional staff headquarters in Kieritz, where he learned Soviet forces had encircled Berlin. He also learned that there was only one landing strip inside Berlin that remained under German control, Gatow Airport on the bank of the Havel River. Speer decided that he would now fly into Berlin. But the nearest aircraft with fuel were parked on the tarmac at the Luftwaffe's Reckling test site near Mecklenburg. Jet fuel was now as rare as hen's teeth, and the aircraft was undoubtedly needed for other things. Speer insisted that the commandant at Reckling locate a pilot capable of flying him into Berlin. The commandant at Reckling explained that from Gatow, Speer would never be able to get to the Führer bunker if he traveled by car or by foot. The Russians controlled the way there. In order to get to the Führer bunker, under the new Reich Chancellery, Speer would need a second, smaller aircraft to fly him from Gatow to the Brandenburg Gate. He would need a short takeoff and landing aircraft, or STOL, like the Feisler Fi-156 Stork. Escorted by a squadron of fighter planes, we flew southward at an altitude of somewhat over 3,000 feet, a few miles above the battle zone, remembered Speer. Visibility was perfect. All that could be seen were brief, inconspicuous flashes from artillery or exploding shells. The airfield at Gatow was deserted when they landed, with the exception of one of Hitler's generals, who was fleeing Berlin. Speer and his pilot climbed into a waiting Stork and flew the short distance over Berlin, landing amid rubble piles directly in front of the Brandenburg Gate. Speer commandeered an army vehicle and had himself driven to the Chancellery, or what was left of it. American bombers had reduced the building to ruins. Speer climbed over a pile of rubble that had once been a ceiling and walked into what used to be a sitting room. There, Hitler's adjunct, Julius Schaub, stood drinking brandy with friends. Speer called out. Schaub appeared stunned by the sight of Speer. The companions dispersed. Schaub hurried off to inform Hitler that Speer had come to see him. Speer waited next to a rubble pile. Finally, he heard the words he had come to hear. "The Führer is ready to see you now." Speer walked down into the bunker where he was met by Martin Bormann, Hitler's Mephistopheles, holding court. Bormann wanted to know if Speer had come to try to get Hitler to fly with him out of Berlin. Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels and his wife Magda were also in the bunker, plotting the murder-suicide of their 6 children and themselves. Hitler's girlfriend, Eva Braun, invited Speer into her quarters to eat cake and drink Moet and Chandon until Hitler was ready to see him. At 3 a.m., Speer was told he could come in. "I was both moved and confused," Speer later recalled. For his part, he, Hitler, showed no emotion when we confronted one another. His words were as cold as his hand. "So you're leaving?" Hitler asked Speer. Then he said, "Good. Auf Wiedersehen." Goodbye. Speer felt scorned. No regards to my family, no wishes, no thanks, no farewell. For a moment, Speer lost his composure and mumbled something about coming back. But Hitler dismissed his Minister of War and Weapons and Speer left. 6 days after Speer's final meeting with Hitler, the U.S. Army liberated Dachau, a concentration camp located 12 miles outside Munich. It was 7:30 in the morning on April 29th when 50 tanks from the 7th Army, 3rd Battalion of the 157th Infantry Regiment pulled up to what at first seemed like an ordinary military post, located adjacent to an SS training camp. The weather was cold and there was a dusting of snow. The post was surrounded by high brick walls, an electrified barbed wire fence, and a deep ditch. 7 fortified guard towers loomed overhead. The large iron front gates were closed and locked. A few American soldiers scaled the fence, cut the locks, and opened the gates. The soldiers rushed inside. A brief exchange of rifle fire ensued. Turkish newspaper correspondent Naran E. Gun, imprisoned in Dachau for his reports on the Warsaw Ghetto, bore witness as some of the SS guards in the watchtowers began shooting at prisoners. But the American soldiers, Gun said, put a quick end to that. The SS guards promptly came down the ladders, their hands raised high in surrender. Other accounts describe brutal acts of vengeance inflicted by prisoners against their former SS guards. More gunfire ensued as a second unit, the 45th Thunderbird Division, approached Dachau from the southwest. They discovered 50 open freight cars abandoned just outside the garrison. Each train car was filled with emaciated bodies. There were several thousand corpses in all. Dachau, the first Nazi concentration camp, had been established by Himmler on March 20, 1933. It was originally a place where communists and other political enemies of National Socialism, the ideology of the Nazi Party, were sent. The name came from the fact that prisoners could be concentrated in a group and held under protective custody following Nazi law. Quickly, this changed. Himmler made concentration camps legally independent administrative units outside the penal code and the ordinary law. Dachau had served as a training center for SS concentration camp guards and became a model for how hundreds of other concentration camps were to be set up and run. It was also a model for Nazi medical research programs involving doctors who would later become part of Operation Paperclip. A young U.S. Army lieutenant and physician, Dr. Marcus J. Smith, arrived at Dachau early on the morning of April 30th, 1945, and in his journal, Smith noted how cold and gloomy the 1,000-year-old city was. Before noon, it started to hail. Dr. Smith was the sole medical officer attached to a 10-man displaced persons team sent to the concentration camp the day after it was liberated. He and his fellow soldiers had instructions to do what they could to help the 32,000 starved, diseased, and dying camp survivors as they waited for Red Cross workers to arrive. The newly liberated suffered from dysentery, tuberculosis, typhus, pneumonia, scabies, and other infectious diseases in early, late, and terminal stages, Smith wrote. Even my callous, death-hardened county hospital exterior begins to crack. One of my men weeps. During breaks, Dr. Smith walked around Dachau's gas chamber to try and make sense of what had gone on there. "I cannot believe this is possible in this enlightened age," he wrote. In the rear of the crematorium is a sign depicting a man riding a monstrous pig. "Wash your hands," says the caption. "It is your duty to remain clean." In his spare time, Dr. Smith wandered through the camp. On one of these walks, I enter a one-story building that contains laboratory counters and storage shelves, Smith wrote. Almost everything in it has been smashed. I step over broken benches and drawers, twisted instruments, and shattered glassware. In the debris, I am surprised to find a few specimen jars and bottles intact, filled with preserved human and insect tissues. Smith asked questions around the concentration camp to try to learn more. Prisoners told him that the laboratory had served Nazi doctors as an experimental medical ward, and that everyone was afraid of it because it was a place where selected prisoners were used as experimental subjects without their consent. Although it was not yet known by American or British intelligence at the time, what Dr. Marcus Smith had come upon at Dachau was the place where a group of Luftwaffe doctors had been conducting medical research experiments on humans. This work took place in a freestanding barracks, isolated from the others, and was called Experimental Cell Block 5. Many of the Reich's elite medical doctors passed through the laboratory here. The work that was performed in Experimental Cell Block 5 was science without conscience, bad science for bad ends. That at least 6 Nazi medical doctors involved in this research at Dachau would be among the first scientists given contracts by the U.S. Army would become one of the darkest secrets of Operation Paperclip. Chapter 5. The Captured and Their Interrogators. The capturing of Nazi scientists would now become a watershed. One by one, across the Reich, Hitler's scientists were taken into custody and interrogated. The day after Dachau was liberated, 375 miles to the north, Soviet commanders planned their final assault on the iconic Reichstag building in Berlin. Sometime around 3:30 in the afternoon, inside the Führerbunker, Hitler fired a bullet into his head. The Russians were just 500 meters from the Führerbunker's emergency exit door. Around the corner, under the Reich Chancellery, Red Army soldiers took over the underground subway tunnels, including the one Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber had been using as a hospital. Soviet film footage, alleged by Schreiber to have been filmed days later as a reenactment, shows Schreiber coming out of a cellar with his hands over his head. Up north, Siegfried Kneemeyer was captured by the British. Baumbach, Kneemeyer, and Speer never escaped to Greenland after all. Shortly after Hitler killed himself, Baumbach was ordered by Grand Admiral Dönitz to go to the small town of Eutin, 40 miles north of the city of Hamburg. Hitler had named Dönitz his successor. Dönitz set up his new government in the naval barracks at Eutin because it was one of the few places not yet controlled by Allied forces. Siegfried Kneemeyer hadn't been invited to join the new inner circle. Baumbach let him keep the BMW and Kneemeyer fled west. On a country road outside Hamburg, Kneemeyer spotted a vehicle filled with British soldiers on approach. He knew that the BMW he was driving would be recognized as belonging to a senior military officer, so he pulled off the highway, ditched the car, and fled on foot. British soldiers found him hiding under a bridge and arrested him. Kneemeyer was taken to a newly liberated concentration camp outside Hamburg, where hundreds of other German officers and Nazi Party officials were held. He was a prisoner of war now and was accordingly stripped of his valuables and military insignia. Years later, Kneemeyer would share with his son that he managed to hide his one remaining meaningful possession in his shoe, a 1,000 Swiss franc note given to him by Albert Speer. Von Braun and Dornberger were not captured. So confident were they as to their future use by the U.S. Army that they turned themselves in. Since departing from Nordhausen several weeks before, von Braun, Dornberger, and hundreds of other men from the rocket program had been hiding out in a remote ski village in the Bavarian Alps. Their resort, Haus Ingeborg, was located at an elevation of 3,850 feet, along a windy mountain road then called the Adolf Hitler Pass, known before and after the war as the Überjoch Pass. Thanks to the resources of the SS, the scientists had plenty of fine food and drink. There was a sun terrace and, as von Braun reflected after the war, little for any of them to do but eat, drink, sunbathe, and admire the snow-capped Allgäu Alps. There I was, living royally in a ski hotel on a mountain plateau, von Braun later recalled. The French below us to the west and the Americans to the south. But no one, of course, suspected we were there. On the night of May 1st, 1945, the scientists were listening to the national radio as it played Bruckner's Symphony No. 7, when at 10:26 the music was interrupted by a long military drum roll. Our Führer, Adolf Hitler, fighting to the last breath against Bolshevism, fell for Germany this afternoon in his operational headquarters in the Reich Chancellery, the radio announcer declared. The fight was a fabrication. But Hitler's death spurred Wernher von Braun to action. Von Braun approached General Dornberger, suggesting that they move quickly to make a deal with the Americans. I agree with you, Wernher, Dornberger was overheard saying late that night. It's our obligation to put our baby into the right hands. At Haus Ingeborg, the rocket scientists had been using a network of German and Austrian intelligence sources to keep track of U.S. Army developments in the area. Von Braun and Dornberger knew that a unit of U.S. soldiers had set up a base at the bottom of the mountain on the Austrian side. The two men agreed it was best to send von Braun's younger brother, Magnus, down the mountain to try to make a deal with the Americans. Magnus was trustworthy. He understood what could be said about the V-2 and what could never be said. Magnus von Braun had been in charge of overseeing slave labor production of the gyroscopes that each rocket required, and he understood why the subject of slave labor was to be avoided at all cost. He also was the best English speaker in the group. On the morning of May 2nd, Magnus von Braun climbed onto a bicycle and began pedaling down the steep mountain pass through the bright alpine sunshine. Shortly before lunchtime, he came upon an American soldier manning a post along the road. It was Private First Class Fred Schneikert, the son of a Wisconsin farmer, now a soldier with the 44th Infantry Division of the U.S. Army. When Private Schneikert spotted a lone German on a bicycle, he ordered the man to drop the bike and raise both hands. Magnus von Braun complied. In broken English, he tried explaining to the American soldier that his brother wanted to make a deal with regard to the V-2 rocket. It sounded like he wanted to sell his brother to the Americans, Private Schneikert recalled. Private Schneikert escorted Magnus von Braun further down the mountain so he could speak with a superior at the 44th Division's U.S. Counterintelligence Corps, CIC, headquarters, located in Reutte, just over the border in Austria. There, CIC contacted SHAEF headquarters in Versailles, which contacted a SIOS team. The SIOS blacklist for rocket research included 1,000 names of scientists and engineers slated for interrogation. Wernher von Braun was at the top of that list. It was May 2nd, 1945, and although Hitler was dead, the German Reich had not yet surrendered. Allies feared members of a fanatical resistance group, the Werewolves, were lurking in Bavaria, planning a final attack. Thinking that the von Braun brother could be part of a trap, the Counterintelligence Corps told Magnus to go tell his brother Wernher to come down and surrender himself. Magnus headed back up the mountain with the news. At the Haus Ingeborg ski resort, Wernher von Braun and General Dornberger had selected a small group to join their deal-making team. They were Magnus von Braun, General Dornberger's chief of staff, Herbert Axter, the engine specialist, Hans Lindenberg, and the two engineers who had hidden the V2 documents inside the Dorten mine, Dieter Hutzel and Bernhard Tessmann. The men stuffed their personal belongings into 3 gray passenger vans and headed down the Adolf Hitler Pass. Heavy snow gave way to driving rain. When the group of 7 arrived in Reutte later that night, they found First Lieutenant Charles Stewart doing paperwork by candlelight. Their welcome was by many accounts warm. "I did not expect to be kicked in the teeth," von Braun told an American reporter years later. "The V2 was something we had and you didn't have. Naturally, you wanted to know all about it." The rocket scientists were served fresh eggs, coffee, and bread with real butter. Fancy, but not quite as good as what was being provided at Haus Ingeborg. The scientists were given private rooms to sleep in with pillows and clean sheets. In the morning, the press had arrived. The capture of the scientists and engineers behind the deadly V2 was a big story for the international press. The group posed for photographs, and in the pictures they are all smiles. Von Braun boasted about having invented the V2. He was its founder and guiding spirit, von Braun insisted. Everyone else was secondary to him. Some members of the 44th Division Counterintelligence Corps found von Braun's hubris appalling. He posed for endless pictures with individual GIs in which he beamed, shook hands, pointed inquiringly at medals, and otherwise conducted himself as a celebrity rather than a prisoner, noted one member, treating our soldiers with the affable condescension of a visiting congressman. Second Lieutenant Walter Jessel was the American intelligence officer originally in charge of interrogating von Braun. His first and most lasting impression was the lack of remorse. "There is recognition of Germany's defeat, but none whatsoever of Germany's guilt and responsibility." So confident were von Braun and Dornberger about their value to the U.S. Army, they demanded to see General Eisenhower, whom they called Ike. Another observer noted, "If we hadn't caught the biggest scientist in the Third Reich, we certainly caught the biggest liar." Hitler's chemists, sought after as they were nowhere to be found. It was early May, and the 7th Army was in control of the beautiful old city of Heidelberg, located on the Neckar River. 25 agents attached to the U.S. military government's Cartels Division, including clerks with OSS and the Foreign Economic Division, had descended on the town looking for board members from IG Farben. In addition to being wanted for war crimes, the IG Farben Board of Directors was being investigated for international money laundering schemes. A number of high-ranking Farben executives were known to have houses in Heidelberg, but to date no one had been able to find Hermann Schmitz, the company's powerful and secretive CEO. Schmitz was also a director of the Deutsche Reichsbank, the German central bank, and director of the Bank for International Settlements in Geneva. He was believed to be the wealthiest banker in all of Germany. The reason no one had been able to locate Hermann Schmitz was not because he was hiding out or had fled, but because officers were going around Heidelberg looking for Schmitz Castle. Despite the vast wealth he had accumulated during the war, Hermann Schmitz was actually a miser. He lived in a modest, if not ugly, little house. No one would associate the legend of Schmitz with the house he lived in, Nuremberg prosecutor Josiah Dubois recalled after the war. Working on a tip and as part of a door-to-door search for suspected war criminals, a group of enlisted soldiers knocked on the door of a stucco pillbox of a house, overlooking the city, where a short man with a red face and a thick neck answered the door. Behind him, on a placard nailed to the wall, it was written that God was the head of this house. Schmitz had dark eyes and a goatee and was accompanied by his wife, described by soldiers as a dumpy frau in a crisp gingham dress. Frau Schmitz offered the soldiers coffee, but Schmitz intervened and told her no. Schmitz said he had no interest in answering the questions of the enlisted men whom he considered beneath him. If an officer came to speak with him, Schmitz said he might have something to say. The men conducted a cursory search of the house. Schmitz's office was plainly furnished and contained nothing expensive or of any obvious value. Searching through his desk, however, the soldiers learned that Schmitz had friends in high places. They found a collection of birthday telegrams sent from Hitler and Göring, both of whom addressed Schmitz as Justizrats, Doctor of Laws. Doctor of Laws Schmitz, the soldiers asked, mocking him. How much money do you have in this house, and where is it? Schmitz declined to say, and the soldiers were only able to locate a small stash of about 15,000 Reichsmarks, or about half the annual salary of a field marshal. So they left, letting Schmitz know that they would return the following day. On the second day, Schmitz let the soldiers back in. This time, the soldiers found an air raid shelter behind the house, where Schmitz had hidden a trunk filled with IG Farben documents. There was still not enough evidence to justify arresting Schmitz. It would be a few more days until an incredible discovery was made. When SIOS team leader Major Tilly learned that Hermann Schmitz had been located, he rushed to Heidelberg. Tilly and Tarr had been leading the SIOS chemical weapons mission across Germany. Ever since they had discovered the Tabin nerve agent cache hidden in the forest outside the robbers' lair, they had been looking for Farben executives. Now they had the man at the top. If anyone could skillfully interrogate Hermann Schmitz, Major Tilly could. Not only did he speak fluent German, but he was deeply conversant on the subject of chemical warfare. In Heidelberg, Tilly went directly to Schmitz's house. He suggested that the two men discuss a few things in Herr Schmitz's private study. Schmitz said that would be fine. Tilly asked the Farben CEO a series of banal questions, all the while tapping on the walls of Schmitz's study. Slowly, Tilly made his way around the room this way, listening for any inconsistencies in the way the walls were built. Schmitz grew increasingly uncomfortable. Finally, he began to cry. Tilly had found what he was looking for, a secret safe buried in Schmitz's office wall. Hermann Schmitz was one of the wealthiest bankers in Germany and one of the most important players in the economics of the Third Reich. What secret was contained in his safe? Major Tilly instructed Schmitz to open it. Inside, lying flat, was a photo album. The photographs were in a wooden inlaid cover dedicated to Hermann Schmitz on his 25th Jubilee, possibly as a Farben director. Tilly explained in a SIOS intelligence report. Tilly lifted out the photo album from its hiding place, flipped open the cover, and began reviewing the pictures. On page 1 of the scrapbook, the word Auschwitz was written. Tilly's eyes scanned over a picture of a street in a Polish village. Next to the photograph was a cartoonish drawing, depicting individuals who had once been part of the Jewish population who lived there, portrayed in a manner that was not flattering to them, Tilly explained. The caption underneath the cartoon read, "The Old Auschwitz, as it was, Auschwitz in 1940. At this point, Tilly wrote in his SIOS report, he was surprised at how highly emotional Schmitz became. What Tilly did not yet know was that he was looking at Schmitz's secret photo album that chronicled the building history of Farben's labor concentration camp, IG Auschwitz, from the very start. In May of 1945, almost no one, including Major Tilly, had any idea what really had happened at Auschwitz, that at least 1.1 million people had been exterminated there. The facts about the camp had not yet come to light. On January 27, 1945, Soviet troops liberated Auschwitz, and Red Army photographers took film footage and photographs of the atrocities they discovered there. But that information had not yet been shared openly with the rest of the world. A short report about the extermination camp had appeared in Stalinovsk Zamnaya, the Red Army's newspaper, on January 28, 1945. Stalin was waiting to release the bulk of information until after Germany surrendered. What was clear to Major Tilly was that this photo album was important to Schmitz, and that he wanted it to remain hidden. Why exactly, Major Tilly had no idea. As SIOS team leader, Major Tilly was on a hunt for Farben chemists who had developed nerve gas. Hermann Schmitz, while important to Farben in the bigger picture, was not a chemist. He claimed to have no idea where the Farben chemists had gone. The scrapbook was taken into evidence, and Tilly moved on in his search. Meanwhile, in southern Germany, in an Austrian border town called Gindorf, the man Major Tilly was really looking for, Dr. Otto Ambros, had just been located by U.S. Army soldiers. The soldiers had no idea who Ambros really was. When American soldiers rolled into the town of Gindorf, about 60 miles southeast of Munich, they noticed one man in particular because he stood out like a sore thumb. This first encounter with Ambros, later recounted at the Nuremberg trials, stuck out in the soldiers' minds because Ambros had been dressed in a fancy suit to greet the victors. The man hardly looked like he'd been through a war. The soldiers asked the man his rank and serial number. "My name is Otto Ambros," he said, smiling. He added that he was not a military man, but a plain chemist. Was he German, the soldiers asked. "Yes, I am German," Ambros replied, and made a joke. He said that he had so many French friends, he could almost be considered a Frenchman. In fact, his true home was in Ludwigshafen, on the border with France. He told the soldiers that the reason he was here in southern Bavaria was because he was the director of a large business concern called IG Farben. The company had a detergent factory here in Gindorf, Ambros explained. As a Farben board member, he'd been asked to oversee production. German society might be experiencing a collapse, he told the soldiers, but everyone needed to stay clean. The soldiers asked to be taken to the detergent factory. Inside, they inspected huge vats of soap and other cleaning products. Work at the factory appeared to have been uninterrupted by the war. Ambros took the soldiers to his office, where someone had taped a rainbow of color spectrum cards to the wall. In addition to cleaning products, the facility made lacquers, Ambros explained. The soldiers looked around, thanked Ambros for the tour, and asked him not to leave town. "I have no reason to flee," said Ambros. The soldiers noted how much he smiled. Over the next few days, more soldiers arrived in Gindorf. These filthy, grime-covered American GIs were delighted when the so-called plain chemist offered them free bars of soap. Some of the soldiers hadn't washed in more than a month. The chemist's generosity did not stop there. Otto Ambros gave the soldiers powerful cleaning solvents so that they could wash their mud-covered armored tanks. Soldiers interviewed Otto Ambros a second time. This time, Ambros voluntarily offered up character witnesses. Working at the Farben factory in Gindorf were skinny men with shaved heads. Ambros said they were war refugees and that they could vouch for his kindness as a boss. They were from Poland, just across the border to the east. Ambros told the soldiers that he had personally brought these poor workers here to Gindorf. He'd hand-picked the men and trained them how to work hard. This way, when the refugees went home, they would have skills that could help them earn a living, Ambros explained. The skinny refugees were quiet and said nothing to dispute the plain chemist's claims. Some of them even helped the American soldiers wash their tanks. Otto Ambros was a talkative man. He regaled the Americans with stories about the joys of chemistry. For example, did the soldiers realize what a miracle it was that man could make 100 wonders from a single chemical compound like ethylene oxide? Or how amazing rubber was? Ambros told the soldiers that he'd been to Ceylon, where the rubber plant grows. Rubber had so much in common with man, Ambrose said. He was a rubber expert, so he knew this to be fact. Rubber was civilized, neat and perfect if kept clean. Ambrose told the soldiers that a rubber factory and a man must always be very clean. A single flake of dust or dirt in a vat of liquid rubber could mean a blowout on the Autobahn one day. IG Farben had synthetic rubber factories and, like natural rubber, the laboratories and factories must always be kept perfectly clean. Ambrose talked a lot, but he did not mention anything about the rubber factory he had built and managed at Auschwitz. The soldiers thanked him for his generosity with the soap and the cleaning agents. Before they left, they reminded Ambrose again that it was important he not leave town. He was technically under house arrest. When American officials of higher rank finally arrived in Gindorf a few days later, they had more specific questions for Ambrose. Why was part of the Farben detergent factory built underground? It would take months for SIOS investigators to learn that the factory here in Gindorf produced chemical weapons during the war, and that after Ambrose had fled Auschwitz in late January 1945, he and his deputy, Jürgen von Klink, had come to Gindorf to destroy evidence, hide documents, and disguise the factory so that it appeared to produce only detergents and soap. In Munich, on May 17, 1945, U.S. soldiers at a checkpoint were conducting a routine identification request when a well-dressed man, 134 pounds, 5'9", with dark black hair, hazel eyes, and a pronounced dueling scar on the left side of his face, between his nose and his upper lip, presented a German passport bearing the name Professor Dr. Friedrich Ludwig Kurt Blome. Dr. Blome's name triggered an alert. Immediate arrest. First priority. Samuel Goudsmit and the entire team of biological warfare experts with Operation Alsace had been on the hunt for Dr. Blome. Agent Arnold Weith, with the Army's Counterintelligence Corps, made the arrest. Agent Weith completed the necessary paperwork while the prisoner was processed. Dr. Blome was sent to the 12th Army Group Interrogation Center for questioning. Several days later, a document arrived via teletype from the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, America's wartime espionage agency and the precursor to the CIA. They, too, had been searching for Dr. Blome. The War Crimes Office had considerable information about Dr. Kurt Blome. He was Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich and Vice President of the Reich's Physicians League, Reichsarztkammer. He was believed to have reported directly to Göring and maybe even Himmler or to both. Blome had been named head of Reich Cancer Research in 1942. Alsace and OSS presumed that this was a cover name for biological weapons work. Blome was a dedicated and proud Nazi. His book, Arzt und Kampf, Doctor in Battle, compared a doctor's struggle with the struggle of the Third Reich. Soldiers, officers, and doctors weren't all that different, each constantly in battle against invading forces and disease. Investigators were trying to piece together the labyrinthine medical hierarchy of the Third Reich so as to understand who was in charge of what organization. Particularly interesting to the interrogators was the fact that Dr. Kurt Blome had been part of a top-tier group of Nazi doctors who focused on hygiene. This word connotated disease control, but was also believed to have been used by the Reich as a euphemism for ethnic cleansing and extermination of Jews. Alsace was in possession of correspondence between Blome and Himmler that discussed giving certain groups of sick individuals, in this case tubercular Poles, special treatment, Sonderbehandlung. What exactly did special treatment mean? At the time of Blome's capture and interrogation, Allied intelligence agencies believed that there was only one physician higher than Blome in the hierarchy of the Reich Hygiene Committee, and that was the notorious Reich health leader, Reichsgesundheitsführer Leonardo Conti. Dr. Blome spoke fluent English with his first army interrogator. He described himself as a good Nazi, obedient, and promised that he was willing to cooperate with the Allies. At first, his interrogators were thrilled by the prospect of learning more about Reich medicine from such a big fish as Dr. Blome. Why was he cooperating? Blome was asked. I cannot approve of the way new advances in medical science have been used for atrocities, declared Dr. Blome. What kind of atrocities? Blome's investigator wanted to know. Blome stated that in his capacity as Deputy Surgeon General of the Reich, he had observed new scientific studies and experiments which led to later atrocities, e.g., mass sterilization, gassing of Jews. It was an astonishing admission. Until Dr. Blome gave up this information so freely, no physician in the inner circle had admitted to having known about such wide-scale atrocities as mass murder and sterilization programs. That Blome was willing to talk was extremely promising news. Blome was cooperative and intelligent, noted his interrogator. Most important, he was willing to supply information. But the U.S. investigators' excitement did not last long. By his next interrogation, Dr. Kurt Blome had shut down entirely. He told his interrogating officer, Major E.W.B. Gill, that he had only ever been an administrator for the Reich, that he did nothing hands-on. Major Gill pressed Blome for information about his direct superior, Dr. Leonardo Conti. Blome said he knew nothing about Conti's job. When I pointed out that the deputy must presumably know something about his chief's job, Major Gill wrote in his report, he said the organization was extremely complicated and really he would like to draw me a diagram on it. Gill lost his temper. I told Blome I didn't want his damn diagrams, but an answer to a simple question. How did he take Conti's place if he, Conti, were absent or ill, if he knew nothing of the job? Blome repeated his position, that it was all too complicated to explain to a man like Major Gill. Outraged by the sidestepping, Gill kept at it. But by the end of Blome's Alsace interrogation, Major Gill had been unable to get even a scrap of new information from Blome. He claimed never to have heard of the majority of the names of fellow doctors that Major Gill asked him about. Instead, Blome insisted that he knew nothing about the medical chain of command inside the Third Reich or the SS, despite the fact that he had personally met with Himmler 5 times since 1943. Gill asked how Blome, a cancer expert, had been put in charge of the Reich's bioweapons program, a subject he claimed to know very little about. Blome said he had no answer for that. On my suggestion that a most important branch of war research would not be assigned to a complete ignoramus, he, after endless explanations of the complexity of the German world, finally said it must have been because, as an undergraduate, he wrote on BW, biological weapons, as his thesis for a doctorate. Major Gill felt for certain that Dr. Blome was lying. But there was nothing he could do except present Blome with information and evidence that Alsace had compiled about him since they had seized Dr. Eugen Hagen's apartment 6 months before. Gill told Blome that in a series of interrogations with 16 Reich doctors also involved in bioweapons-related research, Alsace officers had learned about many horrific medical crimes. Gill explained that Alsace had documents that tied Blome to the crimes. For example, Alsace had found letters inside the apartment of Dr. Eugen Hagen that linked Dr. Blome to Dr. Hagen, and also to an SS colleague named Dr. August Hirt. These letters made clear that someone was providing Reich doctors with human guinea pigs. Who exactly was in charge of this program? Gill asked Blome. Gill needed a name. Blome denied having any idea what Gill was referring to. Major Gill told Blome he had a letter that implicated Bloma. In another letter, Gill said, Dr. Bloma had instructed Dr. Hurt to conduct research on the effect of mustard gas on living organisms. The phrase living organisms was a code name for people, wasn't it? Gill asked Bloma. Dr. Bloma kept stonewalling. On the whole subject of SS research, his attitude was always that it was so secret that not even the Reich Chief Medical Advisor knew anything about it, Major Gill wrote in his report. Gill was convinced that Dr. Kurt Bloma was lying. He felt certain that Drs. Hagen, Hurt, Bloma, and the SS were connected to medical research on prisoners at concentration camps. This interrogation was extremely unproductive, a frustrated Major Gill summarized in his report. Although I do not wish to be definitive, my first impression is that Bloma is a liar and a medical charlatan. Down south in the Bavarian Alps, while the V-2 rocket scientists angled for a deal with the U.S. Army, George Ricke, former general manager of the Middle Work, tried to blend in. Ricke had taken a job 90 miles from Nordhausen, running operations in a salt mine. For several weeks, no one was looking for him. Then, Colonel Peter Beasley, of the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey, USSBS, arrived in the area on a mission from the War Department. Beasley's job was to locate the engineers who had built the fortified underground weapons facilities in the Harz. These bomb-proof bunkers were extraordinary engineering feats, and the USSBS was impressed with how so many of them had withstood relentless Allied air bombing campaigns. The rocket facility at Nordhausen was of particular importance to USSBS officers, and Colonel Beasley set up shop in an abandoned barracks just north of the former Mittelwerk factory in a town called Eelfeld to investigate. As circumstance would have it, the barracks he chose to occupy was the building in which the former office of George Ricke was located. From documents and equipment left behind, Colonel Beasley learned that Ricke possessed extremely valuable information about how the tunnel factory had been built. Beasley asked around, but none of the locals claimed to know where Ricke had gone. I made daily visits to the jails in the small towns to see if I could locate anyone who might interest me, Beasley wrote in a report. Eventually he found a man who gave him a tip. George Ricke was running operations at a salt mine in the Black Forest, the man said. Colonel Beasley sent 2 officers into the field to track Ricke down. Meanwhile, Beasley and his team followed another lead. In Blankenberg, Beasley wrote, we found a school building with some miscellaneous papers bearing the Speer Ministry insignia. From these documents, Beasley learned that George Ricke was the liaison between the Mittelwerk and the Ministry of Armaments. When Beasley's 2 officers returned with George Ricke in custody, Beasley placed Ricke under arrest and began to interrogate him. He was a nervous little man who smoked incessantly and always brought the conversation back to scientific or technical matters, Beasley recalled after the war, but in the end, he was a most profitable catch. I've got a job for you, Beasley told Ricke. I want you to begin right now writing out a full description of yourself and all the activities of the V-2 factory and what your people were working on. Ricke complied. When the task was complete, Beasley told the former general manager of the Mittelwerk, we accept you as an official of the German government. We have patience and time and lots of people. You have lost the war, and so as far as I am concerned, you are a man who knows a lot about rockets. As an American officer, I want my country to have full possession of all your knowledge. To my superiors, I shall recommend that you be taken to the United States. Ricke embraced this news with open arms. He told Beasley that he was a scientist and only wanted to work in pleasant surroundings, like the United States. He agreed to tell Beasley where some important records had been hidden. Ricke took Colonel Beasley to a cave several miles away. There, 42 boxes of worksheets, engineering tables, and blueprints relating to Nordhausen and the V2 had been stashed. This was certainly not Warner von Braun's document stash, but for the USS BS, it was more than they possessed up to this point. Now that he was in possession of a huge trove of documents, Colonel Beasley realized that he needed to have them translated by someone with technical expertise. He had promised Rickey a recommendation for a job in the United States, but first he needed Rickey to come with him to London to translate and analyze these documents for him. Albert Speer, one of the most wanted Nazi war criminals in the world, was finally captured on the morning of May 23, 1945. He was standing in one of the bathrooms of a friend's castle, Schloss Glücksburg, near Flensburg, in northern Germany. Hitler's successor, Grand Admiral Dönitz, had by now moved his new government from Eutin to Flensburg, which was located just a few miles from the Danish border. Speer, a Dönitz cabinet member, had been making the daily 6-mile drive from Schloss Glücksburg to the new government's headquarters. The way Speer told the story of his capture, he had been shaving when he heard the sounds of heavy footsteps and loud orders being delivered in English. Sensing that the end of his freedom had arrived, Speer opened the bathroom door a little, his face half covered in shaving cream, and saw the British soldiers standing there. "Are you Albert Speer, sir?" a British sergeant asked. "Yes, I am Speer," he answered in English. "Sir, you are my prisoner," the sergeant said. Speer got dressed and packed a bag. Outside, on the castle lawn, a unit of British soldiers with anti-tank guns had surrounded Schloss Glücksburg. Speer was arrested and taken away. By the time the British arrested Speer, American officials had known for nearly 2 weeks where he had been hiding out. Speer's previous 11 days in the castle had been spent in discussions with American officials with the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey, USS BS. The head of that organization, Paul Nitz, had managed to be the first person in an international manhunt to track down Albert Speer. Nitz considered Speer his most desired intelligence target, and on May 12, 1945, he boarded his DC-3 from where he was stationed in London and headed to Castle Glücksburg before you could say knife, Nitz recalled after the war. Because Flensburg was in the British zone of control, it was the British who needed to arrest Albert Speer. Until then, Nitz, an American, felt at liberty to get as much information from Speer as he could. "We were looking for absolutely vital information and knowledge, and he was literally the only person in Germany who was in a position to provide it," Nitz recalled years later. Specifically, Nitz's organization wanted to know which Allied bombing campaigns had proved the most devastating against Germany during the war. America was still at war with the Japanese, and the USS BS believed Speer could provide them with information that might help America defeat them. Nitz was joined at the castle by 2 of his colleagues, George Ball and John Kenneth Galbraith. For the next 11 days, the 3 men questioned Speer. From inside an elegant sitting room, wallpapered in red and gold brocade, the men discussed which Allied bombing campaigns had done the most damage to Nazi Germany and which had had the least effect. Of particular interest to Nitz, Ball, and Galbraith was how the Reich's armaments industry had been able to hold out for so long. Speer explained that at his initiative, the majority of the Reich's weapons facilities had been moved underground. These weapons complexes had proved to be impervious to even the heaviest bombing campaigns. They were engineering triumphs, their construction spearheaded largely by Franz Dorsch and Speer's deputy, Walter Schieber, Speer said. Speer's secretary, Annemarie Kempf, took notes. The only interruption was when the cook for the castle summoned everyone for lunch. Speer did not mention that his deputy, SS Brigadeführer Schieber, a chemist, also worked with Speer in chemical weapons production. That would be opening up a can of war crimes-related worms. The Americans were not interested in pressing Speer about his involvement in war crimes, and Speer was certainly not offering up any incriminating evidence against himself. Mostly he boasted about his ministry's feats. George Ball recalled that only once, maybe twice, during the USS BS questioning was Speer asked about the concentration camps. I asked him what he knew about the extermination of the Jews. He said he couldn't comment because he hadn't known about it, but he added that it was a mistake not to have found out, Ball told Speer's biographer, Gita Zerine, after the war. John Kenneth Galbraith was the only one of the 3 men from the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey who had toured a liberated concentration camp before interviewing Speer. Galbraith had seen the atrocities at Dachau and Buchenwald. He explained, one was just beginning to hear rumors about Auschwitz. Did Galbraith believe that Speer did not know about the extermination of the Jews? No, I don't believe he didn't know, Galbraith told Zerine. Certainly he knew about all the slave laborers. I remember him saying to us, "You should hang Sauckel," Speer's deputy in charge of slave labor. And then a few weeks later, Sauckel said to us, "You should hang Speer." Nice people, weren't they? After 11 days of discussions with the Americans, the British located and arrested Speer. They drove him the 6 miles to Flensburg, where the remaining members of Hitler's government were also arrested. Under an escort of more than 30 armored vehicles, the prisoners were driven to waiting aircraft. There, in a field of grass, the men of Hitler's inner circle were loaded onto 2 airplanes and flown to a top-secret interrogation center codenamed Ashcan. That same afternoon, 100 miles south of Flensburg, at the 31st Civilian Interrogation Camp near Lüneburg, a former Wehrmacht sergeant was making a lot of noise. The officer in charge of Camp 31, Captain Thomas Sylvester, found the man's behavior odd. Wehrmacht soldiers who were prisoners rarely did anything to draw attention to themselves. Captain Sylvester sent for the agitated man, whom he described as a short, ill-looking person in civilian clothing with a black eye patch over his left eye. Face to face with Captain Sylvester, the small, ugly man ceremoniously pulled off the eye patch, revealing a pale, unshaven face. The man then produced a pair of horn-rimmed glasses from his pocket and put them on his face. "Heinrich Himmler," the prisoner announced in a quiet voice. With the glasses on, Captain Sylvester recognized Heinrich Himmler at once. Before him stood a man many considered the most powerful man in the Third Reich after Hitler. Himmler was Reichsfuhrer SS and chief of the German police, commander of the reserve army of the Wehrmacht, and Reich Minister of the Interior. That face, the cleft chin and the sinister, smiling eyes. Ever since a drawing of Himmler had appeared on the cover of Time magazine on October 11, 1943, portraying the police chief of Nazi Europe in front of a mountain of corpses, he had become synonymous with evil. Now that the little round glasses were on, Sylvester was certain this person was indeed Heinrich Himmler. Still, Captain Sylvester followed protocol and asked for signature verification. When Himmler had been captured days before, he'd presented forged military papers that identified him as a Wehrmacht sergeant named Heinrich Hitzinger. The signature matched, and Captain Sylvester sent for the most senior interrogator in Camp 31, a captain named Smith. Once Smith arrived, Sylvester ordered Himmler searched again. This time, British soldiers found 2 vials of poison hidden in Himmler's clothes. It was medicine to treat stomach cramps, Himmler said. Captain Smith ordered a second physical exam of the prisoner, and the camp's doctor, Captain Clement Wells, spotted a blue-tipped object hidden in the back of Himmler's mouth. When Dr. Wells tried to remove it, Himmler jerked his head back and bit down. The vial contained poison. Within seconds, the prisoner collapsed. Now, Heinrich Himmler was dead. An assistant to Dr. Wells noted in his diary, "This evil thing breathed its last breath at 23:14. The war in Europe was over. Germans called it Die Stunde Null, 0 hour. Cities lay in ruins. Allied bombing had destroyed more than 1.8 million German homes. Of the 18.2 million men who had served in the German Army, Navy, Luftwaffe, and the Waffen-SS, a total of 5.3 million had been killed. 61 countries had been drawn into a war Germany started. Some 50 million people were dead. The Third Reich was no more. Heinrich Himmler and Adolf Hitler were dead. Albert Speer was in custody. So were Siegfried Kneemeyer and Dr. Kurt Blome. Otto Ambros was under house arrest in Gindorf, with no one in Sayas or Alsace yet having figured out who he really was. Werner von Braun, Walter Dornberger, and Arthur Rudolph were in custody, working toward contracts with the U.S. Army. George Riquet had a job in London, translating documents for the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey. The future of war and weapons hung in the balance. What would happen to the Nazi scientists? Who would be hired and who would be hanged? In May 1945, there was no official policy regarding what to do with any of them. The question, who is a Nazi, is often a dark riddle. An officer with the Third Army, G5, wrote in a report sent to SHAEF headquarters in May. The question, what is a Nazi, is also not easy to answer. Over the next few months, critical decisions about what to do with Hitler's former scientists and engineers would be made, almost always based on an individual military organization's needs and justified by perceived threats. Official policy would follow, one version for the public and another for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, JCS. A headless monster called Project Paperclip would emerge. Part 2. The scale on which science and engineering have been harnessed to the chariot of destruction in Germany is indeed amazing. There is a tremendous amount to be learnt in Germany at the present time. W.S. Fahren, British aviation expert with the Royal Aircraft Establishment. Chapter 6. Harnessing the Chariot of Destruction. What to do about Hitler's former scientists? The fighting had stopped and the Allied forces were transitioning from a conquering army to an occupying force. Germany was to be disarmed, demilitarized, and denazified, so its ability to make war would be reduced to nil, and science and technology were at the very heart of the matter. Clearly, German science must be curbed, noted Army Air Forces Lieutenant Colonel John O'Mara in the Sayas report he authored on the rise of the Luftwaffe. But how? World War I had ended with a peace treaty that, among other restrictions, sought to prevent the rise of German air power by forbidding powered flight. The result, explained O'Mara, was as ludicrous as it was tragic. By the time Germany started World War II, its air force was the most powerful in the world. The mistake could not be repeated, and the U.S. procedural guidelines for an occupied Germany, contained in a directive known as JCS, Joint Chiefs of Staff, 1076, promised to nullify Germany's appetite for war. All military research was to cease. Scientists were rounded up and taken to detention centers for extensive questioning. Across the former Reich, SHAEF had set up internment centers where more than 1,500 scientists were now being held separate from other German prisoners of war. The U.S. Army had approximately 500 scientists in custody at Garmisch-Partenkirchen in the Bavarian Alps, including the von Braun and Dornberger group. There were 444 persons of interest detained in Heidenheim, north of Munich. 200 were in Zell am See in Austria. 30 kept at Château de Grand Chesnay in France. The U.S. Navy had 200 scientists and engineers at a holding facility in Kochel, Germany, including many wind tunnel experts. The Army Air Forces had 150 Luftwaffe engineers and technicians in Bad Kissingen, Germany, a majority of whom had been rounded up by Colonel Donald Putt. SIOS had 50 scientists, including Werner Ossenberg in Versailles. But there was no clear policy regarding what lay ahead for the scientists, engineers, and technicians in Allied custody, and General Eisenhower sought clarification on the issue. From Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force in France, he sent a cable to the War Department General Staff in Washington, D.C., asking for specific direction about longer-term goals. Restraint and control of future German scientific and technical investigations are clearly indicated, General Eisenhower wrote. But this headquarters is without guidance on the matter and is in no position to formulate long-term policy. Were these men going to be detained indefinitely? Interrogated and released? The War Department responded to Eisenhower's cable by letting him know his query was considered a matter of urgency. Tentative responsibility was assigned to the Captured Personnel and Materiel branch of the Military Intelligence Service, Europe. Now that group was in charge of overseeing the scientists' basic needs, including living quarters, food, and in some cases pay. But it would be another 2 weeks before the War Department would get back to General Eisenhower with any kind of a statement regarding policy. In the meantime, a number of events were unfolding, in America and in Germany, that would affect the decision-making of the War Department General Staff. In the absence of policy, ideas were floated at the Pentagon. Some, like Major General Kenneth B. Wolfe of the Army Air Forces, took matters into their own hands. General Wolfe was Chief of Engineering and Procurement for Air Technical Service Command at Wright Field, and he supported Major General Kner and Colonel Putt in their quest for capturing Luftwaffe spoils discovered at Volkenrode. But General Wolfe envisioned an even bigger science exploitation program and felt strongly that policy needed to be set now. Wolfe flew to SHAEF headquarters in France to meet with Eisenhower's deputy, General Lucius D. Clay, to promote his idea. General Clay told General Wolfe that he was not opposed to such a program, but that now was hardly a good time to broach it. Besieged by the countless demands and the chaotic conditions relevant to ending the war, and the burdensome complexities of planning for the peace, Clay considered such efforts 6 months premature, explains historian Clarence Lasby. General Clay told General Wolfe to come back and talk to him in 6 months. Instead, Wolfe set out for Nordhausen, Germany, where his colleague at the Pentagon, Colonel Gervais William Tritchell, was running Special Mission V2, the top-secret scientific intelligence operation for the U.S. Army Ordnance Rocket Branch. Inside the abandoned rocket production facility in the underground tunnel complex at Nordhausen, Special Mission V2 was just getting underway. When General Wolfe saw the vast numbers of V-weapons left behind, he became even more convinced that a U.S. program to exploit Nazi science had to happen now. Upon his return to Washington, D.C., General Wolfe wrote to General Clay with a revised idea. Not only did the United States military need to act immediately to capture Nazi armaments, Wolfe said, but America needed to hire the German scientists and engineers who had created the weapons and put them to work in America. If steps to this end are taken, the double purpose of preventing Germany's resurgence as a war power and advancing our own industrial future may be served. Clay did not respond. He had already told General Wolfe to back off for 6 months. Meanwhile, the work that was going on at Nordhausen under the auspices of Special Mission V2 would greatly influence the future of all the Nazi science programs that would follow. The man in charge of Special Mission V2, 28-year-old Major Robert B. Staver, was no stranger to the military significance of the Nazis' rockets. While preparing for Special Mission V2 in London the winter before, Staver was nearly killed by one. He and a British colleague had been working inside an office at 27 Grosvenor Square one afternoon in February when a loud blast knocked both of them to the floor. Staver went to the window and saw a big round cloud of smoke where a V2 had exploded overhead. Watching pieces of burning metal rain down from the sky, Staver did a few calculations in his head and determined that the V2 had likely been heading very directly at the building in which he was working when it blew up prematurely. A few weeks later, Major Staver was asleep in a hotel room near the Marble Arch when he was thrown out of bed by an enormous blast. A V2 had landed in nearby Hyde Park and killed 62 people. The near-death experiences made him ever more committed to Special Mission V2. For 6 weeks, Staver worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, studying aerial photographs of Nordhausen supplied to him by the British, and otherwise learning everything he could about V-weapons. As soon as the Allied forces liberated the tunnel complex, Major Staver would be one of the first intelligence officers inside. Now, finally, here he was at Nordhausen. It was May 12, 1945, and though his mission was almost complete, time was running out because the Russians were headed into this area soon. By U.S. Army calculations, they would most likely arrive in 18 days from Berlin. U.S. Army Ordnance believed that the V-2 rocket could help win the Pacific War, and for nearly 2 weeks, Staver had been hard at work. He had overseen the collection of 400 tons of rocket parts, which had been loaded onto rail cars for delivery to the port of Antwerp, from where they would be shipped to the United States. But with his degree in mechanical engineering from Stanford University, Staver knew that the V-2 rocket was a lot more than the sum of its parts. Without blueprints or technical drawings, it was highly unlikely that American engineers could simply cobble the rocket components together and make the V-2 fly. The drawings and blueprints had to have been stashed somewhere near Nordhausen. If only Major Staver could find a German scientist to bribe, he might be able to find out where the crucial documents were hidden. For 2 weeks now, Staver had been traveling through the Harz Mountain, touring underground weapons factories, searching for a clue or a lead as to who might know more about the V-2 document stash. Locals told a wide variety of stories. Some spoke of paperwork going up in flames. Others talked about truckloads of metal trunks being hidden away in abandoned buildings, in beer gardens, and in castle walls. But this was all hearsay. No one could produce a concrete lead, and it was not exactly difficult to understand why. War crimes investigators were also in Nordhausen, asking locals lots of questions. And as Staver trolled for rocket scientists, American GIs continued to dig mass graves for the thousands of corpses found at Nordhausen-Dora slave labor camp. The entire town of Nordhausen still smelled of death. While driving around on his hunt, Staver kept boxes stashed in the back of his army jeep filled with cigarettes, alcohol, and cans of Spam. These valuable black market goods worked well in exchange for information, and finally, Staver got the lead he was looking for. A source told him that there was a V-2 rocket scientist by the name of Karl Otto Fleischer who lived nearby. Fleischer had been an engineer inside the Nordhausen tunnels, as well as the Wehrmacht's business manager, and he knew a lot more than he was letting on. Fleischer reported directly to General Dornberger. He knew things. Staver drove to the scientist's residence with a proposition more powerful than a can of Spam. Major Staver told Karl Otto Fleischer that he could cooperate or go to jail. Important V-2 documents had been hidden somewhere around Nordhausen, Staver said. If anyone knew, Fleischer did, Staver surmised. Dieter Hutzel and Bernard Tessmann had indeed told Fleischer about the document stash in the Dorten mine before they fled for the Bavarian Alps. But Fleischer's allegiance was to his colleagues, so he lied to Staver and said he had no idea what Staver was talking about. He pointed the finger at another colleague, an engineer and Von Braun deputy named Dr. Eberhard Reis. Ask Reis, Fleischer said. He was the former chief in charge of the Peenemünde assembly line. When interviewed by Staver, Dr. Eberhard Reis played his own disinformation card, using Major Staver's influence to help spring a third colleague from jail. Walter Riedel, chief of V-2 rocket motor and structural design, had been one of the 4 men honored at the Castle Varlar event the previous December. Now, Riedel was receiving rough treatment in a jail 80 miles away, in Saalfeld. He had been mistaken by military intelligence as having been Hitler's biological weapons chief. Agents with the Counterintelligence Corps had knocked out several of Riedel's front teeth. His security report listed him as an active Nazi who wore the uniform and the party badge, Ardent. Riedel joined the Nazi Party in 1937 and was a member of 5 Nazi organizations. In a series of interviews with Riedel, Major Staver found him to be a strange bird. Riedel was obsessed with outer space vehicles, which he called passenger rockets. In one interview, Riedel insisted he designed these passenger rockets for short trips around the moon, and that he'd been pursuing space mirrors, which would be used for good and possibly evil. Riedel said he knew of at least 40 rocket scientists besides himself who should be brought to America to complete this groundbreaking work. If the Americans didn't act, Riedel said, the Russians surely would. Staver asked Riedel if he knew where the V-2 technical drawings were hidden. Riedel said he had no idea. Staver was working on a number of problems, all compounded by the fact that the Russians were coming. That much was real. Nordhausen had been liberated by the Americans and was originally designated to be part of the American zone. Stalin protested, saying Russia had lost 17 million men in the war and deserved greater reparations for the greater losses sustained. The Allies agreed to turn over a large swath of American-held German territory to the Soviets on June 1st. This territory included all of Nordhausen and everything in it. But Staver had more to worry about than the Russians. On May 18, 1945, an airplane arrived carrying a physicist and ordnance expert named Dr. Howard Percy H.P. Robertson. Robertson had been a team leader for Operation Alsace, and now he served President Eisenhower as chief of the Scientific Intelligence Advisory Section under Schaeff. Dr. H.P. Robertson told Major Staver that he intended to take rocket engineers Fleischer, Riedel, and Reis to Garmisch-Partenkirchen for interrogation, where they would be held alongside General Dornberger and Warner von Braun until the War Department General Staff decided on a policy regarding Nazi scientists. Major Staver refused to give up Fleischer, Riedel, and Reis. They were his charges, he told Robertson. As far as exploiting Nazi science for American use, Staver and Robertson saw eye to eye. But as far as giving Nazi scientists special privileges, the 2 men were on opposite sides of the aisle. The idea outraged Robertson, who saw Nazi scientists as amoral opportunists who were hostile to the Allied cause. Dr. Robertson was a mathematical physicist who had taken a leave of absence from a professorship at Princeton University to help in the war effort. He was a jovial, gentle man who liked crossword puzzles, Ivy League football matches, and scotch. Robertson spoke German fluently and was respected by Germany's academic elite not just for his scientific accomplishments, but because he had studied in 1925 in Göttingen and Munich. Before the war, Dr. Robertson counted many leading German scientists as his friends. World War II changed his perspective, notably regarding any German scientists who stayed and worked for Hitler. While at Princeton, Dr. Robertson had become friendly with Albert Einstein. The 2 men worked on theoretical projects together and spent time discussing Hitler, National Socialism, and the war. Einstein, born in Germany, had worked there until 1933, becoming director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute of Physics and professor at the University of Berlin. But when Hitler came to power, Einstein immediately renounced his citizenship in defiance of the Nazi Party and immigrated to the United States. Dr. Robertson shared Einstein's core view. It had been the duty of German scientists to protest Hitler's racist policies beginning in 1933. Anyone who had served the Reich's war machine was not going to be given a free pass by H.P. Robertson now. Determined to keep the Nazi scientists in his custody, Staver played the Russian card. Robertson may have been anti-Nazi, but he was also deeply patriotic. With access to secret Alsace intelligence information, Robertson was well aware that Russian rocket development was a legitimate and growing threat. Both men knew that in as little as 12 days, the Russians would arrive in Nordhausen. If Staver was not able to locate the V2 documents by then, the Russians would eventually find them. Major Staver appealed to Dr. Robertson, arguing that his keeping Fleischer, Riedel, and Race was the Army's last and best shot at locating the hidden V2 documents. Ultimately, Dr. Robertson agreed. In a final appeal, Staver asked Robertson if there was anything Robertson could offer up that might help him in his search for the V2 stash. Some clue or detail that Staver might be overlooking. Indeed, there was. Dr. Robertson's fluency in science and his familiarity with German scientific intelligence had thus far made him an extremely effective interrogator of the Nazi scientific and military elite. Wehrmacht generals, SS officers, and scientists were notoriously eager to speak with him. Listening to Staver, Dr. Robertson had an idea. He pulled a small writing pad out of his shirt pocket and looked over his notes. During an earlier interrogation of a rocket scientist named von Plutz, Robertson had gotten an interesting lead. He decided to share it with Major Staver. Von Plutz said that General Dornberger told General Rossmann, the German Army's Weapons Office department chief, that documents of V-weapon production were hidden in Kahlewerk, salt mine, at Bleischerode, walled into one of the mine shafts, read Robertson from his notes. Robertson suggested that Staver use that information to his advantage. He agreed to leave Fleischer, Riedel, and Race with Major Staver while he headed to Garmisch-Partenkirchen to interview General Dornberger and Werner von Braun. At Garmisch-Partenkirchen, Robertson found the rocket scientists sunbathing in the Alps. This lovely Bavarian ski resort was the place where Adolf Hitler had hosted the Winter Olympics in 1936. Now, the U.S. Army had hundreds of scientists set up in a former military barracks here. The food was plentiful, and the air was fresh and clean. Mountain springtime, Dieter Hutzel recalled in his memoir. Trees by now had donned their fresh, new green flowers everywhere as far as one could see from our windows and balconies. Rain was infrequent, and almost every day sunbathing was possible on a lawn-covered yard. Hutzel's only complaint was that he didn't receive mail and couldn't make telephone calls. Werner von Braun, General Dornberger, and their group had been here since being transferred from CIC headquarters in Reutte. Isolated in the Alps, the two scientists had been frustrating their interrogators, stonewalling and withholding information. Dr. Robertson came to see if he could get any better information out of the scientists. Most of the rocket team was here, including the two men who had stashed the V2 documents that Staver was now searching for, Dieter Hutzel and Bernard Tessmann. Neither Hutzel nor Tessmann had shared with von Braun or Dornberger the fact that they'd told Karl Otto Fleischer the location of the stash in the Dorten mine. Dornberger and von Braun were under the assumption that they held all the bargaining chips. The intelligence officer Walter Jessel had sensed something was amiss with Dornberger and von Braun, that the two rocket scientists were playing games. Control was exercised by Dornberger in the course of the PSYOS investigations, Jessel noted in one report. Dornberger's first instructions to other scientists, probably under the impression of immediate transfer of the whole group to the United States, were to cooperate fully with the investigators, Jessel explained. But as the days wore on and no deal was offered by the Allies, Jessel watched Dornberger become intractable. Sometime later, he, Dornberger, gave the word to the others to hold back on information and say as little as possible. The scientists were walking on the razor's edge. If they said too much, many of them could be implicated in the slave labor war crimes, as was the case with Arthur Rudolph, Middlework Operations Director. For Rudolph, it was best to say as little as possible. He described his time at Garmisch-Partenkirchen as enjoyable because it meant that the horrible days of fleeing were over. Years later, he described his weeks of internment in the Alps as ones where he could finally enjoy a few days of relief. But this relief was short-lived owing to his restless intellect. Rudolph demanded more of himself than a suntan, he later said. There were already rumors that the Americans would take us to the USA, so I decided I needed to learn English. Arthur Rudolph's interrogator saw Rudolph differently than he saw himself. In military intelligence documents, Rudolph was described as 100% Nazi, a dangerous type. There was a decision to be made whether to use Rudolph as an intelligence source or to intern him for denazification and investigation into possible war crimes. Denazification was an Allied strategy to democratize and demilitarize post-war Germany and Austria through tribunals in local civilian courts, Spruchkammern, that were set up to determine individual defendants' standings. Each German who was tried was judged to belong in one of 5 categories or classes. 1. Major offenders. 2. Party activists, militarists, and profiteers. 3. Individuals who were less incriminated. 4. Nazi Party followers. 5. Those who were exonerated. Rudolph's interrogator did not believe a committed Nazi like Arthur Rudolph would make a viable intelligence source, and he wrote, "Suggest internment." Rudolph hoped he would be hired by the Americans. He located a murder mystery in the Garmisch-Partenkirchen library, The Green Archer, and attempted to learn English for what he believed, correctly, would be a new job. Back in Nordhausen, Major Staver was making headway. Working on the new tip from Dr. Robertson, Staver drove to meet with his new source, Karl Otto Fleischer, in the parking lot. This time, Staver had Walter Riedel with him. In the parking lot, Staver demonstratively pulled a notebook from his breast pocket, just as Dr. Robertson had done with him. Staver read aloud a narrative he'd composed, part truth, part fiction. Von Braun, Ernst Steinhoff, and all the others who fled to the south have been interned at Garmisch, Major Staver told his 2 prisoners. Our intelligence officers have talked to von Plutz, General Dornberger, General Rossmann, and General Kammler, Staver said, also partially true. They told us that many of your drawings and important documents were buried underground in a mine somewhere around here, and that Riedel or you, Fleischer, could help us find them, Staver said, which was made up. Staver told the men that it was in their best interest to think over their next move very carefully. They could cooperate, he said, and give up the location of the V2 documents. Or they could stonewall and risk being put in prison for withholding information. They had one night to consider the offer. Staver would meet the 2 men the following morning in the same parking lot at exactly 11 a.m. When Staver arrived at the rendezvous point the next day, he was disheartened to find Riedel waiting for him but not Fleischer. Even odder, Riedel said he had a message from Fleischer to pass along. Fleischer was waiting for Major Staver in Heinrode, a nearby village, with some very important news. Staver needed to travel to Heinrode, find a boarding house called the Inn of the 3 Lime Trees, and ask for the concierge. Was this some kind of a trap or just another wild goose chase? Staver and Walter Riedel drove together to the Inn of the Three Lime Trees. There they met up with the innkeeper, who produced a message from Fleischer. Staver and Riedel were to walk through town, pass down a long alleyway, and head to the edge of the village, where they were to go to the home of a local priest. Staver and Riedel followed the trail, finally arriving at the priest's house. There, in flawless English, the priest told Major Staver that Fleischer would see him soon. Fleischer emerged at the top of the stairs, came down, and asked Staver to follow him outside so the two men could talk privately under an apple tree. There, in almost inaudible, somewhat apologetic tones, Fleischer admitted he had not been completely frank about the whereabouts of the V2 document stash, Staver explained. In fact, he knew where they were hidden and believed he was the only one in Nordhausen who did. But there was a problem, Fleischer said. He described to Staver how the caretaker at the mine had dynamited a wall of rubble over the entrance so no one could find them. This man was an ardent Nazi and would never turn over the documents to an American officer like Major Staver. Fleischer said he'd take Dr. Race with him to do the job. As unreliable as he was, Staver decided to take Fleischer at his word. He gave him passes that allowed for travel around Nordhausen, as well as enough gasoline to get back and forth between Nordhausen and the mine. Fleischer and Race succeeded in getting the mine's caretaker, Herr Neblung, to cooperate. Local miners were paid by Fleischer using money from the U.S. Army to excavate through the rubble and retrieve the documents hidden in the mine. The stash was enormous, the crates weighing more than 14 tons. Only now there was a new hurdle to overcome. British soldiers were set to arrive in Nordhausen on May 27th to oversee the transition to Red Army rule. This meant that Major Staver had to get the documents out fast. The original agreement between the British and the Americans was that the two allies would share with one another everything they learned about the V-weapons. If the British found out Staver was planning to secretly ship 100 V2 rockets back to the United States, they would likely consider it a double-cross. Major Staver needed to get to Paris. It was the only way he could obtain access to the 10-ton trucks necessary for moving such a large cache in such a short period of time. Staver assigned a colleague to oversee the Dorton mine operation, while he attempted to hitch a ride to Paris in a P-47 Thunderbolt. The pilot said it was impossible, that the Thunderbolt was a single-seat fighter. Staver said that his mission was urgent and offered to ride in the tiny space behind the pilot's seat. The pilot finally agreed. Avoiding terrible weather higher up, the men flew all the way to Paris at treetop level and arrived safely at Orly Field. Staver found a ride down the Champs-Élysées in a U.S. Army Jeep. At Ordnance Headquarters, he found the exact man he was looking for, Colonel Joel Holmes, sitting at his desk. As chief of the technical division, Colonel Holmes had the authority to grant Major Staver the semi-trailers he needed to evacuate the Dorton mine stash before the British and the Russians arrived. But Staver had a second plan that he had been conceiving, and, as he later explained, this moment in Paris was his prime opportunity to act. He told Colonel Holmes that there was a third element necessary to make the V2 rocket program in America a success. Staver had been locating rocket parts and the documents necessary to assemble them correctly. But to make the rockets fly, the Americans needed the German scientists. The Army needed to bring these scientists to the United States, Staver explained. Their superior knowledge could be used to help win the war in Japan. "You write the cable and I'll sign it," Staver remembered Colonel Holmes having said. In Paris, Staver sat down and wrote a cable that would have a huge impact on the future of the Nazi scientist program. "Have in custody over 400 top research development personnel of Peenemünde, developed V2, Staver wrote. The thinking of the scientific directors of this group is 25 years ahead of U.S. later version of this rocket should permit launching from Europe to U.S. Given the enormity of this idea in 1945, that a rocket could one day actually fly from one continent to another, Staver pushed. Immediate action recommended to prevent loss of whole or part of this group to other interested parties. Urgently request reply as early as possible. The cable was sent to Colonel Tritchell's office at the Pentagon, and Major Staver returned to Nordhausen. The documents were loaded up and driven to Paris under armed guard. From there they were shipped to the Foreign Documents Evaluation Center at the Aberdeen Proving Ground in Maryland. Special Mission V2 was declared a success. The U.S. Army Ordnance Rocket Branch now had 100 rockets and 14 tons of technical documents in its possession. But Staver did not view Special Mission V2 as entirely complete. He still had his sights set on the rocket scientists themselves. With the arrival of the Soviets into Nordhausen less than 48 hours away, Staver got the approval he'd been waiting for from SHAEF headquarters. He went to Garmisch-Partenkirchen, picked up von Braun, and returned to Nordhausen. The clock was ticking. Staver needed von Braun's help getting every last rocket scientist out of the HARS before the Soviets arrived. "We landed running," remembered Staver's team member, Dr. Richard Porter. Back in Nordhausen, the men got to work locating the scientists who were still living in the area. Staver had a stack of note cards with the names and addresses of the V2 engineers. He instructed every available U.S. soldier he could find to round up anything with wheels, trucks, motorcycles, and donkey carts, and sent soldiers fanning out across the HARS. Scientists and their families were given an offer. They could be transported out of what would soon become the Russian zone, or they could stay. Arthur Rudolph's wife was in Stepferhausen, 85 miles south of Nordhausen, when a U.S. soldier arrived. "A black GI drove into town in a truck looking for me," remembered Martha Rudolph. "He had a list of names and mine was on it. He told me that if I wanted to leave to get ready, he would be back in 30 minutes to pick me up. My friends all said, 'Go, go, the Russians are coming. Why would you want to stay here?' So I packed up what I could and left on the truck when the GI came back. The Rudolph's daughter, Marianne, accompanied her to the train station. The scene at the station was surreal, recalling the horrific transport of prisoners during the war, but with the roles reversed, fate and outcome turned upside down. Over 1,000 Germans, scientists, and their families stood on the platforms waiting to fit themselves into boxcars and passenger cars. The train's engine had yet to be attached, and there was no announcement explaining the delay. Tension escalated, but the crowd remained calm until a mob of displaced persons flooded the station. Word had leaked out that German scientists were being evacuated out of Nordhausen in advance of the Red Army's arrival. Suddenly, many other locals wanted out of the HARS too. The Red Army had a terrible reputation. There were stories of entire units arriving in towns drunk and seeking revenge. At the railroad station, U.S. soldiers were called to the scene. Using the threat of weapons, they prevented any displaced person who was not a scientist or an engineer from boarding the boxcars and passenger cars. At the 11th hour, Major Staver and Dr. Porter learned of one last potential disaster that needed to be dealt with. Right before boarding the train, General Dornberger confessed to having hidden his own stash of papers, an ace in the hole had Dornberger been double-crossed by von Braun and left out of the American deal. General Dornberger told Major Staver that he had buried 5 large boxes in a field in the spa town of Bad Zacher. The boxes, which were made of wood and lined in metal, contained critical information about the V2 rocket that would compromise the U.S. Army if it fell into Russian hands. In a last-ditch effort to find Dornberger's secret stash, Staver and Porter set out on a final mission. The men drove 60 miles to the headquarters of the 332nd Engineering Regiment at Kassel, where they borrowed shovels, pickaxes, 3 men and a mine detector. Back in a large field in Bodzacker, they searched the ground as if looking for a buried mine. Finally, they located Dornberger's metal-lined cases, which contained 250 pounds of drawings and documents. The stash was loaded onto a truck and driven to an army facility in the American zone. On their way out of the Harz, Staver and Porter passed by Nordhausen to have one last look. "I wanted to blow up the whole factory at Nordhausen before we pulled out, but I couldn't swing it legally. I was afraid at the time to do the job unofficially and have regretted it ever since," Porter recalled. He was referring to the European Advisory Commission decree, signed by General Eisenhower on June 5, 1945, in Berlin, which prohibited the destruction of military research installations in another power's zone. The Soviets were now heirs to the Harz. Major Staver had succeeded in secretly shipping out enough parts to reassemble 100 V-2 rockets in America. Still, thousands of tons of rocket parts remained. For all the effort and moral compromise that went into Special Project V-2, the Red Army would now have no shortage of wonder weapons parts to choose from. The underground slave labor factory at Nordhausen was still virtually intact. Thousands of machine tools sat on the assembly lines ready to manufacture more parts. After an 11-day delay, the Russians finally arrived. Leading the pack were technical specialists from Soviet Missile Program Chief Georgy Malenkov's Special Committee for Rocket Research. For every German scientist that had taken up the U.S. Army's offer to evacuate, between 2 and 10 remained behind. The Soviet secret police began rounding up hundreds of former rocket scientists and engineers and put them back to work. A Soviet guidance engineer named Boris Chertok even managed to move into von Braun's old villa, the one the SS had confiscated from a Jewish businessman a few years before. Chertok oversaw the renaming of the Nordhausen tunnel complex from the Mittelwerk to the Institut Raab, an abbreviation for Raketantrieb Bleischerode, or Rocket Enterprise Bleischerode. Von Braun, 80 scientists, and their families were taken to the town of Witzenhausen, 40 miles from Nordhausen in the American zone. There, they were set up in a 2-story schoolhouse and paid to get to work on future rocket plans, while Army Ordnance worked on a plan to bring them to the United States, to the Fort Bliss Army Base in Texas. The Americans had been obsessed with the V-weapons during the war. Now they had the science and the scientists. In Washington, D.C., officials with the War Department General Staff remained undecided on a policy regarding what to do with Nazi scientists. General Eisenhower's questions about long-term plans had not yet been answered, and Undersecretary of War Robert Patterson was asked to weigh in. Major Staver's cable from Paris regarding the 400 rocket scientists in custody drew attention to the issue. In America, 5 Nazi scientists had already been secreted into the United States for classified weapons work. Just a few days after the German surrender, the Director of Naval Intelligence successfully lobbied the War Department General Staff to circumvent State Department regulations so that a Nazi guided missile expert named Dr. Herbert Wagner and 4 of his assistants could begin working on technology meant to help end the war with Japan. The War Department gave approval, and in mid-May, Dr. Wagner and his team were flown from Germany to a small airstrip outside Washington, D.C., inside a military aircraft with the windows blackened to keep anyone from seeing who was inside. During the war, Dr. Herbert Wagner had been Chief Missile Design Engineer at Henschel Aircraft. He was the man behind the first guided missile used in combat by the Reich, the HS-293. This remote control bomb was the nemesis of the U.S. Navy and the British Royal Navy and had sunk several Allied ships during the war. Not only did the U.S. Navy see glide bomb technology as critically important in the fight in the Pacific, but they saw Dr. Wagner as a man with knowledge, experience, and skills unmatched anywhere in the world. The perceived importance of having Wagner's expertise in the fight against Japan was illuminated by a dramatic event unfolding in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, just as he and his team arrived. On May 15, 1945, a Nazi submarine, identified in a New York Times headline as the Japan-bound U-234, surrendered itself to the USS Sutton in the waters 500 miles off Cape Race, Newfoundland. Inside the submarine, which was en route to Japan, was a cache of Nazi wonder weapons, said to contain what few aviation secrets may be left, as well as other war weapon plans and pieces of equipment. One of the wonder weapons on board was Dr. Wagner's HS-293 glider bomb, meant for use against the U.S. Navy in the Pacific. Additionally, there were drawings and plans for the V-1 flying bomb and the V-2 rocket, experimental equipment for stealth technology on submarines, an entire Me-262 fighter aircraft, and 10 lead-lined canisters containing 1,200 pounds of uranium oxide, a basic material used in making an atomic bomb. The specifics of the weapons cache were not made public, but the notion that the Nazis had sold the secrets of some of their most prized wonder weapons to their Axis partner Japan was alarming. The scenario was made even more foreboding by the fact that also on board the U-234 was a top Reich scientist whose job it was to teach Japanese scientists how to copy and manufacture these Nazi wonder weapons for themselves. The scientist in the submarine was Dr. Heinz Schlicke, Director of Naval Test Fields at Kiel. To the public, he was only identified as a German technician. In fact, Dr. Schlicke was one of the most qualified Nazi scientists in the field of electronic warfare. His areas of expertise included radiolocation techniques, camouflage, jamming and counterjamming, remote control, and infrared. The Navy took Dr. Schlicke prisoner of war and brought him to the Army Intelligence Center at Fort Meade in Maryland. As for Dr. Wagner, the Navy felt it needed to keep him happy so that his work would continue to bear scientific fruit. To soften the reality of his being a prisoner, his incarceration was called voluntary detention. Wagner and his assistants required a classified but comfortable place to work, the Navy noted in an intelligence report, ideally in an ivory tower or a gilded cage where life would be pleasant, the guards courteous, the locks thick but not too obvious. The Navy found what it was looking for in Hempstead House, a great stone castle on Sands Point on the north shore of Long Island that was formerly the home of Daniel and Florence Guggenheim. The 160-acre estate had been donated by the Guggenheims to the Navy for use as a training center. With its 3 stories, 40 rooms, and sweeping view of the sea, the Navy decided it was an ideal location. Hempstead House was given the code name the Special Devices Center, and Dr. Wagner and his assistants got to work. There were more problems afloat in Washington, this time coming from the FBI. If Nazi scientists were going to work for the U.S. military, the Department of Justice said it needed to perform background checks. J. Edgar Hoover's FBI looked into Dr. Wagner's past, based on information collected by Army intelligence in Europe, and learned that Dr. Wagner had once belonged to the German SS, the paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party run by Himmler. This meant that Wagner was an ardent Nazi. If he had stayed in Germany as a former SS member and per the laws of the occupying forces, he would have been arrested and subject to a denazification trial. But the FBI was made aware of how badly the Navy needed Wagner, and they labeled him an opportunist who is interested only in science. The FBI's bigger concern, read an intelligence report, was how much Dr. Wagner had been drinking lately. The FBI did not consider Wagner to be a drunkard, but blamed his near-nightly intoxication on the recent death of his wife. The scientist in the submarine, Dr. Heinz Schlicke, became a prisoner at Fort Meade, where it did not take long for the U.S. Navy to learn how eminently qualified he was. Soon, Schlicke was giving classified lectures on technology he had developed during the war. The first was called A General Review of Measures Planned by the German Admiralty in the Electronic Field in Order to Revive U-Boat Warfare. The Navy wanted to hire Schlicke immediately, but State Department regulations got in the way. Schlicke was already in military custody in the United States as a prisoner of war. He would have to be repatriated back to Germany before he could be given a contract to work in the United States, according to the State Department. The saga of the U-234 and its passenger made one thing clear. If the War Department was going to start hiring German scientists on a regular basis, it needed to create a committee to deal with the intricacies of each specific case. Finally, on May 28, 1945, Under-Secretary of War Robert Patterson weighed in on the classified subject of hiring Nazi scientists for U.S. military research. Patterson wrote to the Chief of Staff to the President, Admiral William D. Leahy, I strongly favor doing everything possible to utilize fully in the prosecution of the war against Japan all information that can be obtained from Germany or any other source, Patterson wrote. He also expressed concern. These men are enemies, and it must be assumed they are capable of sabotaging our war effort. Bringing them to this country raises delicate questions, including the strong resentment of the American public, who might misunderstand the purpose of bringing them here and the treatment accorded them. Patterson believed that the way to avoid foreseeable problems with the State Department, which handled visa approvals, was to involve the State Department in decision-making now. Until a new committee was formed to deal specifically with Nazi scientists, Patterson suggested that the State War Navy Coordinating Committee, SWINC, be in charge. Patterson's letter to the President's Chief of Staff, which was not shared with President Truman, prompted a meeting at the Pentagon by the War Department General Staff. The group agreed on a temporary policy. Contracts would be given to a limited number of German scientists, provided they were not known or alleged war criminals. The scientists were to be placed in protective military custody in the United States, and they were to be returned to Germany as quickly as possible after their classified weapons work was complete. A cable was sent to General Eisenhower at SHAEF headquarters in Versailles, fulfilling his 2-week-old request to be advised on longer-term policy. But what had been decided in Washington, D.C., had very little impact on the reality of what was going on in the European theater with scientists who had spent years serving Adolf Hitler. Chapter 7. Hitler's Doctors. During the war, physicians with the U.S. Army Air Forces heard rumors about cutting-edge research being developed by the Reich's aviation doctors. The Luftwaffe was highly secretive about this research, and its aviation doctors did not regularly publish their work in medical journals. When they did, usually in a Nazi Party-sponsored journal like Aviation Medicine, Luftfahrtsmedizin, the U.S. Army Air Forces would circumvent copyright law, translate the work into English, and republish it for their own flight surgeons to study. Areas in which the Nazis were known to be breaking new ground were air-sea rescue programs, high-altitude studies, and decompression sickness studies. In other words, Nazi doctors were supposedly leading the world's research in how pilots performed in extreme cold, extreme altitude, and at extreme speeds. At war's end, there were 2 American military officers who were particularly interested in capturing the secrets of Nazi-sponsored aviation research. They were Major General Malcolm Groh, Surgeon General of the U.S. Strategic Air Forces in Europe, and Lieutenant Colonel Harry Armstrong, Chief Surgeon of the 8th Air Force. Both men were physicians, flight surgeons, and aviation medicine pioneers. Before the war, Grow and Armstrong had co-founded the Aviation Medicine Laboratory at Wright Field, where together they initiated many of the major medical advances that had kept U.S. airmen alive during the air war. At Wright Field, Armstrong perfected a pilot-friendly oxygen mask and conducted groundbreaking studies in pilot physiology associated with high-altitude flight. Grow developed the original flyer's flak vest, a 22-pound armored jacket that could protect airmen against anti-aircraft fire. Now, with the war over, Grow and Armstrong saw unprecedented opportunity in seizing everything the Nazis had been working on in aviation research, so as to incorporate that knowledge into U.S. Army Air Force's understanding. According to an interview with Armstrong decades later, a plan was hatched during a meeting between himself and General Grow at the U.S. Strategic Air Forces in Europe headquarters in Saint-Germain, France. The two men knew that many of the Luftwaffe's medical research institutions had been located in Berlin, and the plan was for Colonel Armstrong to go there and track down as many Luftwaffe doctors as he could find, with the goal of enticing them to come to work for the U.S. Army Air Forces. As Surgeon General, Grow could see to it that Armstrong was placed in the U.S. occupied zone in Berlin as chief surgeon with the Army Air Force's contingent there. This would give Armstrong access to a city divided into U.S. and Russian zones. General Grow would return to Army Air Force's headquarters in Washington, D.C., where he would lobby superiors to authorize and pay for a new research laboratory exploiting what the Nazi doctors had been working on during the war. With the plan set in motion, Armstrong set out for Berlin. The search proved difficult at first. It appeared as if every Luftwaffe doctor had fled Berlin. Armstrong had a list of 115 individuals he hoped to find. At the top of that list was one of the Reich's most important aviation doctors, a German physiologist named Dr. Hubertus Strughold. Armstrong had a past personal connection with Dr. Strughold. The roots of that story go back to about 1934, Armstrong explained in a U.S. Air Force oral history interview after the war, when both men were attending the annual convention of the Aero Medical Association in Washington, D.C. The two men had much in common and became quite good friends. Both were pioneers in pilot physiology and had conducted groundbreaking high-altitude experiments on themselves. We had some common bonds in the sense that he and I were almost exactly the same age. He and I were both publishing a book on aviation medicine that particular year, and he held exactly the same assignment in Germany that I held in the United States, Armstrong explained. The two physicians met a second time in 1937 at an international medical conference at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. This was before the outbreak of war. Nazi Germany was not yet seen as an international pariah, and Dr. Strughold represented Germany at the conference. The two physicians had even more in common in 1937. Armstrong was director of the Aeromedical Research Laboratory at Wright Field, and Strughold was director of the Aviation Medical Research Institute of the Reich Air Ministry in Berlin. Their jobs were almost identical. Now, at war's end, the two men had not seen one another in 8 years. But Strughold had maintained the same high-ranking position for the duration of the war. If anyone knew the secrets of Luftwaffe medical research, Dr. Hubertus Strughold did. In Berlin, Harry Armstrong became determined to find him. One of the first places Armstrong visited was Strughold's former office at the Aviation Medical Research Institute, located in the fancy Berlin suburb of Charlottenburg. He was looking for leads. But the once grand German Military Medical Academy, with its formerly manicured lawns and groomed parks, had been bombed and was abandoned. Strughold's office was empty. Armstrong continued his journey across Berlin, visiting universities that Strughold was known to be affiliated with. Every doctor or professor he interviewed gave a similar answer. They claimed to have no idea where Dr. Strughold and his large staff of Luftwaffe doctors had gone. At the University of Berlin, Armstrong finally caught a break when he came across a respiratory specialist named Ulrich Luft, teaching a physiology class to a small group of students inside a wrecked classroom. Luft was unusual looking, with a shock of red hair. He was tall, polite, and spoke perfect English, which he had learned from his Scottish mother. Ulrich Luft told Harry Armstrong that the Russians had taken everything from his university laboratory, including the faucets and sinks, and that he, Luft, was earning money in a local clinic treating war refugees suffering from typhoid fever. Armstrong saw opportunity in Luft's predicament and confided in him, explaining that he was trying to locate German aviation doctors in order to hire them for U.S. Army-sponsored research. Armstrong said that in particular he was trying to find one man, Dr. Hubertus Strughold. Anyone who could help him would be paid. Dr. Luft told Armstrong that Strughold had been his former boss. According to Luft, Strughold had dismissed his entire staff at the Aviation Medical Research Institute in the last month of the war. Luft told Armstrong that Strughold and several of his closest colleagues had gone to the University of Göttingen. They were still there now, working inside a research lab under British control. Armstrong thanked Luft and headed to Göttingen to find Strughold. Whatever the British were paying him, Armstrong figured he would be able to lure Strughold away because of their strong personal connection. There was also a great deal of money to be made pending the authorization of the new research laboratory. Armstrong and Grove's plan meant hiring more than 50 Luftwaffe doctors. There was a lot of work to be had, not just for Strughold, but for many of his colleagues as well. A great drama was now set in motion, owing to the fact that there was a second Army officer also looking for Dr. Hubertus Strughold, a medical war crimes investigator and physician named Major Leopold Alexander. Dr. Strughold's name had been placed on an Army intelligence list of suspected war criminals with the Central Registry of War Criminals and Security Suspects, or CROCAS. Major Alexander was on a mission to locate him. It is not known if Armstrong was aware of the allegations against Strughold and chose to ignore them, or if he was in the dark as to Strughold's having been placed on the CROCAS list. But as Armstrong forged ahead with plans to hire Dr. Strughold and to make him a partner in the U.S. Army Air Force's laboratory, he did so in direct violation of the policy that had just been set by the War Department. German scientists could be hired for U.S. military contract work provided they were not known or alleged war criminals. The CROCAS allegations against Dr. Strughold were serious. They included capital war crimes. The CROCAS list came out of the immediate aftermath of the German surrender, when public pressure to prosecute Nazis accused of war crimes had reached fever pitch. On May 7, 1945, Life magazine published a story on the liberation of Buchenwald, Bergen-Belsen, and other death camps, complete with graphic photographs. This was some of the first documentary evidence presented to the public. When confronted by these ghastly images, people all over the world expressed their outrage at the scale of atrocity that had been committed by the Nazis. Death camps, slave labor camps, the systematic extermination of entire groups of people. This defied the rules of war. The idea of having a war crimes trial appealed to the general public as a means of holding individual Nazis accountable for the wickedness of their crimes. The group responsible for investigating war crimes was the United Nations War Crimes Commission, UNWCC, located in London and founded by the Allies in 1942. It was originally called the United Nations Commission for the Investigation of War Crimes. The War Crimes Commission was not responsible for hunting down the criminals. That job was delegated to Schaeff. The War Crimes Commission had 3 committees. Committee 1 dealt with lists, Committee 2 coordinated enforcement issues with Schaeff, and Committee 3 gave advice on legal points. The Commission and its committees worked in concert with Crocas, also located in Paris, which was responsible for gathering and maintaining information about suspected war criminals. After the fighting stopped, Schaeff sent war crimes investigators into the field to locate German doctors with the purpose of interrogating them. One of these investigators was Major Leopold Alexander, a Boston-based psychiatrist and neurologist and a physician with the U.S. Army. Dr. Alexander had been tending to wounded war veterans at a military hospital in England when he learned about his new assignment just 2 weeks after the end of the war. With this undertaking, his whole life would change, as would his understanding of what it meant to be a doctor and what it meant to be an American. Dr. Alexander would unwittingly become one of the most important figures in the Nuremberg doctors' trial, and he would inadvertently become a central player in one of the most dramatic events in the history of Operation Paperclip. That would take another 7 years. For now, at war's end, Dr. Alexander accepted his orders from Schaeff, boarded a military transport airplane in England, and headed for Germany to begin war crimes investigative work. His first stop was the Dachau concentration camp. Dr. Alexander did not yet know that it was inside Dachau, in the secret barracks called Experimental Cell Block 5, that Luftwaffe doctors had conducted some of the most barbaric and criminal medical experiments of the war. On May 23, 1945, Dr. Alexander, 39, was seated inside an American military transport airplane flying into Munich when approximately 15 miles north of the airport, his plane circled low and he saw the liberated Dachau concentration camp for the first time. Surviving inmates were waving and cheering at the plane, and you could see that 2 American field hospitals were set up on the camp grounds, Alexander wrote in his journal late at night. American aircraft brought fresh corned beef, potato salad, and real coffee by the ton to the newly liberated prisoners, many of whom were still too weak to leave the camp. The airplanes also brought doctors and nurses with the American Red Cross and the U.S. Army Typhus Commission, and also, on occasion, a medical war crimes investigator like Dr. Alexander. The Dachau concentration camp was the first stop on a long list of Reich medical facilities and institutions that Dr. Alexander was scheduled to visit, locations where medical crimes were suspected of having taken place. With him, Dr. Alexander carried Schaeff instructions that granted him full powers to investigate everything of interest, and also gave him the authority to remove documents, equipment, or personnel as deemed necessary. Fate and circumstance had prepared him for the job. Like Samuel Goudsmit, the scientific director of Operation Alsace, Dr. Alexander had a unique background that qualified him to investigate German doctors and had also made things personal. A Jew, he had once been a rising star among Germany's medical elite. In 1933, Germany's race laws forbade the 28-year-old physician from practicing medicine any longer. Devastated, he left the country and wound up in America. Now, 13 years later, he was back on German soil. His former existence here seemed like a lifetime ago. From as far back as he could remember, Leopold Alexander longed to be a doctor, like his father, Gustav. One of the strongest unconscious motives for becoming a physician was the strong bond of identification with my father, he once said, explaining the pull toward medicine. Gustav Alexander was an ear, nose, and throat doctor in turn-of-the-century Vienna, a distinguished scholar who published more than 80 scientific papers before Leopold was born. His mother, Gisela, was the first woman awarded a Ph.D. in philosophy from the University of Vienna, the oldest university in the German-speaking world. From a young age, Leopold led a charmed life. The Alexanders were sophisticated, wealthy professionals who lived in intellectual bohemian splendor in a huge house with live peacocks on the lawns. Sigmund Freud was a frequent guest, as was the composer Gustav Mahler. By the time Leopold was 15, he was allowed to accompany his father on weekend hospital rounds. The father-son bond grew deep. On weekends, they would walk through Vienna's parks or museums, always engaged in lively conversation about history, anthropology, and medicine, as Dr. Alexander later recalled. In 1929, Leopold Alexander graduated from the University of Vienna Medical School and became a doctor, specializing in the evolution and pathology of the brain. For almost every aspiring physician in Europe at the time, the goal was to study medicine in Germany, and in 1932, Dr. Alexander was invited to enroll at the prestigious Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Brain Research in Berlin. There, he first rubbed elbows with Germany's leading medical doctors, including Karl Kleist, the distinguished professor of brain pathology who would become his mentor. Alexander focused his studies on brain disorders and began fieldwork on patients with schizophrenia. Life was full of promise. Tragedy struck in two cruel blows. In 1932, Gustav Alexander was killed by a former mental patient, murdered in cold blood on the streets of Vienna by a man who 10 years earlier had been hospitalized and declared insane. The second tragedy occurred in January of 1933, when Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. National Socialism was on the rise. For every Jew in Germany, life was about to change inexorably. Fortune blessed Dr. Alexander. On January 20th, 1933, just days before Hitler took power, the ambitious physician prepared to decamp to rural China to study mental illness. I have accepted an invitation to go for half a year to Beijing Union Medical College in Beijing, China, as an honorary lecturer in neurology and psychiatry, Dr. Alexander wrote to his professors at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, promising to return to Germany by October 1st, 1933. It was a promise he was never to fulfill. Within 2 months of Hitler's taking power, the Nazis initiated a nationwide boycott of Jewish doctors, lawyers, and business professionals. This was followed in April 1933 by the Reich's Law for the Restoration of the Professional Civil Service. It was now illegal for non-Aryans to work as civil servants, a ban that included every university teaching position throughout Germany. In Frankfurt, where Dr. Alexander had lived, 69 Jewish professors were fired. The news of Germany's radical transformation reached Dr. Alexander in China. The Alexander family lawyer, Maximilian Friedmann, wrote him a letter warning against return. "The prospects in Germany are most unfavorable," Friedmann said. An uncle, Robert Alexander, was even more candid about what was happening in Nazi Germany when he wrote to Dr. Alexander to say the nation had succumbed to the swastika. A Jewish colleague and friend, a neurologist named Arnold Mersbach, also penned a letter to Dr. Alexander in despair, telling him that all of their Jewish colleagues in Frankfurt had been dismissed from their university posts. "Our very existences are falling apart," Mersbach wrote. "We are all without hope." For months, Dr. Alexander lived in denial. He clung to the fantasy that Nazi laws would not apply to him, and he vowed to return once his fellowship ended. In China, Dr. Alexander was in charge of the neurological departments of several field hospitals, where he tended to soldiers with head injuries received on the battlefield. Ignoring the Nazi mandate that now barred Jews from working as doctors or professors, he wrote a letter to Professor Kleist, his mentor in Germany, saying how much he looked forward to returning home. Kleist wrote back to say that his return to Germany was totally impossible. You, as a Jew, since you have not served as a soldier in the First World War, cannot be state-employed. In closing, Kleist wrote, "Have no false hopes." The letter may have saved Dr. Alexander's life. Untethered in China, Alexander was now a nomad, a man without a home to return to. With remarkable ambition and fortitude, he pressed on. As his father had done before him, he wrote and published scientific papers. His were on mental illness, which made him a viable candidate for a fellowship in America. Fortune again favored him when, in the fall of 1933, he learned that he had been awarded a position at a state mental hospital in Worcester, Massachusetts, 50 miles outside Boston. Dr. Alexander boarded an American steamship called President Jackson and set sail for America by way of Japan. Out at sea, a strange event occurred. It happened in the middle of the long journey, when his ship was more than 1,000 miles from land. A series of violent storms struck, sending passengers inside for days, until finally the weather cleared. On the first clear day, Dr. Alexander ventured outside to play shuffleboard. Gazing out across the wide sea, he spotted an enormous single wave, traveling with great speed and force, bearing down on his tiny steamship. There was no escape from what he quickly recognized as a tidal wave. Before Dr. Alexander could run back inside the ship, the President Jackson was lifted up by this great wave. The ship traveled up the steep slope very slowly, further and further, until we finally reached the top, he wrote to his brother Theo. And then, with the ship balancing precariously at the top of the wave, he described the terrifying feeling that followed. Suddenly, there was nothing behind it, nothing but a steep descent. The ship began to freefall. Its nose plunged deep into the water. The impact was harsh. Water splashed to all sides, and things fell to this side and that in the kitchen and common rooms. The ship regained its balance almost effortlessly and steamed on. "The whole thing happened so unbelievably fast," Alexander wrote. "When it was over, I said to myself, now I understand the meaning of the saying, the ocean opens up before you and swallows you whole." It did not take long for Dr. Alexander to thrive in America. He was a supremely hard worker. On average, he slept 5 hours a night. Working as a doctor at a New England mental institution was endlessly fascinating to him. He once told a reporter that what interested him most was determining what made men tick. Only a few months after his arrival in New England, he was promoted to a full-time position in the neuropsychiatric ward at Boston State Hospital. While performing hospital rounds in 1934, he met a social worker named Phyllis Harrington. They fell in love and married. By 1938, they had 2 children, a boy and a girl. A prolific writer, Dr. Alexander published 50 scientific papers. By the end of the decade, he'd been hired to teach at Harvard Medical School. He was a U.S. citizen now. Journalists wrote newspaper articles about the doctor from Vienna, citing his outstanding accomplishments in the field of mental illness. He had a new home. He'd been accepted as one of Boston's medical elite. In December 1941, America went to war. Dr. Alexander joined the fight and was sent to the 65th General Hospital in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and then to an army hospital in England. For the duration of the war, Dr. Alexander helped wounded soldiers recover from shell shock. He also collected data on flight fatigue. After the Germans surrendered, he expected to be sent home. Instead, he received his unprecedented order from Schaeff. He was to go to Germany and investigate allegations of Nazi medical crimes. In doing so, he would come face to face with former professors, mentors, and fellow students. It was his job to figure out who might be guilty and who was not. Dr. Alexander's first trip to Dachau did not produce any significant leads, despite rumors that barbaric medical experiments had gone on there. On June 5, 1945, he traveled the 12 miles to Munich to visit the Luftwaffe's Institute for Aviation Medicine. This research facility was headed by a radiologist named Georg August Welz, still working despite Germany's collapse. On paper, Welz was a man of repute. He was gentle-looking, 56 years old, with a shock of white hair and a wrinkled, sun-tanned face. In their first interview, Welz told Alexander he had worked as a military doctor his entire life, beginning as a balloon corps physician in World War I. Dr. Alexander had a Schaeff dossier on Welz that revealed Welz had joined the Nazi Party in 1937, after which he had moved quickly up the Reich's medical chain of command. By 1941, he reported directly to the Air Marshal of the Luftwaffe, Erhard Milch, who reported to Reichsmarshal Hermann Göring. By the war's end, there were only a few men with more medical authority on Luftwaffe issues than Georg August Welz, one of them being Dr. Hubertus Strughold. In their first interview, Welz told Dr. Alexander that it had been his job to conduct a variety of research on methods of saving Luftwaffe pilots' lives. Welz cited what happened to Luftwaffe pilots in 1940 during the Battle of Britain. Many had been shot down over the English Channel by the British Royal Air Force and had bailed out of their crashing airplanes and initially survived. The fatalities, Welz explained, often occurred hours later, usually from hypothermia. The bodies of many Luftwaffe pilots had been rescued from the icy waters of the Channel just minutes after they had frozen to death. The Luftwaffe wanted to know if, through medical research, doctors could learn how to unfreeze a man, to bring him back to life. Dr. Welz told Dr. Alexander that he and his team of researchers had performed groundbreaking research in this area. Welz declared that they had in fact made a startling and useful discovery. The results, said Welz, were simply astounding. Dr. Alexander asked what kind of results. Welz hesitated to provide details, but promised that the U.S. Army would be very interested in the knowledge he possessed. Welz asked Dr. Alexander if a deal could be made. Welz said that he was interested in securing a grant with the Rockefeller Foundation. Dr. Alexander explained that he had no authority with any private sector foundation, and that, before anything else, he needed Welz to tell him about this so-called astounding discovery. Welz said he and his team had solved an age-old riddle. Can a man who has frozen to death be brought back to life? The answer, Welz confided, was yes. He had proof. He and his team had solved this medical conundrum through a radical rewarming technique they'd invented. Alexander asked Welz to be more specific. Welz said success was dependent upon precise body temperature and duration of rewarming in direct proportion to a man's weight. He was not at liberty to provide data just yet, but the method his team had developed was so effective that the Luftwaffe Air-Sea Rescue Service had employed this very technique during the war. The experiments, said Welz, had been conducted on large animals, cows, horses, and adult pigs. Dr. Alexander was in Germany to investigate Nazi medical war crimes. He got straight to the point and asked Welz whether human beings had ever been used in these Luftwaffe experiments. Welz explicitly stated that no such human experiments had been done by him and that he did not know of any such work having been done, Dr. Alexander wrote in his classified report. But the way in which Welz responded made Dr. Alexander deeply suspicious of him. Dr. Alexander was in a conundrum. Should he have Welz arrested, or was it best to try to learn more? I still felt it was wiser for the purposes of this investigation not to resort to coercive measures such as an arrest, Alexander explained. He asked Welz to take him to the laboratory where these experiments on large animals were performed. Welz claimed that because of heavy bomb damage in Munich, The Luftwaffe's test facilities for its rewarming techniques had been moved out to a dairy farm in the rural village of Weihenstephan. Alexander and Welz drove there together in an army jeep. An inspection of the farm revealed a state-of-the-art, low-pressure chamber concealed in a barn. This, Welz explained, was where Luftwaffe pilots learned performance limits under medical supervision. Also called a high-altitude chamber, the apparatus allowed aviation doctors to simulate the effects of high altitude on the body. But the rewarming facilities were nowhere to be seen. Where were they? Dr. Alexander asked. Welz hesitated and then explained. They'd been moved, Welz said, this time to an estate near Freising at a government-owned experimental agricultural station. Dr. Alexander insisted on seeing the Freising facility, and the two men got back into the army jeep and drove on. In Freising, Alexander was shown yet another impressive medical research facility, also hidden in a barn, complete with a library and X-ray facilities, all meticulously preserved. But the laboratory was clearly designed to handle experiments on small animals, mice and guinea pigs, not larger animals like cows, horses, and adult pigs. There were records, drawings, and charts of the freezing experiments, all carefully preserved. But again, they chronicled experiments on small animals, mostly mice. Where had the large animal experiments taken place? Welz took Alexander to the rear of the barn, behind a stable, and into a separate shed located far in the back of the property. There, Welz pointed to two dirty wooden tubs, both cracked. It was an extraordinary moment, Dr. Alexander would later testify, horrifying in its clarity. Neither of the tubs could possibly fit a submerged cow, horse, or large pig. What these tubs could fit was a human being, Dr. Alexander said. The grim reality of Dr. Welz's Luftwaffe research became painfully clear. I came away from all these interviews with the distinct conviction that experimental studies on human beings, either by members of this group themselves or by other workers well known to and affiliated with the members of this group, had been performed but were being concealed, Dr. Alexander wrote. Without an admission of guilt, he had only suspicion. To make an arrest, he needed evidence. He thanked Dr. Welz for his assistance and told him that he would be returning sometime in the future for a follow-up visit. Dr. Alexander had been on German soil for 2 weeks, and the deviance of Nazi science overwhelmed him. In a letter to his wife, Phyllis, he described what had become of German science under Nazi rule. German science presents a grim spectacle, he wrote. Grim for many reasons. First, it became incompetent, and then it was drawn into the maelstrom of depravity of which this country reeks. The smell of the concentration camps, the smell of violent death, torture, and suffering. German doctors were not practicing science, Alexander said, but really depraved, pseudo-scientific criminality. In addition to investigating crimes committed in the name of aviation medical research, Dr. Alexander was the lead investigator looking at crimes committed in the name of neuropsychiatry and neuropathology. In this capacity, he came face to face with the odious and core Nazi belief that had informed the practice of medicine under Hitler's rule. Not only were all people not created equal in the eyes of the Third Reich, but some people were actually not humans at all. According to Nazi ideology, Untermenschen, subhumans as they were called, a designation that included Jews, Gypsies, homosexuals, Poles, Slavs, Russian prisoners of war, the handicapped, the mentally ill, and others, were no different from white mice or lab rabbits whose bodies could thereby be experimented on to advance the Reich's medical goals. The subhuman is a biological creature crafted by nature, according to Heinrich Himmler, which has hands, legs, eyes, and mouth, even the semblance of a brain. Nevertheless, this terrible creature is only a partial human being. Not all of those who appear human are, in fact, so. German citizens were asked to believe this pseudoscience. Millions did not protest. German scientists and physicians used this racial policy to justify torturous medical experiments resulting in maiming and death. In the case of the handicapped and the mentally ill, the Untermenschen theory was used by German doctors and technicians to justify genocide. As a war crimes investigator, Dr. Alexander was one of the first American servicemen to learn that the Reich had first sterilized and then euthanized nearly its entire population of mentally ill persons, including tens of thousands of children, under the law for the prevention of genetically diseased offspring. All across southern Germany, one German physician after the next admitted to Dr. Alexander his knowledge of the child euthanasia program. This included Dr. Alexander's own mentor and former professor, the neurologist Karl Kleist. During an interview in Frankfurt, Kleist confessed to Dr. Alexander that he had known of the policy of euthanasia, and he handed over military psychiatric reports that allowed him to circumvent personal responsibility and claim he was just following orders. Kleist was not arrested, but a few days later he was removed from his teaching job. The former teacher and student never spoke again, and it remains a mystery if Dr. Alexander requested that Kleist be fired. Within a few years, Kleist's name would appear on a secret Paperclip recruiting list. It is not known if he came to the United States. Each day brought atrocious new information. It sometimes seems as if the Nazis had taken special pains in making practically every nightmare come true, Dr. Alexander later told his wife, comparing Reich medicine to something out of a dark German fairy tale. Whereas doctors who knew about the euthanasia program tended to be forthcoming with information, the program was justified by a German law kept secret from the general public. It struck Dr. Alexander that criminal human experiments by Luftwaffe doctors, like the freezing experiments Welz was involved in, appeared to have been more skillfully concealed. If Dr. Alexander wanted to learn the facts about what Luftwaffe doctors had been up to during the war, he knew that he had to understand the bigger picture. And he also had to determine where else the crimes might have taken place. The best way to do this was to interview the man nearest the top, Dr. Hubertus Strughold. Strughold had directed the Aviation Medical Research Institute for the Luftwaffe for 10 of the 12 years of Nazi Party rule. When Dr. Alexander learned that Dr. Strughold was in Göttingen, in the British zone, he headed there. En route to Göttingen, Dr. Alexander had a fortuitous break. "A curious coincidence played into my hands," he wrote. "On my way to Göttingen, while having dinner in the officers' mess of the 433rd AABN, Army Battalion, in Camp Rennerald, Westerwald, I happened to meet another casual guest, an Army chaplain, Lieutenant Bigelow. In the course of our conversation, Lieutenant Bigelow told me he was quite eager to get my ideas about rather cruel experiments on human beings which had been performed at Dachau concentration camp. He had learned of them from a broadcast a few days earlier when ex-prisoners of Dachau had talked about these grim experiments over the Allied radio in Germany. This was exactly the kind of lead Dr. Alexander was looking for, and he asked Lieutenant Bigelow to share with him anything else he remembered from the radio report. Lieutenant Bigelow told Alexander that as a member of the clergy he administered to many war victims. He had heard frightful stories about what had gone on in the medical blocks at the concentration camps, but nothing compared to what he had heard in that radio report. Doctors at Dachau had frozen people to death in tubs of ice-cold water to see if they could be unfrozen and brought back to life. These experiments were apparently meant to simulate conditions that Luftwaffe pilots went through after they'd been shot down over the English Channel, Bigelow said. Dr. Alexander now had a solid new lead. To his mind, the experiments Bigelow was referring to sounded strikingly similar to the animal experiments performed by Dr. Welz and his group at the Freising farm. Was the Luftwaffe involved in medical research at the concentration camps? Dr. Alexander asked the chaplain if he had caught any of the names of the doctors involved in the Dachau medical crimes. Bigelow said that he couldn't recall, but that he was certain he had heard that the Luftwaffe was involved. More determined than ever to investigate, Dr. Alexander continued on to Göttingen to interview Dr. Hubertus Strughold. At the Institute for Physiology in Göttingen, Dr. Alexander located Strughold and arranged to interview him, getting straight to the point. Dr. Alexander told Dr. Strughold about the radio report claiming that freezing experiments had been conducted by the Luftwaffe at Dachau. Did Strughold, as the physician in charge of aviation medical research for the Luftwaffe, know about these criminal experiments at Dachau? Dr. Strughold said that he had learned of the experiments at a medical symposium he attended in Nuremberg in October 1942. The conference, called Medical Problems of Sea Distress and Winter Distress, took place at the Hotel Deutscherhof and involved 90 Luftwaffe doctors. During that conference, Strughold said, a man named Dr. Sigmund Rascher presented findings that had been obtained from experiments performed on prisoners at the Dachau concentration camp. This was the same man who had been mentioned over the Allied radio the other day, Strughold said. He called Rascher a fringe doctor whose only assistant at Dachau was his wife, Nini. Both Raschers were now dead. Did Strughold approve of these experiments? Strughold told Dr. Alexander that, even though Dr. Rascher used criminals in his experiments, he, Strughold, still disapproved of such experiments in non-consenting volunteers on principle. Dr. Strughold promised Dr. Alexander that within his institute in Berlin, he had always forbidden even the thought of such experiments, firstly on moral grounds, and secondly on grounds of medical ethics. Alexander asked Strughold if he knew of any other Luftwaffe doctors who had been involved in human experiments at Dachau. Strughold said, "Any experiments on humans that we have carried out were performed only on our own staff and on students interested in our subject on a strictly volunteer basis." He did not reveal that a number of doctors on his staff had visited Dachau regularly and worked on research experiments there. Also in Göttingen, Dr. Alexander interviewed several other doctors who had worked for Strughold, asking each of them specific questions about human experiments. Each doctor told a strikingly similar story. Dr. Sigmund Rascher was to blame for everything that went on at Dachau, and now Rascher was dead. But one man, a physiologist named Dr. Friedrich Hermann Rhein, led an important clue slip. Dr. Rascher had been an SS man, Rhein said. This information gave Dr. Alexander a significant new piece of the puzzle he did not have before, namely that the SS was also involved in the concentration camp freezing experiments. This was a revelation. The day after this disclosure, Dr. Alexander received further extraordinary related news. I learned that the entire contents of Himmler's secret cave in Hallein, Germany, containing a vast amount of miscellaneous, specially secret SS records, had recently been discovered and taken to the 7th Army Document Center in Heidelberg. This huge trove of papers had been discovered by soldiers hidden away in yet another cave. The papers had been stamped with the unmistakable logo of the SS, and they bore Himmler's personal annotations, drawn in the margins in the green pencil he liked to use. Dr. Alexander set out for the document center to see what he could glean from the files. These papers would turn out to be among the war's most incriminating discoveries in a single document find. In Heidelberg, Himmler's documents were being inventoried and sorted out when Dr. Alexander first arrived. One of the men tasked to the job was Hugh Iltis, the son of a Czech doctor, who with his family fled Europe in advance of the genocide. Iltis was a 19-year-old American soldier fighting on the front lines in France during the last months of the war when, he recalls, a car showed up and an officer leapt out and pointed at me, then shouted, "You, come with me." Iltis climbed into the car and sped away from the battlefield with the officer. Someone had learned that Hugh Iltis was a fluent German speaker, and perhaps that his father was a leading geneticist and anti-Nazi. Iltis was needed in Paris to translate captured Nazi documents, and the work kept on coming. Now, 6 months later, here he was in Heidelberg documenting atrocities for the War Crimes Commission. His discovery of the Himmler papers, it was Iltis who identified how important they were, would also become the most important collection of documents on Nazi human experimentation to be presented at the doctor's trial. Alexander told Iltis what it was that he was looking for: documents written by Dr. Sigmund Rascher that involved experiments on humans. Together, the two men broke the original seals on the innocuously named Case Number 707 medical experiments, papers that turned out to include years of correspondence between Rascher and Himmler. The idea to start the experiments with human beings in Dachau was obviously Dr. Rascher's, Alexander explained in his classified scientific intelligence report. But as Alexander learned from the papers, Rascher was far from the only Luftwaffe doctor involved. Nor were the human experiments limited to freezing experiments. Even more damning, Dr. Alexander learned that one of Dr. Strughold's closest colleagues and his co-author, a physiologist named Dr. Siegfried Ruf, was in charge of overseeing Rascher's human experiments at Dachau. This was stunning news. Dr. Ruf and his assistant Dr. Ronberg joined forces with Rascher and arrived in Dachau with a low-pressure chamber which they supplied, Alexander wrote in his report. This low-pressure chamber was used for a second set of deadly experiments involving high-altitude studies. Sitting inside the 7th Army Documentation Center reading the Himmler papers, Dr. Alexander realized that Dr. Strughold had lied to him when he said that the only Luftwaffe doctor involved in the Dachau experiments had been the fringe doctor Rascher. In fact, Strughold's friend and colleague, Dr. Ruf, was deeply implicated. Most disturbing to Alexander were a group of photographs showing what happened in the course of the experiments as healthy young men, classified by the Nazis as Untermenschen, were strapped into a harness inside the low-pressure chamber and subjected to explosive decompression. These photographs, astonishing in their sadism, were essentially before, during, and after pictures of murder in the name of medicine. Other photographs among the Himmler papers documented the freezing experiments as they were being conducted at Dachau. Rascher's experiments were by no means the solo act of one depraved man. There were photographs of yet another of Dr. Strughold's Luftwaffe colleagues, Dr. Ernst Holzlerner, holding prisoners down in tubs of icy water while their body temperatures were recorded as they died. It is believed that Rascher's wife, Nini, took the photographs. In a classified SIAS report, Dr. Alexander expressed doubts about the veracity of Dr. Strughold's earlier testimony from their first interview in Göttingen. The Dachau experiments were joint endeavors by the Luftwaffe and the SS, and despite Strughold's denials, several aviation doctors on his staff, including individuals who reported directly to him, were named in the Himmler papers. Strughold at least must have been familiar with the parts played by his friend and co-worker Ruf, Dr. Alexander wrote. In his report, he advised Schaef that while he could not yet say if Dr. Strughold was directly involved in the death experiments, clearly Reich medical crimes were still being covered up by him. On June 20th, Alexander headed back to Munich to confront Dr. Welz. Instead, he found a colleague of Dr. Welz's, a Dr. Lutz, who broke down and confessed that he'd been aware of the human experiments, but that they'd been conducted by his team members, not him. Lutz claimed to have been offered the human job by Welz, but declined to accept on grounds that he was too soft. Before confronting Strughold, Dr. Alexander first returned to Dachau to locate eyewitnesses. There, he found 3 former prisoners who offered testimony: John Baudwin, Oskar Hausermann, and Dr. Paul Husserach, who managed to stay alive at the concentration camp by working as orderlies for the SS. After Dachau was liberated, the 3 men chose to stay behind so as to help investigators piece together medical crimes. They formed a group, calling it the Committee for the Investigation of SS Medical Crimes. From them, Dr. Alexander learned that the experiments had been conducted on Jews, gypsies, homosexuals, and Catholic priests in the secret, freestanding barracks called Experimental Cell Block 5. In general, the death of prisoners transferred to Block 5 was expected within 2 to 3 days, testified John Baudwin. The second witness, Dr. Husserach, a Czech scholar sent to Dachau for committing literary crimes, told Dr. Alexander that only a few experimental subjects survived the low-pressure experiments. Most were killed. All 3 men agreed that only one individual was known to have survived the experiments, a Polish priest named Leo Michalowski. Father Michalowski's testimony provided a critical missing link in the medical murder experiments and how they were so skillfully concealed. Luftwaffe reports used the words guinea pigs, large pigs, and adult pigs as code words for their human subjects. In one of Welz's papers confiscated by Dr. Alexander, entitled Alcohol and Rewarming, Welz wrote that shipwreck experiments have been simulated in large pigs. The pigs were placed in tubs of water with blocks of ice and given alcohol to see if a rewarming effect occurred. The results, wrote Welz, showed that alcohol in pigs does not increase or accelerate the loss of warmth. In sworn testimony, Father Michalowski described what had been done to him at Dachau. I was taken to room number 4 on Block 5. I was dropped in the water in which ice blocks were floating. I was conscious for 1 hour, then given some rum. In Welz's paper, the word large pig really meant Catholic priest. On June 22nd, Dr. Alexander returned to the Heidelberg Document Center to locate more information with the help of Hugh Iltis. Armed with new details and key words culled from survivor testimony, Dr. Alexander found what Dr. Rascher had called his experiment reports. These charts, Alexander noted, were a scientific chronicle of medical murder. Rascher had also had bigger plans. He was working with the SS to have the aviation medicine experiments relocated from Dachau to Auschwitz. Auschwitz is in every way more suitable for such a large serial experiment than Dachau because it is colder there, and the greater extent of open country within the camp would make the experiments less conspicuous, Rascher wrote. Dr. Alexander also learned about a grotesque motion picture of the record of the experiments that had been shown at a private screening at the Air Ministry at the behest of Himmler. The Luftwaffe doctor overseeing this event was yet another close colleague of Dr. Strughold's, a physiologist and government official named Dr. Theodor Benzinger. Dr. Alexander was unable to locate Benzinger, but noted the name in his report. He then returned to Göttingen to interview Strughold a second time to see if he could confirm that Strughold had been lying to him. In Göttingen, things had changed. Investigators working on scientific intelligence projects for the U.S. Army Air Forces, AAF, and the Royal Air Force, RAF, had interviewed many of the Luftwaffe doctors, including Dr. Strughold. Their conclusions were remarkably different from Dr. Alexander's. None of the RAF or AAF officers had traveled to the document center in Heidelberg to read the Himmler files. Instead, their reports were meant to serve and support Armstrong and Grove's secret new research lab. RAF Wing Commander R.H. Winfield wrote in his report, "Strughold was the mainspring of German aviation medical research and had a large staff of colleagues, including Dr. Siegfried Ruf, all of whom appeared to have suffered tremendously from their isolation during the war years." Winfield, having no idea that Dr. Ruf had been the person in charge of overseeing Rascher's work at Dachau, stated that his interrogations of Ruf revealed very little information not already known to the Allies. Winfield saw Dr. Strughold as a patrician figure, considerably disturbed about the welfare of his staff who, unable to evacuate Berlin, were now threatened by the Russians. Representing the U.S. Army Air Forces was Colonel W.R. Lovelace, an expert in high-altitude escape and parachute studies. The following decade, Lovelace would become famous as the physician for NASA's Cold War-era Project Mercury astronauts. For his confidential SIOS report entitled Research in Aviation Medicine for the German Air Force, Lovelace interviewed Dr. Strughold and many of his colleagues, including the freezing expert Georg Welz. Like Winfield, Lovelace was in the dark about the medical murder experiments going on inside the concentration camps. He saw Welz's research as benign and dedicated 5 pages of his SIOS report to praising his studies on rapid rewarming of the cooled animal. Lovelace was particularly impressed by the fact that Welz had frozen a guinea pig to death and was still able to record a heartbeat after death. The heartbeat may continue for some time if the animal is left in the cold, Lovelace wrote in summation of Welz's findings. Unlike Dr. Alexander, Colonel Lovelace was able to interview Strughold and Ruf's colleague, Dr. Theodor Benziger, the high-altitude specialist who ran the Reich's experimental station of the Air Force Research Center, Reuchlin, located north of Berlin. This was the same Dr. Benziger who had overseen for Himmler the film screening at the Reich Air Ministry in Berlin of Dachau prisoners being murdered in medical experiments. And while Dr. Alexander had this information, Colonel Lovelace had no idea. Lovelace was particularly interested in Benzinger's work involving high-altitude parachute escapes, for which Benziger had gathered much data and produced studies in reversible and irreversible deaths. Benziger told Lovelace that he performed his studies on rabbits. Finally, Lovelace interviewed Dr. Konrad Schaffer, a chemist and physiologist whose wartime efforts to render salt water drinkable made him famous in Luftwaffe circles. With high praise from RAF and AAF officers, Drs. Ruf, Benziger, and Schaffer were now each being considered for leading positions at the new research lab. It was the end of June 1945, and Dr. Alexander's allotted time in the field as a war crimes investigator had drawn to a close. He was ordered back to London, where he would type up 7 classified SIOS reports totaling more than 1,500 pages. 2 weeks after Alexander left Germany, the chief of the Division of Aviation Medicine for the Army Air Forces, Detlev Bronk, and an AAF expert on the psychological and physiological stresses of flying named Howard Burchell, arrived in Germany to evaluate progress on the new research laboratory envisioned by Armstrong and Grow. Bronk and Burchell interviewed many of the same doctors and determined that they were all good candidates for the AAF Center. Unlike Wing Commander Winfield and Colonel Lovelace, Bronk and Burchell had been made aware of some of the controversy surrounding Strughold and his Luftwaffe colleagues. In a joint report, they explained, No effort was made to assess the doctors' political and ethical viewpoints or their responsibility for war crimes. They also concluded Strughold was not always quite honest in presenting the true significance of the work which he supported. But Bronk and Burschel stated that it was their position that Army intelligence was better qualified to determine who was inadmissible for political reasons and who could be hired. As it turned out, military intelligence objected to hiring Dr. Benzinger and Dr. Roof on the grounds that both men had been hardcore Nazi ideologues. But in the following month, Army intelligence determined that the doctor's work at Heidelberg would be short-term, and both men were cleared for U.S. Army employment. A deal was made between the U.S. Army Air Forces and Dr. Strughold. He would serve with Armstrong as co-chairman of a top-secret research center that the AAF was quietly setting up at the former Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Heidelberg, and to be called the Army Air Forces Aeromedical Center. No one outside a small group could know about this controversial project because, per JCS 1076, no foreign power was permitted to carry out military research of any kind in Germany, including in medicine. Dr. Strughold hand-picked 58 Luftwaffe doctors for the research program, including Dr. Siegfried Roof, Dr. Theodor Benzinger, and Dr. Konrad Schaffer, the first Nazi doctors to be hired by the U.S. Army Air Forces. In Munich, Dr. Georg Welz was arrested and sent to an internment facility for processing. From there, he would be sent to the prison complex in Nuremberg to await trial. In less than 2 years, many of the Nazi doctors chosen by Dr. Strughold would quietly begin their secret journeys to the United States. Chapter 8. Black, White, and Gray. In Washington, with policy now informally set, the debate over the Nazi scientist program became intense inside the State War Navy Coordinating Committee, SWINC. Like its successor organization, the National Security Council, SWINC acted as the President's principal forum for dealing with issues related to foreign policy and national security. The State Department was vocal in its opposition to the program. Exacerbating the situation for the State Department was a parallel issue it had recently become embroiled in. South American countries, Argentina and Uruguay in particular, were known to be giving safe haven to Nazi war criminals who had escaped from Germany at the end of the war. The State Department had been putting pressure on these countries to repatriate Nazis back to Europe to face war crimes charges. If it came out that the State Department was providing not only safe haven but employment opportunities for Nazi scientists in the United States, that would be cause for an international scandal. And while some generals and colonels in the War Department were decidedly for the Nazi science programs, others were fundamentally opposed to the idea. A secretly recorded conversation between two generals at the Pentagon summed up the conflict that the very idea of German scientists working for the U.S. military created. One of the ground rules for bringing them over is that it will be temporary, and at the return of their exploitation, they will be sent back to Germany, said one general, whose name was redacted. The second general agreed. I'm opposed, and Pop Powers, a nickname for a Pentagon official, is opposed. The whole War Department is opposed, he said. To open our arms and bring in German technicians and treat them as honored guests was a very bad idea. The Department of Justice was not happy about the voluminous workload that background checks on former enemy aliens would require. The Department of Labor was concerned about laws governing alien labor, and the Department of Commerce was concerned about patent rights. In an attempt to ease the contention, Under-Secretary of War Robert Patterson sent a memorandum to the War Department General Staff, stating that the person to mediate these issues was John J. McCloy, the Assistant Secretary of War and chairman of SWINC. John J. McCloy would become an especially significant player in Operation Paperclip starting in 1949. But now, in the summer of 1945, he wore two hats related to the issue of Nazi scientists. On the one hand, Undersecretary of War Robert Patterson had put McCloy in charge of coordinating policy regarding Nazi scientists coming to the United States to work. On the other hand, Patterson's boss, Secretary of War Henry Stimson, had given McCloy the job of helping to develop the War Crimes Program. McCloy's position regarding the exploitation of Nazi science and scientists was clear. He believed that the program would help foster American military superiority while engendering economic prosperity. To McCloy, those ends justified any means. It was not that McCloy believed that the Nazis should go unpunished, at least not in the summer of 1945. For that, McCloy was a strong supporter of the International Military Tribunal, IMT, and the idea of a war crimes trial. But he was someone who saw these two categories as black and white. There were scientists, and there were war criminals. In McCloy's eyes, a war criminal was a Himmler, a Hess, a Göring, or a Bormann. Scientists, like industrialists, were the backbone of a healthy economy in this new, post-war world. In the summer of 1945, McCloy was regularly briefed on the capture and arrest of these war criminals as they were rounded up and taken to a top-secret interrogation facility in Luxembourg, codenamed Ashcan, where they would be squeezed for information before facing judgment at Nuremberg. John Dalebois, an officer with Army Intelligence G2, the Collecting and Dissemination Division, spent a significant portion of the last 8 months of the war watching and rewatching Triumph of the Will, the 3-hour-long Nazi propaganda film by Hitler's favorite filmmaker, Leni Riefenstahl. Every Thursday night, inside a screening room at Camp Ritchie, America's military intelligence training center, located 80 miles north of Washington in the Catoctin Mountains, the 26-year-old Dalebois used the film to teach German order of battle and Nazi party hierarchy to colonels, generals, and intelligence officers preparing to go off to war. The Triumph of the Will documentary was an ideal teaching tool and enabled Dalebois to point out to his students how individuals within the Nazi party hierarchy spoke and gestured, what insignia they wore, who was subordinate to whom. Between the hateful speeches and the endless parades, the fawning inner circle and the Nuremberg rallies, John Dalebois had become so familiar with Hitler's inner circle that he could almost recite their speeches himself. He enjoyed teaching, but like so many dedicated Americans of his generation, Dalebois wished to see action overseas. There was a tinge of envy as well. He stayed in touch with his former colleagues from Officer Candidate School, most of whom had been sent to Europe months ago. Many had already been promoted to captains and majors. As the war in Europe drew to a close, John Dalebois had accepted that he was in all likelihood not going to be sent overseas as part of an interrogation team, called an IPW team, to interview newly captured prisoners of war. Then, on Easter Sunday, April 1st, 1945, he received orders to ship out with the next detachment. Steaming out of the New York harbor only days later, he was standing on the deck of the Ile-de-France when someone handed him a telegram. He'd been promoted to first lieutenant. Things moved fast after he'd crossed the Atlantic. On April 13th, Dalebois' ship landed in West Scotland. Every vessel in the harbor was at half-mast. President Roosevelt had died the day before. A quick train trip to London bore witness to appalling devastation. Piles of rubble filled both sides of every street. Dalebois' channel crossing took place under a full moon, and he was grateful to arrive in the war-torn port of Le Havre, France, without incident. Up until then, our move from Camp Ritchie to Le Havre had been well orchestrated, explains Dallebois. Now chaos set in. Driving into Munich, destroyed vehicles and weaponry littered the road. In the clearings in the woods sat small fleets of wrecked Luftwaffe airplanes, their wings torn off and their fuselages pockmarked with holes. Corpses rotted in ditches. Suddenly the war was very real, Dallebois recalls. His first assignment was at the Dachau concentration camp, just 2 days after its liberation. Dallebois had been sent to Dachau to look over groups of captured German soldiers to see if important generals, party officials, or scientists were hiding out among the crowd. Primarily, I was to watch for high-ranking Nazis in disguise, remembers Dallebois. We had reports that many of them were passing themselves off as ordinary German soldiers, thus hoping to be overlooked in the confusion and to disappear. His job was to intuit the meaning of certain manners of walk, greeting, and speech. Dallebois was on the lookout for anyone who might be useful to the Allies for a more detailed interrogation at a facility elsewhere. At Dachau, John Dallebois scoured faces in the crowd for telltale marks, things that could not be hidden. The most obvious among them were the dueling scars of the Nazi elite. But at Camp Ritchie, Dallebois had also become an expert in signs of concealment. Recently shaved facial hair or patches pulled off uniforms were indicators that a man had something to hide. True expertise, Dallebois knew, lay in recognizing nuance. After a few days at Dachau, Dallebois received another assignment. He proceeded to Central Continental Prisoner of War Enclosure No. 32, or CCPWE No. 32. The mission he was now on was classified top secret. Everyone he asked about CCPWE No. 32 said they'd never heard of it before. When Dallebois' driver left the borders of Germany and began heading into Luxembourg, Dallebois became overwhelmed with memories. Luxembourg, of all places, how capricious to be on assignment here. John Dallebois was born in Luxembourg. He had moved to America when he was a 12-year-old boy with his father. His mother had died in the great influenza pandemic. Driving into Luxembourg in 1945, Dallebois was seeing his native country for the first time in 14 years. As his army jeep made its way into a little spa town called Mondorf-les-Bains, images of his youth flooded his mind. He recalled Mondorf's beautiful park, a quiet stream on which one could row a boat, lots of old trees and acres of flowers. Mondorf was built a few miles from the Moselle River, in antiquity developed by the Romans as a health resort. It was known for its restorative qualities, its mineral baths, and fresh air. How different it all looked now, another small city devastated by war. Most homes and shops had been plundered or destroyed. Driving along the main boulevard, Dallebois observed how the facades of many houses had been blown off. He could see people carrying on with their lives inside of what was left of their homes. Only when his jeep pulled up to its destination did Dallebois realize that he'd arrived at the Palace Hotel. It was unrecognizable to him. A 15-foot-high fence ran around the main building, on top of which was a double-stringed curl of barbed wire. There was a second fence that appeared to be electrified. Camouflage netting hung from panels of fencing. Wide canvas sheets had been strung from tree to tree. Huge Klieg lights illuminated the place. There were 4 guard towers, each manned by American soldiers holding powerful machine guns. Not even in photographs had John Dallebois seen an Allied prison facility in the European war theater as heavily fortified as this place was. At the front gate there was a jeep parked and with its engine turned off. A stern-faced sergeant sat inside. His name tag read, Sergeant of the Guard Robert Bloch. Bloch addressed Dallebois with a nod. "Good afternoon, Sergeant," Dallebois said. "I'm reporting for duty here." Bloch just stared at him. Dalebois recalled asking what kind of place this was, what was going on inside. Bloch said he had not been inside. There was a long, uncomfortable pause. Finally, Bloch spoke. "To get in here, you need a pass signed by God." He nodded at the prisoner of war facility behind him. "And have somebody verify the signature." Dalebois handed over his papers. After Bloch looked at them, the gate swung open and Dalebois was waved inside. In spite of its fortifications, the Palace Hotel remained surprisingly unscathed by war. The boomerang-shaped building was 5 stories tall. The fountain at the front entrance lacked water, its stone-carved nymph rising up from an empty pool. Inside the hotel foyer, Dalebois was greeted by 2 guards. A third soldier handed him a key and pointed up a flight of stairs. He told Dalebois to leave his things in room 30 on the 2nd floor. I climbed up the stairs, located room 30, and let myself in with the key he had given me. It was an ordinary hotel room, remembers Dalebois, with rather noisy wallpaper. Inside, the fancy light fixtures and plush furniture of a grand hotel had been replaced by a folding table, 2 chairs, and an army cot. Dalebois unpacked his duffel bag. There was a knock on the door. Ashcan may have been heavily fortified on the exterior, but inside the facility, the prisoners were free to roam around. Dalebois opened the door and stood face to face with a large man dressed in a ratty pearl-gray uniform with gold braids on the collars and gold insignia on the shoulder pads. He held a pair of trousers draped over one arm. Clicking his heels, he nodded and introduced himself as if he were at a party, not in a prison. The man opened his mouth and barked, "Göring, Reichsmarschall." So this was Hermann Göring. Dalebois recognized him immediately from so many screenings of Triumph of the Will. Here was the man in flesh and blood. Göring was arguably the most notorious of Hitler's inner circle still alive. Former Commander-in-Chief of the Luftwaffe, director of the 4-year plan. Hitler's long-acknowledged successor until the perceived betrayal at the very end. It was Hermann Göring who ordered Security Police Chief Reinhard Heydrich to organize and coordinate plans for a solution to the Jewish question. At once I understood my assignment, recalled Dalebois. He was here in Luxembourg to interrogate the highest-ranking war criminals in the Nazi Party. This was not a Nazi propaganda film. The individuals who had so populated his mind and his teaching at Camp Ritchie for the past 8 months were right here, and they were all prisoners now. Göring stood before Dalebois, panting. Göring said he had been unfairly tricked by his captors. He had been told he was going to a palatial spa, Dalebois explained. When Göring arrived at Ashcan with his valet, Robert Krupp, he was expecting a vacation. He brought along 11 suitcases and 20,000 paracodeine pills, and had made sure his toenails and fingernails had been varnished to a bright red shine for his stay. That the spa at Mondorf had lost its chandeliers and been turned into a maximum security prison complex was not what Göring had in mind. His mattress was made of straw, Göring barked at Dalebois. He didn't have a pillow. A man of his rank deserved more. Dalebois looked at Göring, made a mental note. "Are you by chance a welfare officer who will see to it that we are treated correctly according to the Articles of War?" Göring asked Dalebois. In this question, Dalebois saw opportunity as an interrogator. Yes, he said, he would be working along those lines. Göring was pleased. He made a great show again of heel-clicking, bowing, and taking his 280 pounds out of my room. Göring returned to his fellow prisoners. He told the other Nazis about the new officer's arrival and his responsibilities to see better treatment for all of them. Suddenly, everyone wanted to speak with First Lieutenant John Dalebois. CCP-WE number 32 was filled with Nazi Bonzen, the big wheels as Dalebois and the other interrogators called them. Hans Frank, the Jew butcher of Krakow, arrived at Ashcan on a stretcher in silk pajamas drenched in blood. He had tried to kill himself by slashing his own throat. Frank was captured with his 38-volume diary written during the war, a damning confession of many crimes he was guilty of. Dark-eyed and balding, noted Ashcan's commandant, Colonel Burton Andrus, Frank had pale, hairy hands. Other prisoners included members of the former German General Staff, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, Chief of the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, OKW, or Armed Forces High Command, General Alfred Jodl, Keitel's Chief of Operations, Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz, Commander of Submarines and Commander-in-Chief of the German Navy, Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, former Chief of Armed Forces Italy and later Supreme Commander West, Joachim von Ribbentrop, Foreign Minister, and Albert Speer, Minister of Armaments and War Production. These were the men who personally helped Hitler plan and execute World War II and the Holocaust, those who hadn't escaped, perished, or committed suicide. In a second circle, or clique, there were the real Nazi gangsters, Dallebois explained, the old fighters who had been with Hitler at the beginning of his rise to power. Among this group were Robert Ley, Labor Front leader, Julius Streicher, editor of the anti-Semitic newspaper and propaganda tool Der Stürmer, Alfred Rosenberg, Nazi philosopher, Arthur Seyss-Inquart, the man who betrayed Austria and became Reichskommissar of Holland, and Wilhelm Frick, former Minister of the Interior and Reichsprotector of Bohemia, Moravia. Stripped of their power, small details spoke volumes to Dallebois. Göring was terrified of thunderstorms. Keitel was obsessed with sunbathing and staring at his reflection in Ashcan's only mirror in its entrance hall. Robert Ley was repeatedly reprimanded for masturbating in the bathtub. Joachim von Ribbentrop, named by the Nazi Ministry of Propaganda as the best-dressed man in Germany for 9 consecutive years, was a lazy slob. Day in and day out, John Dallebois interviewed them. Almost all the men at Ashcan were eager to talk, Dallebois recalls. They felt neglected if they hadn't been interrogated by someone for several days. Their favorite pastime was casting blame. The greatest challenge for Dallebois and his fellow interrogators was determining, or trying to determine, who was lying and who was telling the truth. Cross-examination, playing one prisoner off the other, according to Dallebois, was a tactic that worked best. Often I was taken into their confidence when they needed a shoulder to cry on, Dallebois explains. At Mondorf, they still couldn't believe they would be tried for their crimes. Chapter 9. Hitler's Chemists. At war's end, the staff of the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service had their sights set on bringing Hitler's chemists to the United States. The service saw unbridled potential in making the Nazis' nerve agent program its own, and was willing to go to great lengths to obtain its secrets. Less than 1 month after British tanks rolled into the robbers' lair and found the enormous cache of tabin-filled bombs in the forests of Munster Nord, the Chemical Warfare Service had obtained a sample of the nerve agent and was analyzing its properties in its development laboratory in the United States. Work began on May 15, 1945, and took 2 weeks to complete. The analysis revealed that tabin was a revolutionary killer that could decimate enemy armies. General William N. Porter, Chief of the Chemical Warfare Service, requested that 5 260-kilogram tabin-filled bombs be shipped from the robbers' lair to the United States by air under highest priority for field tests. Separately, General Porter asked the U.S. Army Air Forces and U.S. Army Ordnance to conduct their own feasibility studies to determine if tabin bombs could be used in combat by U.S. troops. Most people looked upon chemical warfare as abhorrent. In a June 1943 speech, President Roosevelt himself had said that using chemicals to kill people was immoral and inhumane. The president had denied Chemical Warfare Service officials their request to change the service's name to the Chemical Corps because of the permanence the name change suggested. And yet here was the interesting news for the Chemical Service. When German nerve gas entered into the world of chemical warfare, it brought with it the assurance of a U.S. chemical warfare program in peacetime. According to chemical weapons expert Jonathan B. Tucker, in 1945, in the aftermath of World War II, the U.S. Army Chemical Warfare Service decided to focus its research and development efforts on the German nerve agents, the technological challenges of which promised to ensure the organization's survival through the period of post-war demobilization and declining military budgets. Within several months of the German surrender, 530 tons of Tabin nerve agent were shipped to the United States and used in top-secret field tests. Requests to bring German chemists to the United States for weapons work quickly followed. But, as had been the case with the V-2 rocket scientists, the notion of issuing visas to Hitler's chemists was met with hostility inside the State Department. When the chief of the State Department's Passport Division, Howard K. Travers, learned about this idea, he sent his colleagues an internal memo stating, "We should do everything we consistently can to prevent German chemists and others from entering this country." In Germany, Alsace scientific director Samuel Goudsmit had been tracking Hitler's chemists ever since the Allies crossed the Rhine. Likewise, the SIOS chemical weapons team, led by Lieutenant Colonel Philip R. Tarr of the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service, and his British counterpart, Major Edmund Tilley, were continuing their relentless pursuit. When Alsace located the chemist Richard Kuhn at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Medical Research in Heidelberg, they paid him a visit. Kuhn had once been an internationally revered organic chemist, but rumor had it that he had become an ardent Nazi during the war. Kuhn won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1938, but turned down accepting the award at the request of Hitler, who called it a Jewish prize. Here now to interview Richard Kuhn, Samuel Goudsmit had with him two American chemists, Louis Fieser of Harvard and Carl Baumann of the University of Wisconsin. Both men had actually worked with Kuhn in his laboratory before the war. After a cordial exchange of greetings, the interrogation began. Alsace sought information regarding the Third Reich's nerve agent program. What did Herr Kuhn know? Kuhn, with his mop of straight reddish-brown hair, cunning smile, and schoolboy looks, swore that he had no connection whatsoever with Reich military research. He told his former colleagues that he was a pure scientist, an academic who spent the war working on the chemistry of modern drugs. Samuel Goudsmit had his doubts. "Richard Kuhn's record did not seem too clean to me," Goudsmit recalled after the war. As president of the German Chemical Society, he had followed the Nazi cult and rites quite faithfully. He never failed to give the Hitler salute when starting his classes and to shout "Sieg Heil" like a true Nazi leader, Goudsmit recalled. But the Alsace leader did not have enough evidence to have Kuhn arrested, so he put him under surveillance instead. Elsewhere in Germany, SIOS chemical weapons investigators Colonel Tarr and Major Tilley had been rounding up German chemists and sending them to prisoner-of-war facilities near where the individual arrests had taken place. Starting on June 1, 1945, these chemists would now be sent to a single location, a top-secret interrogation facility outside Frankfurt. SCHAFE was moving its headquarters from Versailles to Frankfurt and was to be dissolved in mid-July. The new organization, in charge of all affairs, including scientific exploitation, was the Office of Military Government for Germany, OMGUS, whose commander was Eisenhower's deputy, General Lucius D. Clay. The Allies were also reorganizing the way in which scientific intelligence was going to be collected moving forward. SIOS was transitioning into American and British components, FIAT, Field Information Agency, Technical, and BIOS, British Intelligence Objectives Subcommittee. SIOS teams would remain active while they completed open investigations. The structure that housed this new interrogation center was none other than Schloss Kranzberg, or Kranzberg Castle, Hermann Göring's former Luftwaffe headquarters, and the place where Albert Speer and his aide spent the night the last New Year's Eve of the war. The Allies gave it the code name Dustbin. This medieval structure, built high in the Taunus Mountains, had grand rooms, hardwood floors, beautiful stone fireplaces, and shiny chandeliers. These were hardly gulag-type quarters. In terms of security classification, Dustbin was top tier. The facility was the second most classified interrogation center after Ashcan. Dustbin was self-contained inside its centuries-old stone walls, and, as it went at Ashcan, the prisoners here were free to roam the grounds and chat among themselves. Karl Brandt, Hitler's doctor, organized morning gymnastics classes in the garden. Others played chess. Industrialists held lectures in the large banquet hall that Göring had once used as a casino. Speer took walks in the castle's apple orchard, almost always alone by choice. Whereas Ashcan housed the Nazi High Command, Dustbin had many Nazi scientists, doctors, and industrialists under guard. This included more than 20 chemists with IG Farben and at least 6 members of its board. Throughout the early summer of 1945, several key players in Farben's Tab and Gas program were still at large. For Major Tilly, the chronology regarding how Farben first began producing nerve gas and how it transformed into wide-scale production remained a mystery until a Farben chemist named Dr. Gerhard Schroeder was captured and brought to Dustbin. Schroeder was the man who created the nerve agent that had been found at Raubkammer, the robber's lair. The information Schroeder had was among the most sought-after, classified military intelligence in the world. Tilly prepared for intense stonewalling from the Farben chemist. Instead, Dr. Schroeder spoke freely, offering up everything he knew, beginning with Tauben's startling discovery in the fall of 1936. Dr. Schroeder had been working at an insecticide lab for IG Farben in Leverkusen, north of Cologne, for several years. By the fall of 1936, he had an important job on his hands. Weevils and leaf lice were destroying grain across Germany, and Schroeder was tasked with creating a synthetic pesticide that could eradicate these tiny pests. The government had been spending 30 million Reichsmarks a year on pesticides made by Farben as well as other companies. IG Farben wanted to develop an insect killer that could save money for the Reich and earn the company a monopoly on pesticides. Synthesizing organic, carbon-based compounds was trial and error work, Dr. Schroeder told Major Tilly. It was labor-intensive and dangerous. Schroeder, a family man, took excellent precautions against exposure, always working under a fume hood. Even trace amounts of the chemicals he was using had cumulative, potentially lethal effects. Schroeder suffered from frequent headaches and sometimes felt short of breath. One night, while driving home after working on a new product, Schroeder could barely see the road in front of him. When he pulled over to examine his eyes in the mirror, he saw that his pupils had constricted to the size of a pinhead. Over the next several days, his vision grew worse. He developed a throbbing pressure in his larynx. Finally, Schroeder checked himself into a hospital, where he was monitored for 2 weeks before being sent home and told to rest. 8 days after the respite, Schroeder returned to work. He had been developing a cyanide-containing fumigant, which he had given the code name Preparation 991. Picking up where he'd left off with his work, he prepared a small amount of his new substance, diluting it to 1 in 200,000 units to see if it would kill lice clinging to leaves. He was stunned when his new creation killed 100% of the lice. Schroeder repeated the experiment for his colleagues. They all agreed that Preparation 991 was 100 times more lethal than anything anyone at the Leverkusen lab had ever worked with before. Dr. Schroeder sent a sample of this lethal new fumigant to Farben's Director of Industrial Hygiene, a man named Professor Eberhard Gross, not to be confused with Dr. Karl Gross, the Waffen-SS bacteriologist connected with the Gereberg discovery. Gross tested the substance on apes and was duly shocked by the results. After a healthy ape was injected with a tiny amount of Preparation 991, just 1/10 of a milligram per kilo of body weight, the ape died in less than an hour. Next, Gross tested the substance on an ape inside an inhalation chamber. He watched this healthy ape die in 16 minutes. Professor Gross told Dr. Schroeder that his Preparation 991 was being sent to Berlin and that he should wait for further instructions on what action to take next. At Dustbin, Schroeder told Major Tilly that when he learned his compound could kill a healthy ape through airborne contact in minutes, he became upset. His discovery was never going to be used as an insecticide, Schroeder lamented. It was simply too dangerous for any warm-blooded animal or human to come into contact with. Schroeder said his goal was to save money for the Reich. With the news of how powerful Preparation 991 was, Schroeder felt he'd failed at his job. He got back to work, searching for a fumigant better suited for the task of killing weevils and leaf lice. Meanwhile, Professor Gross brought the substance to his superiors. Starting in 1935, a Reich ordinance required all new discoveries with potential military application to be reported to the War Office. The Reich's Chemical Weapons Department began to evaluate Schroeder's Preparation 991 for its potential use in chemical warfare. In May 1937, Schroeder was invited to Berlin to demonstrate how he'd synthesized Preparation 991. Everyone was astounded, Schroeder told Tilly. This was the most promising chemical killer since the Germans invented mustard gas. Preparation 991 was classified top secret and given a code name, Tabun gas. It came from the English word taboo, something prohibited or forbidden. Dr. Schroeder was told to produce 1 kilogram for the German army, which would take over Tabun production on a massive scale. Schroeder got a bonus of 50,000 Reichsmarks. The average German worker during this time period earned 3,100 Reichsmarks a year, and was told to get back to work. Farben still needed him to develop a lice-killing insecticide. With their new nerve agent Tabun, Farben executives saw all kinds of business opportunities. Karl Krau, the head of Farben's board of directors, began working with Hermann Göring on a longer-range plan to arm Germany with chemical weapons, ones that could eventually be dropped on the enemy from airplanes. In his report to Göring, Krau called Tabun the weapon of superior intelligence and superior scientific technological thinking. The beauty in the nerve agent, Krau told Göring, was that it could be used against the enemy's hinterland. Göring agreed, adding that what he liked most about chemical weapons was that they terrified people. He responded to Krau in writing, noting that the deadly effects of nerve agents like Tabun gas could wreak psychological havoc on civilian populations, driving them crazy with fear. On August 22, 1938, Göring named Karl Krau his plenipotentiary for special questions of chemical production. Farben was now positioned to build the Reich's chemical weapons industry from the ground up. The Treaty of Versailles had forced Germany to destroy all of its chemical weapons factories after World War I, which meant factories had to be secretly built. This was an enormous undertaking, now an official part of the Nazis' secret 4-year plan, and through Krau, IG Farben was made privy to the Reich's war plan before war was declared. At the Dustbin Interrogation Center, Major Tilly asked Schroeder about full-scale production. Based on the Allies' discovery of thousands of tons of Tabin bombs in the forest outside Raubkammer, Farben must have had an enormous, secret production facility somewhere. Dr. Schroeder said that he was not involved in full-scale production. That was the job of his colleague, Dr. Otto Ambros. Major Tilly asked Schroeder to tell him more about Ambros. Schroeder said that most of what Ambros did was classified, but that if Major Tilly wanted to know more about what he actually did for Farben, Tilly should talk to individuals who sat on Farben's board of directors with Ambros, either Dr. Karl Krau or Baron Georg von Schnitzler. Both men were interned here at Dustbin. "Who is Mr. Ambros?" Major Tilly asked Baron Georg von Schnitzler in an interview that would later be presented as evidence in a Nuremberg war crimes trial. "He is one of our first, younger technicians," von Schnitzler said. "He was in charge of Duhernfurt, as well as Auschwitz and Gindorf." "Where was Ambros now?" Tilly asked von Schnitzler. The Baron told Major Tilly to talk to Karl Krau. From Krau, Major Tilly learned quite a bit more about Ambros. That he had been in charge of technical development of chemical weapons production at Gindorf and at Duhernfurt. That Gindorf produced mustard gas on an industrial scale, and that Duhernfurt produced Tabin. Krau also revealed a new piece of evidence. Duhernfurt produced a second nerve agent, one that was even more potent than Tabin, called sarin. Sarin was an acronym pieced together from the names of 4 key persons involved in its development: Schroeder and Ambros from IG Farben, and from the German army 2 officers named Rüdiger and Lind. Krau told Major Tilly that the Duhernfurt plant had fallen into Russian hands. Karl Krau said something else that caught Major Tilly by surprise. Before coming to Dustbin, Krau said he had been in the hospital, where he'd been paid a visit by 2 American officers, one of whom was Lieutenant Colonel Tarr. "Judging from conversations I had a few months ago in the hospital with members of the USSBS, Colonel Snow, and Chemical Warfare, Colonel Tarr," Krau explained, "the gentlemen seemed mostly interested in sarin and Tabin. They asked me for construction plans and details of fabrication. As far as I understood, they intended to erect similar plants in the USA. I told them to apply to Dr. Ambros and his staff at Gindorf." Major Tilly was shocked. Lieutenant Colonel Tarr was his PSYOS partner, and yet Tarr had neglected to share with him the story about visiting Krau in the hospital. This was Tilly's first indication that Tarr was running a separate mission for the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service, one that apparently had a different objective than the PSYOS mission. The full, dramatic story was about to unfold. By June 1945, Otto Ambros had been questioned by soldiers with the Third Army numerous times. For reasons that remain obscure, no one from that division had been informed of the fact that Ambros was wanted for war crimes, or that he had served as Farben's chief of chemical weapons production throughout Hitler's rule. To the Third Army, he was simply the plain chemist in the Bavarian village of Gindorf, the smiling, well-dressed businessman who supplied American soldiers with free bars of soap. At Dustbin, Major Tilly relayed this critical new information about Dr. Otto Ambros to his Fiat superiors, who in turn sent an urgent message to the 6th Army Group, also in Gindorf, ordering the immediate arrest of Dr. Ambros. The 6th Army was to transport Ambros directly to Dustbin so that Major Tilly could interrogate him. A note card was placed in Ambros's dossier. Disparate bits of information were now coming into sharp focus. Case number 21877, Dr. Otto Ambros, rumored to have been involved in use of concentration camp personnel for testing effectiveness of new poison gases developed at Gindorf. Krokas notified Schaeff, insisting that Dr. Ambros be arrested. As the plant manager at Farben's Buna factory at Auschwitz, Otto Ambros had been linked to atrocities, including mass murder and slavery. The 6 Army groups swung into action. But when they arrived at Ambros's home in Gindorf, arrest orders in hand, Ambros was gone. The first assumption was that Ambros had fled on his own. This proved incorrect. He had been taken away by Lieutenant Colonel Philip Tarr. Initially, the commanding officer at Dustbin found this impossible to comprehend. It was one thing for Tarr to try to interview Ambros before any other chemical warfare experts did. That kind of rivalry had been going on ever since the various scientific intelligence teams had crossed the Rhine. But why would Tarr defy orders from Schaeff to have Ambros arrested? While soldiers with the 6th Army stood scratching their heads in Gindorf, Tarr and Ambros were actually headed to Heidelberg in a U.S. Army jeep. Their destination was an American interrogation center that was run by Army intelligence officers with the Chemical Warfare Service. For days, no one at Dustbin had any idea where Tarr and Ambros had gone. Otto Ambros had a razor-sharp mind. He was cunning and congenial, sly like a fox. He almost always wore a grin. The American war crimes prosecutor, Josiah Dubois, described him as having a devilish friendliness about him. He also had a distracting, rabbit-like habit of sniffing at the air. Ambros was short and heavy-set, with white hair and flat feet. He was a brilliant scientist who studied chemistry and agronomy under Nobel Prize winner Richard Willstetter, a Jew. As a chemist, Ambros had a mind that was capable of pushing science into realms previously unexplored. Few men were as important to I.G. Farben during the war as Otto Ambros had been. I.G. Farben first began producing synthetic rubber in 1935, naming it Buna after its primary component, butadiene. In 1937, Farben presented commercial Buna on the world stage and won the gold medal at the International Expo in Paris. When Germany invaded Poland in September 1939, the Reich's ability to import natural rubber diminished. Demand for a synthetic alternative skyrocketed, a fact Farben was well aware of in advance of Germany's attack. Tanks needed treads, aircraft needed tires, and Farben needed to produce rubber. Hitler directed Farben to increase its Buna production further. Dr. Ambros was put in charge and saw to it that Farben opened a second and then a third Buna plant so that supply could meet demand. As the invasion of the Soviet Union was secretly conceived by the German High Command, Hitler again called upon Farben's board of directors to increase its synthetic rubber production. Farben needed to construct a massive new Buna factory. Otto Ambros was put in charge of masterminding this undertaking as well. The place chosen was Auschwitz. Once Auschwitz was a regular town. Ordinary people lived there, and tourists visited to see the castle, the churches, the large medieval market square, and the synagogue, write historians Deborah Dwork and Robert Jan van Pelt. In the 1930s, visitors sent postcards from the area that read, "Greetings from Auschwitz." When, in the fall of 1940, Otto Ambros pored over maps of this region, called Upper Silesia, in search of a Buna factory site, he found what he was looking for. The production of synthetic rubber required 4 things: water, flat land, good railway connections, and an abundance of laborers. Auschwitz had all 4. 3 rivers met in Auschwitz, the Sola, the Vistula, and the Presemscha, with a water flow of 525,000 cubic feet per hour. The land was flat and 65 feet above the waterline, making it safe from floodwaters. The railway connections were sound. But most important was the labor issue. The concentration camp next door could provide an endless labor supply because the men were cheap and could be worked to death. For Farben, the use of slave labor could take the company to levels of economic prowess previously unexplored. First, a financial deal had to be made with the SS. Ambrose was instrumental in this act. For months, before the building of the Buna factory got the go-ahead, the SS and Farben haggled over deal points. Some of the paperwork survived the war. On November 8, 1940, the Reich's Minister of Economics wrote to Farben's board of directors requesting that they hurry up and settle the question regarding the site. Otto Ambros lobbied hard for Auschwitz, and in December, IG Farben sent a busload of its rubber experts and construction workers to survey the worksite. A Farben employee named Eric Santo was assigned to serve as Otto Ambros's construction foreman. The concentration camp already existing with approximately 7,000 prisoners is to be expanded, Santo noted in his official company report. For Ambros, Farben's arrangement with the SS regarding slave laborers remained vague. Ambros sought clarity. It is therefore necessary to open negotiations with the Reich leader SS, Himmler, as soon as possible in order to discuss necessary measures with him, Ambros wrote in his official company report. The two men had a decades-old relationship. Heinrich Himmler and Otto Ambros had known one another since grade school. Ambros could make Himmler see eye to eye with him on the benefits that Auschwitz offered to both Farben and the SS. In fact, the SS and IG Farben needed one another. Himmler wanted Farben's resources at Auschwitz and was eager to make the deal to supply the slaves. So SS officers hosted a dinner party for Farben's rubber and construction experts at the Auschwitz concentration camp inside an SS banquet hall there. During the festivities, the remaining issues were finally agreed upon. Farben would pay the SS 3 Reichsmarks a day for each laborer they supplied, which would go into the SS treasury, not to the slaves. On the occasion of a dinner party given for us by the management of the concentration camp, we furthermore determined all the arrangements relating to the involvement of the really excellent concentration camp operation in support of the Buna plants, Ambros wrote to his boss, Fritz Termeer, on April 12, 1941. Our new friendship with the SS is proving very profitable, Ambros explained. The SS agreed to provide Farben with 1,000 slave workers immediately. That number, promised Himmler, could quickly rise to 30,000 with demand. The relationship between Farben and the SS at Auschwitz was now cemented. Otto Ambros was the key to making the Buna factory a success. With his knowledge of synthetic rubber and his managerial experience, he also ran Farben's secret nerve gas production facilities. There was no better man than Otto Ambros for the Auschwitz job. Major Tilly waited at Dustbin for the return of Tar and Ambros. It was now clear to him that there was no single individual more important to Hitler's chemical weapons program than Otto Ambros had been. Ambros was in charge of chemical weapons at Gindorf and Duernfort, and he was the manager of the Buna factory at Auschwitz. From interviewing various Farben chemists held at Dustbin, Tilly had also learned that the gas used to murder millions of people at Auschwitz and other concentration camps, Zyklon B, was a Farben product. Farben owned the patent on Zyklon B, and it was sold to the Reich by an IG Farben company. In one of these interviews, Tilly asked IG Farben board member Baron Georg von Schnitzler if Otto Ambros knew that Farben chemicals were being used to murder people. "You said yesterday that a Farben employee alluded to you that the poisonous gases and the chemicals manufactured by IG Farben were being used for the murder of human beings held in concentration camps, Major Tilly reminded von Schnitzler in their interview. "So I understood him," von Schnitzler replied. "Didn't you question those employees of yours further in regard to the use of these gases?" "They said they knew it was being used for this purpose," von Schnitzler said. "What did you do when he told you that IG chemicals were being used to kill, to murder people held in concentration camps?" Major Tilly asked. "I was horrified," said von Schnitzler. "Did you do anything about it?" "I kept it for me because it was too terrible," von Schnitzler confessed. "I asked the Farben employee, 'Is it known to you and Ambrose and the other directors in Auschwitz that the gases and chemicals are being used to murder people?' "What did he say?" asked Major Tilly. "Yes, it is known to all the IG directors in Auschwitz," von Schnitzler said. For Lieutenant Colonel Philip R. Tarr, there was a mission at hand. Enemy Equipment Intelligence Service Team No. 1, which he served on, needed information that only Dr. Otto Ambrose had. Specifically, the team needed blueprints for equipment necessary for producing Tabun nerve gas. When Tarr and Ambrose arrived in Heidelberg, the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service had another IG Farben chemist in custody whom they wanted Ambrose to work with on a classified job. The man is referred to in documents only as Herr Stumpfe. Ambrose and Stumpfe were told to drive to a special metals firm located in Hanau, where they were to locate 30 or 40 drawings of silver-lined equipment. The Chemical Warfare Service trusted Ambrose to such a degree that they sent him and Stumpfe on this mission without an escort. Manufacturing Tabun gas was a precise and clandestine process. The United States desperately wanted to reproduce it, but attempting to do so without Farben's proprietary formula and its secret equipment was a potential death sentence for any chemist involved. Farben had spent millions of Reichsmarks on research and development. Hundreds of concentration camp workers had died in this trial-and-error process. When the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service learned that the silver-lined equipment used to manufacture Tabun gas on a large scale had been outsourced from a special metals firm called Heraus, they coveted those blueprints and plans. Dr. Ambrose and Herr Stumpfe were to go to this engineering firm to locate these drawings and blueprints and bring them back to Heidelberg. The Chemical Warfare Service agents could not conduct this mission on their own because they had no idea what equipment to look for. The two Farben chemists, Ambrose and Stumpfe, set off on their secret assignment. When they arrived at the factory in Hanau, personnel of a U.S. CIC, Counterintelligence Corps, group with headquarters at that time in Hanau arrested them, read a secret report. When they explained their mission, the CIC personnel concerned confirmed the German engineer's statement by communication with Heidelberg, and the two Germans were released. Ambrose and Stumpfe drove away. The CIC personnel, concerned after having learned of the drawings through the two German engineers, then seized the drawings and took them to their own headquarters, read a classified Army report. The Chemical Warfare Service never obtained the drawings they were looking for. But at least Tarr had Dr. Ambrose under his control, or so he believed. Instead, somewhere between Ambrose's release from the Heraus engineering firm in Hanau and his return to Heidelberg, he was able to communicate to his network of spies and informants in Gindorf. From those sources, Ambrose learned that soldiers with the U.S. 6th Army had an order to arrest him. So instead of returning to Tarr's custody, Ambrose drove to a fancy guest house that IG Farben maintained outside Heidelberg called Villa Kohlhoff, where a staff of Farben employees tended to his every need. SIOS and Fiat officials from Dustbin finally made contact with Tarr and ordered him to return with Ambrose to the interrogation facility immediately. But Tarr was no longer in control of Ambrose. Major Tilly went looking for Ambrose himself and found Hitler's chemists residing at Villa Kohlhoff. Ambrose told Major Tilly that he would agree to continue cooperating with the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service and the various Allied agencies that sought information from him, but only on one condition: that Tilly secure the release of all chemical warfare personnel already detained at Dustbin. This was a preposterous request. Tilly's superior, Major P.M. Wilson of Fiat's Enemy Personnel Exploitation Section, attempted to take control of the situation, ordering Ambrose brought to Dustbin immediately. This was not a matter of cooperation, Wilson said. There were orders to arrest the man. Lieutenant Colonel Tarr intervened on Ambrose's behalf. He lobbied the British Ministry of Supply, the agency responsible for British chemical warfare issues, for help getting Ambrose's Dustbin colleagues released. To Tarr, extracting Ambrose's esoteric knowledge outweighed the need to hold him accountable for his crimes. But the British also flatly refused to help Tarr. The matter stalled. Lieutenant Colonel Tarr flew to Paris. That night, a telegram arrived at Dustbin, sent from Paris and purporting to be from the British Ministry of Supply. The telegram ordered the release of all Farben chemical warfare scientists at Dustbin and was signed by a British Ministry of Supply colonel named J.T.M. Childs. Officers at Dustbin suspected that something was amiss and contacted Colonel Childs about his outrageous request. Colonel Childs swore he had neither written the memo nor signed it and accused Lieutenant Colonel Tarr of forgery. Fiat enhanced their efforts to have Dr. Ambrose arrested in Heidelberg. The efforts failed. Ambrose was able to evade capture by fleeing into the safety of the French zone. Double-crossing Lieutenant Colonel Tarr, Otto Ambrose struck a deal with French chemical weapons experts. In exchange for information, he was given a job as plant manager at Farben's chemical factory in Ludwigshafen. When Fiat officers at Dustbin learned what had happened, they were outraged. Ambrose's escape had been entirely preventable. It is evident that he was not kept in custody or under house arrest, noted Captain R.E.F. Edelston, a British officer with the Ministry of Supply. Major P.M. Wilson saw the situation in much darker terms. Lieutenant Colonel Tarr had taken steps to assist Ambrose to evade arrest, he wrote in a scathing report. Wilson was appalled by the friendly treatment being given to this man who is suspected of war criminality. But these were just words. Ambrose was now a free man, living and working in the French zone. The relationship among Tarr, Ambrose, and the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service was far from over. It was only a matter of time before an American chemical company would learn of the Army's interest in a whole new field of chemical weapons. An American chemist, Dr. Wilhelm Hirschkind, was in Germany at the same time. Dr. Hirschkind was conducting a survey of the German chemical industry for the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service while on temporary leave from the Dow Chemical Company. Dr. Hirschkind had spent several months inspecting IG Farben plants in the U.S. and British zones, and now he was in Heidelberg, hoping to meet Ambrose. Lieutenant Colonel Tarr reached out to Colonel Weiss, the French commander in charge of IG Farben's chemical plant in Ludwigshafen, and a meeting was arranged. On July 28, 1945, Dr. Hirschkind met with Dr. Ambrose and Lieutenant Colonel Tarr in Heidelberg. Ambrose brought his wartime deputy with him to the meeting, the Farben chemist, Jürgen von Klink. It was von Klink who, in the final months of the war, had helped Ambrose destroy evidence, hide documents, and disguised the Farben factory at Gindorf so that it appeared to produce soap, not chemical weapons. Jürgen von Klink was initially detained at Dustbin but later released. The Heidelberg meetings lasted several days. When Dr. Wilhelm Hirschgen left, he had these words for Ambrose. "I would look forward after the conclusion of the peace treaty to continuing our relations in my position as a representative of Dow." Only later did Fiat interrogators learn about this meeting. Major Tilley's suspicions were now confirmed. A group inside the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service, including his former partner, Lieutenant Colonel Tarr, did indeed have an ulterior motive that ran counter to the motives of SIOS, Fiat, and the United Nations War Crimes Commission. Tilley's superior at Dustbin, Major Wilson, confirmed this dark and disturbing truth in a classified military intelligence report on the Ambrose affair. It is believed that the conflict between Fiat and Lieutenant Colonel Tarr was due to the latter's wish to use Ambrose for industrial chemical purposes back in the United States. All documents regarding the Ambrose affair would remain classified for the next 40 years, until August of 1985. That an officer of the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service, Lieutenant Colonel Tarr, had sheltered a wanted war criminal from capture in the aftermath of the German surrender was damning. That this officer was also participating in meetings with the fugitive and a representative from the Dow Chemical Company was scandalous. In 1945, the Chemical Warfare Service was also in charge of the U.S. biological weapons program, the existence of which remained secret from the American public. The program was robust. If the atomic bomb failed to end the war in Japan, there were plans in motion to wage biological warfare against Japanese crops. After the fall of the Reich, the staff of the Chemical Warfare Service began interrogating Hitler's biological weapons makers, many of whom were interned at Dustbin. The Chemical Warfare Service saw enormous potential in making the Nazis' biological weapons program its own, and sought any scientific intelligence it could get. The man most wanted in this effort was Hitler's top biological weapons expert, Dr. Kurt Blome. On June 29, 1945, Blome was sent to Dustbin. The officers assigned to interrogate him were Bill Cromartie and J.M. Barnes of Operation Alsace. Each man was uniquely familiar with Blome's background. Cromartie had been in Dr. Eugen Hagen's apartment in Strasbourg in 1944 when he and Alsace scientific director Samuel Goudsmit made the awful discovery that the Reich had been experimenting on people during the war. Blome was named in the Hagen files. And it was Cromartie and Barnes who led the investigation of the Geraburg facility, the abandoned, curious-looking research outpost hidden in the Thuringian forest. Both Cromartie and Barnes had concluded that Geraburg had been a laboratory for Reich biological weapons research and that Dr. Blome was in charge. During his initial interview at Dustbin, Blome refused to cooperate. When he was first interrogated, he was very evasive, Cromartie and Barnes wrote. But a few days later, when interrogated in more detail, Blome's attitude changed completely, and he seemed anxious to give a full account not only of what he actually did, but what he had in mind for future work. Cromartie and Barnes were unsure if they should be enthused by Blome's seeming change of heart or suspicious of it. Blome had been observed in the Dustbin eating hall conversing at length with Dr. Heinrich Kleve, the Reich's counterintelligence agent for bacterial warfare concerns. Perhaps the two men were concocting a misinformation scheme. During the war, Dr. Kleve's job had been to monitor bioweapons progress being made by Germany's enemies, most notably Russia. Kleve claims that he himself did all the evaluating of the reports received and determined what course of action his department should thenceforth follow, investigators wrote in Cleve's dustbin dossier. Cleve told Blome that he would likely be taken to Heidelberg for a lengthy interrogation with Alsace agents, as Cleve had been. If Cromarty and Barnes were surprised by Blome's sudden willingness to talk, they were also aware that most of what he told them could not be independently verified. It is quite impossible to check many of his statements, and what follows is an account of what he related, read a note in Blome's dustbin dossier. What Blome recounted was a dark tale of plans for biological warfare spearheaded by Heinrich Himmler. Himmler had a layman's fascination with biological warfare. A former chicken farmer, the Reichsfuhrer SS had studied agriculture in school. According to Blome, it was Himmler who was the primary motivator behind the Reich's bioweapons program. Hitler, Blome said, did not approve of biological warfare and was kept in the dark as to specific plans. Himmler's area of greatest fascination, said Blome, was bubonic plague. On April 30th, 1943, Göring had created the Cancer Research Post that was to be held by Blome. Over the next 19 months, Blome explained, he met with Himmler 5 times. At their first meeting, which occurred in the summer of 1943, Blome recalled it as being July or August, Himmler ordered Blome to study various dissemination methods of plague bacteria for offensive warfare. According to Blome, he shared with Himmler his fears regarding the dangerous boomerang effect a plague bomb would most likely have on Germany. Himmler told Blome that in that case he should get to work immediately to produce a vaccine to prevent such a thing. To expedite vaccine research, Blome said, Himmler ordered him to use human beings. Himmler offered Blome a medical block at a concentration camp like Dachau, where he could complete this work. Blome said he told Himmler he was aware of strong objections in certain circles to using humans in experimental vaccine trials. Himmler told Blome that experimenting on humans was necessary in the war effort. To refuse was the equivalent of treason. Very well, said Blome. He considered himself a loyal Nazi, and it was his intention to help Germany win the war. History gives us examples of human disease affecting the outcome of wars, Blome told his Alsace interrogators, taking a moment to lecture them on history. We know that from antiquity up till the time of the Napoleonic Wars, victories and defeats were often determined by epidemics and starvation, Blome said. Spreading an infectious disease could bring about the demise of a marauding army, and Blome said that the failure of Napoleon's Russian campaign was due in great part to the infection of his horses with glanders, a highly contagious bacterial disease. History aside, Blome said he counseled Himmler on the fact that a concentration camp was a terrible place to experiment with bubonic plague because the population was too dense. Blome then told Himmler that if he were to experiment with plague bacterium, he would need his own institute, an isolated facility far removed from population centers. Himmler and Blome agreed that Poland would be a good place, and they settled on Nesselstedt, a small town outside the former Poznan University, by then operated by the Reich. Blome's research institute was to be called the Bacteriological Institute at Nesselstedt. In the interim, in Berlin, Blome oversaw a field test using rats, history's traditional carrier of bubonic plague. A debate had been taking place inside the Hygiene Institute of the Waffen-SS as to whether or not rats were the best plague carriers. Himmler's idea was to take infected rats onto U-boats and release them near the enemy shores so they could swim to land. Blome doubted that rats could swim great distances. He believed they could swim only for as long as the air in their fur kept them afloat. To prove his point, Blome arranged for a test on a Berlin lake. About 30 rats were taken out in a police boat and released at different distances from the shore, to swim both with and against the wind. Blome said that the rats were dumber than he thought, that when placed in the water, they had no idea where the shore was and swam around in different directions. A few of them drowned in 10 minutes. The longest any of the rats swam for was 30 minutes. Of those released a little over a half-mile from shore, only a third reached land. As far as Blome was concerned, Himmler's U-boat dispersal idea was not practical. Meeting number 2 took place a month or two later in September or October 1943 and was largely a repetition of the first, at least according to Blome. There was one significant development, however. Himmler asked Blome if he needed an assistant. Blome agreed that a bacteriologist would be helpful. Himmler assigned Dr. Karl Gross, formerly a staff member at the Waffen-SS Hygiene Institute. The two doctors did not get along. Blome became convinced that Dr. Gross had been sent by Himmler to spy on him. He told his interrogators that he was under great pressure to work faster. Himmler repeatedly reiterated that the methods of waging BW, biological warfare, must be studied in order to understand the defense against it. What this meant was that Himmler wanted Blome to infect human test subjects with plague to see what would happen to them. The third meeting took place 4 or 5 months later, in February 1944. By this time, Blome said, the facility at Nesselstedt had been built. There was ample staff housing, a well-equipped laboratory, and an animal farm. The block for experimental work included a climate room, a cold room, disinfectant facilities, and rooms for clean and dirty experiments. There was an isolation hospital for 16 people in the event that workers on Blome's staff contracted the disease. Work progressed slowly, Blome said, and Himmler became enraged. Rumors of an Allied invasion of the European continent had become a constant thorn in the side of the Reichsfuhrer SS. Why wasn't the Reich's bioweapons program more advanced? Himmler demanded to know. He asked Blome if it was possible to do something now, for example disseminate influenza that would delay the heralded Anglo-American invasion in the West. According to Blome, he told Himmler it was impossible to do anything on these lines. Himmler proposed another idea. How about disseminating a virulent strain of hoof-and-mouth disease, or tularemia, also called rabbit fever, which affected man in a manner similar to plague? Blome told Himmler that these were dangerous ideas, as any outbreak would surely affect Germany's troops. The Reich needed a massive stockpile of vaccinations before it could feasibly launch a biological attack. Himmler stretched his thinking to target the Allies on their own soil. How about spreading cattle plague, also called Rinderpest, in America or England? Himmler told Blome that infecting the enemy's food supply would have a sinister effect on enemy troops. Blome agreed and said he would investigate what it would take to start a plague epidemic among the enemy's cows. There was, however, a problem, Blome explained. An international agreement prohibited stocks of the Rinderpest virus to be stored anywhere in Europe. Strains of cattle plague were available only in the Third World. Himmler said that he would get the cattle plague himself. He sent Dr. Erich Traub, a veterinarian from the Reich's State Research Institute located on the island of Rheims, to Turkey. There, Dr. Traub acquired a strain of the lethal Rinderpest virus. Under Blome's direction, trials to infect healthy cows with Rinderpest began. Rheims, in northern Germany, in the Bay of Greifswald, was totally isolated and self-contained. It was the perfect place for these dangerous tests. The veterinary section used airplanes to spray the cattle plague virus on the island's grassy fields, where cows grazed. Blome said he didn't know much more about the program or its results, only that Dr. Traub, second in command at the research facility, was taken by the Russians when the Red Army captured Reims in April 1945. Blome's fourth meeting with Himmler took place in April or May of 1944. Himmler had become paranoid by now, Blome said. He believed that the Allies were plotting a biological weapons attack against the Reich. Blome was summoned by telephone to see Himmler urgently. The latter had received a number of curious reports. Grass had come floating out of the sky over some part of Austria, and a cow that had eaten some of it had died. Blome told Himmler he'd look into it. There were additional strange events, Himmler confided to Blome. Some small balloons had been found near Salzburg and Berchtesgaden, not far from Hitler's mountain residence, the Berghof. And potato beetles had been dropped in Normandy. Blome promised to study each incident. Blome told Himmler he had a pressing issue of his own. Given the progress of the Red Army, he thought it was wise to move his Plague Research Institute at Poznan, somewhere inside Germany. The place Blome suggested was Geraburg, in the Thuringian forest at the edge of the Harz Mountains. Himmler said that the Russians would never reach Poznan. By early fall, he had changed his mind. In October, a new biological weapons research facility was being built, concealed inside a pine forest in the village of Geraburg. In the meantime, Blome told his interrogators, work on vaccines was moving forward. Not at either of his research institutes, but inside the army instead. Göring had moved epidemic control into the jurisdiction of a major general named Dr. Walter Schreiber, Surgeon General of the Reich. Blome held the position of Deputy Surgeon General of the Reich, but the two men had equal positions under Göring, Blome explained. He, Blome, was in charge of creating the biological weapons. Dr. Schreiber was in charge of protecting Germans against biological weapons, should they be used. Major General Dr. Schreiber specialized in epidemic control, the sword and the shield. Alsace was very interested in learning about these vaccines. Blome said that Major General Dr. Schreiber was the person to talk to about that. Where could he be found? Blome said Schreiber had last been seen in Berlin. Word was he had surrendered to the Red Army and was their prisoner now. Blome said something else that alarmed interrogators. During the war, Dr. Kleve told Blome that it was the Russians who had the single most extensive biological weapons program in the world, a program more advanced even than that of the Japanese. Further, the Russians had managed to capture everything from Dr. Traub's laboratory on Reims, including Dr. Traub's Turkish strain of cattle plague. Then, in the winter of 1945, the Russians had captured Blome's Bacteriological Institute at Nesselstedt, outside Poznan. This meant the Russians now had the Reich's most advanced biological weapons research and development facility, its steam chambers, incubators, refrigerators, and deep freeze apparatus. They also had all of the pathogens, viral and bacterial, that Blome had been working with when he had fled west. Alsace had two key pieces of information now. The Russians had the laboratory from Poznan, and they had the doctor in charge of vaccines, Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber. They had both the science and the scientist. Chapter 10. Hired or Hanged. The future of the scientists at Dustbin was obscure. Would they be hired by the U.S. government for future work, or would they be prosecuted by the Allies for war crimes? At Ashcan, the future facing the Nazi High Command was almost certainly grim, although there was much work to do. War crimes prosecutors faced a monumental task. They had to build criminal cases from scratch, a conundrum described by Nuremberg trials prosecutor General Telford Taylor after the war. Our task was to prepare to prosecute the leading Nazis on specific criminal charges. The first question a prosecuting attorney asks in such a situation is, where's the evidence? The blunt fact was that despite what everybody knew about the Nazi leaders, virtually no judicially admissible evidence was at hand. For evidence, prosecutors like Telford Taylor were relying on interrogators like John Dollebois to glean facts from the Nazis interned at Ashcan. Frustration was mounting at Ashcan. Prisoners were conspiring to withhold information. They were whispering rather important secrets to each other, Ashcan's commander, Colonel Burton Andrus, recalled, determined not to help on the question of hidden loot, the whereabouts of people like Martin Bormann, and the guilt for war atrocities. Colonel Andrus racked his brain for ideas. How to make guilty men talk. To jog the prisoners' memories back to the reality of their grave situation, we decided to show them atrocity films taken at Buchenwald. Colonel Andrus assembled his 52 Nazi prisoners in one room. Before the film began, he addressed them with the following words. You know about these things, and I have no doubt many of you participated actively in them. We are showing them to you not to inform you of what you already know, but to impress on you the fact that we know of it too. The lights went down and the first frames of the documentary footage flickered across the screen. Colonel Andrus watched his prisoners. Hans Frank, Governor General of occupied Poland, the lawyer and Ph.D. largely responsible for the murder of the Jewish population there, put a handkerchief to his mouth and gagged. Joachim von Ribbentrop, the former champagne salesman who became Hitler's foreign minister and pressured foreign states to allow the deportation of Jews in their territories to extermination camps in the East, got up from his chair and walked out of the room. Albert Kesselring, commander of the Luftwaffe invasions into Poland, France, and the Soviet Union, who also led the Battle of Britain, turned white. Hermann Göring sighed as if bored. Julius Streicher, the schoolteacher who became Hitler's mouthpiece and encouraged readers to exterminate the Jews, sat in his chair, clasping and unclasping his hands. When the film was over, no one said a word. A little while later, Walter Funk, the 55-year-old former Minister of the War Economy and President of the Reichsbank, asked to see Colonel Andrus alone. Small, overweight, and suffering from venereal disease, this once supremely powerful Nazi Party official twisted his fingers anxiously while telling Colonel Andrus he had a confession to make. Walter Funk looked incapable of running a filling station, let alone a bank, Andrus recalled. Funk fidgeted nervously. I have something to tell you, sir, Andrus recalled Funk saying. I have been a bad man, Colonel, and I want to tell about it. Funk started to cry. Then he told Colonel Andrus that it was he who gave the order that all gold in every prisoner's mouth, in every concentration camp across the Reich, be removed and collected for the Reichsbank's reserves. Funk confessed that at first he'd had the gold knocked out of their mouths while they were alive, but realized if they were dead there was far less bother. Andrus was appalled. I had never believed before that such a horrific order as the one Funk was confessing to had ever been given, Andrus said. Colonel Andrus told Funk to leave. In his memoir, Andrus wondered what Walter Funk had hoped to gain from his confession. He never got his answer. Whatever motivated Funk that day at Ashcan eventually disappeared. Months later, at Nuremberg, Funk denied that the conversation with Colonel Andrus had ever taken place. Instead, he swore under oath that he had never been connected with orders involving acquiring gold from Jews. If it was done, declared Funk, It has been kept from me up till now." Save Funk's tearful confession, the screening of the Buchenwald atrocity film had no apparent effect on the other prisoners. The men who gagged and left the room had nothing more to say, and the rest of the Nazi high command remained tight-lipped about their crimes. Colonel Andrus grew increasingly frustrated. The prisoners were allowed to sit outside in the Palace Hotel garden, in small groups out of earshot of prison guards. There, Andrus watched Hitler's closest confidants prattle on among themselves. They could sit out in the garden in the spring sunshine and chatter to their heart's content, recalled Andrus. Undoubtedly, they compared notes on the interrogations which went on in 16 booths every day. If only G2 had wired the ashcan garden for sound. Colonel Andrus got an idea. He made a list of the 4 men who he believed were the biggest backstabbers and gossips in the group. Those with outspoken views about their fellow Nazis, men ready to blame each other for their own crimes. Göring, verbose, von Papen, malicious, Kesselring, vain, and Admiral Horthy, the Prince of Austria who believed he was better than everyone else, were chosen. With permission from headquarters, Andrus devised an elaborate ruse intended to extract information from the Nazi prisoners. The 4 men were told that they were being handed over to the British for interrogation, that soon they would be traveling to a villa in Germany to be questioned there. In reality, Army Intelligence G2 had rented a house located 3.5 miles from Ashcan. It was a traditional German-style half-timber house with a high wall running around its perimeter. U.S. Army signal intelligence engineers spent several days running hundreds of yards of wires through the house, under floorboards, behind walls, inside furniture cushions and lighting fixtures. In a final touch, they wired the garden for sound. The engineers burrowed through the backyard garden and attached tiny microphones to a single tree above the sitting area. All wires connected back to a recording machine capable of laying audio tracks down onto gramophone records. This was high technology in the summer of 1945. At the Ashcan Detention Center, Göring, von Papen, Kesselring, and Admiral Horthy were loaded into an ambulance, a common means of transport after the war, and driven away. Black curtains had been drawn across the vehicle windows so the prisoners couldn't see where they were being taken. For hours, the ambulance drove around in what Andrus called a circuitous route, covering 50 miles of terrain, but never leaving Luxembourg. When the ambulance pulled up to the Germanic-looking house and unloaded the Nazis, Göring was thrilled. "We are at a house I know," boasted Göring, assuring his colleagues that they had arrived in beautiful Heidelberg. "I recognize the decor on the walls," Göring said once inside. The bedrooms in the new quarters had fresh sheets, plush mattresses, and soft pillows. Strolling through the house, Göring pointed to a chandelier and warned his fellow Nazis to be wary of listening devices. When one of the prisoners asked if they could sit outside in the garden, a guard checked with his superior and said yes. Göring made note of a single patch of shade under a weeping willow tree and suggested it as a good spot. The men dragged 4 garden chairs into the shade, sat down, and began to gossip. Heavy, guttural voices could be heard loud and clear, Andrus recalled. They were being recorded onto the black gramophone discs. It was a brilliant start, but only a start. Soon it began to rain. The men moved inside. There, they sat around barely saying a word. The following day, it rained again. That evening, Colonel Andrus received an order from Schaeff. The eavesdropping project was being shut down. Andrus had 24 hours to pack up his prisoners and leave. This time, the ambulance took a direct route back to Mondorf, just 3.5 miles away. Göring was furious, Andrus recalled. How could they have gotten back to the prison so quickly? They realized they'd been had. Back at Ashcan, things moved in a whirlwind. John Dolibois received a letter of authority on August 10, 1945, stating that CCPWE number 32 was going to be closed down. Dolibois was to be part of the transport team now taking prisoners to new locations. For reasons Dolibois was not privy to, 33 of the 52 Ashcan internees were going to a new prisoner of war interrogation facility, this one located in the small town of Oberrussel in the Taunus Mountains. Only later would Dolibois learn that many of these Nazis would be hired by the U.S. Army to write intelligence reports on work they had done during the war. Oberrussel was just a few miles down from the dustbin facility at Castle Kranzberg. The transport would be a convoy of 6 ambulances, a command car, a jeep, a trailer, and a truck carrying the prisoners' suitcases. Dolibois was assigned to ride in the first ambulance. His prisoner list included Admiral Karl Dönitz, Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, General Walter Warlimont, Cabinet Minister Schweikern von Krausick, OKW Foreign Head Office Admiral Leopold Burkner, and Admiral Gerhard Wagner. The trip from Mondorf to Oberrussel was a journey through ruined countryside. Crossing from Luxembourg into Germany, Dolibois watched the chatter among the Nazis in his back seat come to a halting end as they saw the destruction and despair everywhere. This was their first look at the condition of their country since the war, Dolibois explained. From churches to administrative buildings to shops, entire villages had been reduced to rubble. In 3 months of peace, there were no resources to clean anything up. People were starving and trying to survive. The destruction that was the aftermath of Hitler's determination to fight to the last man, said Dolibois. The convoy arrived in Oberrussel. Like many other army interrogation facilities across the American zone in post-war Germany, the one in Oberrussel had been an important Third Reich military post during the war. Oberrussel had a particularly storied past. This Dulagluft, or Durchgangslager, terms for Air Force prisoner of war camp or transit camp, had functioned as the sole interrogation and evaluation center for the Luftwaffe. It was here that Nazi interrogators had questioned every Allied pilot who had been shot down during the war. The Luftwaffe's lead interrogator, Hans Scharf, kept a diary. Every enemy aviator who is captured will be brought to this place for questioning. It makes no difference whether he is taken prisoner at the front lines or whether he comes dangling down from the sky in the most remote location. He comes to Oberrussel, wrote Scharf. Physically, things had not changed much since Oberrussel had changed hands. The interrogation facility centered around a large, half-timber mountain house that served as an officers' club. Nearby, there were 14 buildings for officer housing. The prisoners' barracks, a large U-shaped building, contained 150 solitary jail cells. This building had been called the Cooler during the war, and it was the place where interrogator Hans Scharf did most of his work with captured Allied pilots. Now it was the new home for 33 former Ashcan internees, at least for a while. Dolibois turned his charges over to the guard detail at Oberrussel. His orders said to return to Luxembourg and wait for new orders. Setting out for Ashcan, he rode in the lead jeep with an enlisted man. A little less than an hour south of Frankfurt, Dolibois came upon a row of U.S. Army trucks stopped along the side of the road. One of the soldiers stepped into the road and signaled for Dolibois' convoy to stop. John Dolibois climbed out of his jeep. He became overwhelmed by a horrific stench, sickeningly sweet, nauseating, he later recalled. He heard retching. Several of the men in his convoy had gotten out of their vehicles and were now throwing up along the side of the road. "What is that horrible smell?" Dolibois asked a soldier behind the wheel of one of the stalled vehicles. What in God's name are you hauling?" The captain climbed out of his jeep. He did not say a word, but motioned for Delabois to follow him behind one of the 2.5-ton trucks. In silence, the captain untied a rope and flipped back a sheet of canvas that had obscured the cargo from view until now. Delabois stared into the body of the truck. It took him a moment for him to realize what he was looking at: rotting corpses. Putrefied, he recalled. Most were naked. Some still wore the pajama-like striped pants, the concentration camp uniforms, now just rotting rags. It was the most horrible sight I had ever seen. The army captain spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. "There are thousands of them, 5 truckloads," he told Delabois. "We're hauling them from one mass grave to another. Don't ask me why." These were bodies from Dachau, corpses found upon liberation. The army captain's convoy had come to a standstill after one of the vehicles had broken down. They'd been waiting at the roadside for an escort when Delabois' convoy from Oberrussel had arrived. The captain asked Delabois if his group could escort them to the next military station down the road. Delabois agreed. "I found myself leading a bizarre caravan, 6 empty ambulances, an empty weapons carrier, followed by 5 2.5-ton trucks loaded with the obscenity of the Nazi final solution," remembered Delabois. The dead bodies were being taken to a proper burial spot on orders from the Office of Military Government, United States, OMGUS. Back at Ashcan, the world appeared different to him now. There, the rest of Hitler's inner circle remained men directly responsible for that ghastly transport, said Delabois. If John Delabois ever had a shred of doubt about the degree of barbarism and the collective guilt of the men he had spent 3 months interrogating at Ashcan, in that moment there was no hesitation anymore. At age 93, John Delabois says, "I still smell that foul odor of death." But in August 1945, there was barely any time for the young interrogator to process what he had witnessed. Back at Ashcan, he fell into bed and slept hard. Come morning, John Delabois received new orders from Colonel Andrus. There was still a group of Nazi Bonzen at Ashcan. Delabois was to be on the team that would move them to the Nuremberg prison. Colonel Andrus had selected John Delabois to fly with the remaining members of the Nazi High Command on a transport plane. Dawn, August 12, 1945. The sun had not yet risen in the sky. Ashcan's last group of Nazis were escorted out of the classified interrogation facility and driven in ambulances a short distance to the airport at Luxembourg City. A C-47 transport plane idled on the tarmac, stripped down to its bare bones. Inside the aircraft, a single row of seats ran down each side. There was a honey bucket toilet and a urinal attached to a door at the back of the airplane. To Delabois, it seemed as if Colonel Andrus was nervous. Something was cooking, Delabois recalled. Security was always on the colonel's mind. Aha! Delabois realized what it was. Kaltenbrunner. Ernst Kaltenbrunner was considered the most dangerous Nazi among the high command. At 6'4", he was a giant man with a massive frame, a pock-marked face, and a huge head with 7 or 8 deep dueling scars running across both sides of his forehead, cheeks, and chin. He drank and smoked heavily and was missing teeth. Kaltenbrunner was described by the British journalist Rebecca West as looking like a particularly vicious horse. He held a doctorate in law and specialized in secret police work. He was the head of the Reich Security Main Office and chief of the security police and the security services. He was as actively involved in concentration camp crimes as any Nazi had been. According to the OSS, even Heinrich Himmler was frightened of him. If anyone was going to cause trouble on the flight to Nuremberg, Dallebois explains, Colonel Andrus was worried that Ernst Kaltenbrunner might. Special precautions needed to be taken. Kaltenbrunner would be handcuffed to Dallebois' left wrist. If he starts to run or goes for the door, Colonel Andrus told Dallebois, shoot. Colonel Andrus wished John Dallebois good luck during the flight and said that he would see him once they landed in Nuremberg. Colonel Andrus would be traveling in a different airplane. During the flight, Kaltenbrunner did not run for the door. Instead, he wanted to talk. He told Dallebois that he desired for the young interrogator to understand that he, Kaltenbrunner, was not responsible for war crimes. He felt the need to explain about the Jews, Dallebois recalled, with Kaltenbrunner saying, admittedly, he hated them, but he said that he had not been involved in their treatment in concentration camps. In fact, he claimed to have remonstrated with Hitler on the treatment of the Jews. As the airplane prepared to land in Nuremberg, Kaltenbrunner said what so many Nazis repeated after the war. I am a soldier, and I only obeyed orders, he told Dallebois. I didn't argue with him, I just listened, Dallebois said. Kaltenbrunner was a ruthless killer determined to save his own skin. His soft talk did not change my mind about him, but it helped pass the time. When the aircraft finally touched the ground, Dallebois felt a huge wave of relief. The prisoners were unloaded, and Colonel Andrus assumed control of them once again. Without looking back, Dallebois hurried onto the transport plane. The plane taxied down the runway and took flight. Dallebois sat alone in the empty airplane. The weeks of interrogating the Nazi high command were over. The Nazis he had just flown with would now be tried for war crimes at the Palace of Justice in Nuremberg. A majority of them would be hanged. Back at Ashcan, when Dallebois returned to his quarters to pack his bags, he came across a strange sight. Standing by the edge of the perimeter fence, not far from where Dallebois had first pulled up to this place in an army jeep 3 months before, he spotted a middle-aged man, apparently a local, with his hands in his pockets and a beret on his head. The man just stood there, shouting out in the direction of the Palace Hotel. Dallebois took a moment to pause and listen so he could make out what the man was saying. "Hello, Meyer! Hello, Meyer!" the man shouted again and again. "Wie geht's in Berlin?" It took a moment for the significance of what the man was doing to register with Dallebois. The phrase translated into English as, "Hello, Meyer, so how's it going in Berlin?" The beauty of the moment dawned on him. In the early days of the war, Hermann Göring was so confident the Third Reich would win the war that he'd famously bragged to the German people, "If the British and the Americans ever bomb Berlin, my name is Meyer." The image of the middle-aged Luxembourger taunting Göring was a perfect end to this chapter in John Dallebois' life. The man was enjoying himself so much, Dallebois felt no need to tell him that Göring was gone. Besides, Hermann Göring was never coming back. In Washington, on July 6, 1945, in a classified memorandum with the subject heading, Exploitation of German Specialists in Science and Technology in the United States, the Joint Chiefs of Staff finally approved on paper a Nazi scientist program. President Truman was not made aware of the initiative. The governing body that had been assigned to exercise general supervision over the program and to formulate general policies for procurement, utilization, and control of specialists was the Military Intelligence Division of the War Department, G2. A 5-page memo was sent out to 8 agencies within the War Department, outlining principles and procedures governing the classified program. The 3 most important points were that certain German specialists could be utilized to increase our war-making capacity against Japan, and aid our post-war military research, that no known or alleged war criminals should be brought to the United States, and that the purpose of this plan should be understood to be temporary military exploitation of the minimum number of German specialists necessary. According to this initiative, as soon as the jobs were completed, the specialists would be returned to Europe. Participants, it was noted, should be hereafter referred to as eminent German specialists as opposed to German scientists, because not all the Nazis being requested for program approval had degrees in science. Included in the mix were Nazi bureaucrats, businessmen, accountants, and lawyers. The project also now had an official code name, Operation Overcast. The name Paperclip would not be used for another 8 months. Military agencies that were interested in hiring German specialists were to submit their requests to the Assistant Chief of Staff, G2. Only the most compelling argument should bring a German specialist to this country, the initiative stated, and only the chosen rare minds whose continuing intellectual productivity we wish to use would be approved. The British would be made aware of the program in general terms. At some point after the first large group of scientists had arrived in the United States, a suitable press release would be generated by the War Department so as to avoid possible resentment on the part of the American public. A list of desired German scientists, List 1, accompanied the memo. It included 115 rocket specialists. When the British learned about the U.S. Army's intentions to hire the German rocket scientists, they asked to first be allowed to conduct 2 rocket exploitation projects of their own. The Americans agreed and released into British custody a group of scientists, engineers, and technicians, including Wernher von Braun, Walter Dornberger, and Arthur Rudolph. The first British project was called Operation Backfire, a V-2 field test that took place on Germany's north coast at a former Krupp naval gun range in Cuxhaven. Operation Backfire was designed to analyze technical data about the V-2 by having the Nazi rocket engineers fire 4 rockets, also taken piecemeal from Nordhausen, at a target in the North Sea. This would allow the British to evaluate various technical elements, from how the rocket was launched to its flight controls and fuels. Arthur Rudolph, the former Middlework operations director, was considered an expert in launch techniques, and to his biographer he later recalled a scene from Operation Backfire. The V-2 ran on alcohol of the same chemistry as that appearing in, say, Jack Daniels and Old Grandad. The people at the test site apparently knew that. One night, according to Rudolph, a group of British and German V-2 technicians got drunk together on the rocket fuel. A British officer came upon the group arm in arm, apparently comrades now, and lustily singing Wir fahren gegen England, or We Will March Against England. General Dornberger was not part of the drinking and singing. The British kept him on a short leash, away from the test firings and always under a watchful eye. The British had alternative plans for Walter Dornberger. They were not interested in the knowledge Dornberger possessed. They wanted to try him for war crimes. After the test, he would not be returned to the Americans as the British had originally promised. The British pulled a sneaky on us, explained Major Staver, who attended Operation Backfire. The Americans were not permitted to take Dornberger back after the operation. Instead, Dornberger was declared on loan and was taken to England. There, he and von Braun were interrogated for a week by the British and then kept behind barbed wire in Wimbledon for 4½ weeks while waiting to be picked up by the Americans. Eventually, von Braun was returned, but General Dornberger was not. Instead, he was issued a brown jumpsuit with the letters PW for prisoner of war stenciled on the back. Under armed guard, he was taken to the London district cage near the Windmere Bridge for interrogation. From there, General Dornberger was transferred first to a castle in Wales and then to Special Camp 11 in Island Farm, South Wales, where he was an extremely unpopular prisoner. Walter Dornberger was definitely the most hated man in the camp, Sergeant Ron Williams, a prison guard, recalled. Even his own people hated him. He never went out to the local farms to work like other prisoners. Wherever General Dornberger went while he was at Special Camp 11, he required an escort. The British feared that other prisoners might kill him. On the morning of September 12, 1945, Warner von Braun, Dr. Eberhard Reis, and 5 mid-level V-2 rocket engineers left their U.S. Army-sponsored housing in the town of Witzenhausen for the last time. The men climbed into 2 Army jeeps headed for France. The Germans knew they were heading to the United States for work. They were not aware that their driver, First Lieutenant Morris Sipser, spoke German. As First Lieutenant Sipser drove the group to their destination in Paris, he listened to von Braun crack crass anti-American jokes. The jeep crossed over the Saar River into France, and Sipser overheard von Braun say to his colleagues, "Well, take a good look at Germany, fellows. You may not see it for a long time to come." In Washington, Operation Overcast had been approved as a temporary program. But von Braun, ever the visionary, had the foresight to see that many of the rocketeers and engineers were heading to America to stay. We felt no moral scruples about the possible future use of our brainchild, von Braun later told New Yorker magazine writer Daniel Lang. We were interested solely in exploring outer space. It was simply a question with us of how the golden cow could be milked most successfully. After arriving in Paris, the Germans were taken to the officers' club at Orly Airport for dinner. Accompanying von Braun, Reis, and 5 other V-2 engineers were 4 scientists from the Hermann Göring Research Institute, hand-picked by Colonel Putt and headed for Wright Field. They were Theodor Zobel, Rudolf Eds, Wolfgang Nogerath, and Gerhard Braun. Luftwaffe test pilot Karl Bauer was also with the group. He had served as aircraft manufacturer Messerschmitt's chief Me-262 test pilot. Accompanying him, he had his mechanic, Andreas Sebald. A little before 10 p.m., the Germans boarded a C-54 military transport plane waiting on the tarmac in the pouring rain. Quickly, the plane moved through the clouds, and a beautiful, clear sky with a moonlit night greeted us, Karl Bauer wrote in his diary. For the first time, I cannot recall the number of years, I enjoyed a flight as a passenger. After a stop to refuel on the island of Santa Maria in the Azores, the aircraft crossed the Atlantic, refueled in Newfoundland, and landed at Newcastle Airport in Wilmington, Delaware, at 2 a.m. on September 20th, 1945. Because the Germans were under military custody, they could not be traditionally processed by customs. After a few hours, the 16 Germans boarded a second, smaller airplane and were flown to the Naval Air Station at Squantum in Quincy, Massachusetts. At the naval base, the Germans were loaded into sedans and driven out to the edge of a dock where a troop ship waited for them. They boarded the vessel and made a short trip to a chain of small islands in Boston Harbor, the Harbor Islands, and out to the far end to a gravel shoal off Nixmate, where they were obscured from civilian view. There, a small Boston whaler idled on the sea. Its captain was named Corky, and the 21-year-old intelligence officer who would take charge of the Germans was named Henry Combe. Each German scientist was lowered down into the little Boston whaler by a harness hanging from a rope. They were all seasick as can be, Combe later recalled. Fort Strong, on an island in the middle of Boston Harbor, had been used as a training camp during the Civil War and remained in use on and off through World War I. The fortress-like nature of the coastal defense facility made it an ideal place for a secret military program like Operation Overcast. When the first German scientists arrived in September 1945, the fortress was still under Army control, but had not been used for nearly 30 years. Thick weeds grew in between the gun blocks and pedestal mounts. The administration and observation buildings had fallen into disrepair. But the Army barracks was easily converted into what would become known as the Operation Overcast Hotel. German prisoners of war were moved onto the island to work as staff, including as translators, cooks, bakers, and tailors. Colm's job was to process the scientists, which included fingerprinting, medical examinations, and coordination with the FBI. This all took time, and the Germans were not known for patience. Before long, an insidious unease settled in among the scientists, Colm recalled. When the weather was clear, the Germans played volleyball games outside. Far off in the distance, they could make out the Boston skyline and see the tall, shiny buildings on shore. But often the fog rolled in, and the island was soaked in a thick, dense mist for days at a time. To pass the time, the scientists stayed indoors and played Monopoly, which they called the capitalists' game. Still, it was impossible to deny that Fort Strong took on a penal colony feel, as Colm recalled. Soon, the Germans started calling their new home Devil's Island. Finally, on September 29, 1945, Major James P. Hamill, an intelligence officer with the Army Ordnance Corps, was sent to the east coast of the island to escort a group of Germans off. Hamill had been in Nordhausen with Major Staver at war's end, and had personally assisted in the mission to locate enough rocket parts to reconfigure 100 of them at the White Sands Proving Ground. His presence on Devil's Island had to have been a welcome one among the rocket scientists. Hamill took 6 of them, Eberhard Reis, Erich Neubert, Theodor Poppel, August Schultz, Wilhelm Jungart, and Walter Schweidechsee, to Aberdeen Proving Ground, where they began translating, cataloging, and evaluating the information from the Dorton mine stash. Hamill's next mission was to escort Warner von Braun by train to Fort Bliss, Texas. The train ride began on October 6, 1945, and was a memorable event. Operation Overcast was a highly classified military matter, and Major Hamill was required to keep watch over von Braun 24 hours a day. Drawing any kind of attention to the German scientist was to be avoided at all cost. In St. Louis, Major Hamill and von Braun were assigned to a Pullman car filled with wounded war veterans from the 82nd Division, renowned for parachute assaults into Sicily and Salerno. Also in the train car were wounded war veterans from the 101st Airborne Division, men lauded for action in the Normandy invasion and the Battle of the Bulge. Hamill quickly arranged for himself and von Braun to be moved into a different car. The train moved along to the Texas border. Hamill watched as the man sitting next to von Braun began engaging him in friendly conversation, asking von Braun where he was from and what business he was in. Von Braun, apparently well-versed in lying on demand, replied that he was from Switzerland and that he was in the steel business. Well, it turned out that this particular gentleman knew Switzerland like the back of his hand, Major Hamill later recalled, and was himself in the steel business. Von Braun quickly qualified steel business to mean ball bearings. As it so happened, the man was also an expert on ball bearings, Hamill explained. The train whistle blew. The approaching station stop was Texarkana, which was the businessman's destination. As the man prepared to exit the train, he turned back to von Braun and waved goodbye to him. "If it wasn't for the help that you Swiss gave us, there is no telling as to whom might have won the war," the businessman said. Army ordnance finally had their scientists on U.S. soil, and work commenced at Fort Bliss without delay. In Germany, the drama between the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service and Fiat over the suspected war criminal Otto Ambros escalated. Despite orders from Schaeff to arrest him, Ambros remained a fugitive in plain sight. He lived and worked with impunity in the French zone. At Dustbin, Fiat officers continued to learn more about who Ambros was and the wartime role that he had played in chemical weapons research and development. In an interrogation with Albert Speer, Fiat learned that no single person had been as critical to the development of Hitler's vast arsenal of nerve agents and poison gases as Otto Ambros had been. He is known to have spoken to Hitler at a high-level German conference on chemical warfare, a Fiat report read. Another stated, Ambros's importance, from the intelligence point of view, has been re-emphasized by the recent chemical warfare investigation at Dustbin. Speer and the German chemical warfare experts agree that he is the key man in German chemical warfare production. Major Tilly was outraged by it all, but there was little he could do except put Ambros under surveillance. Initial attempts to capture Dr. Ambros maintained the fiction of civility. At the end of August or beginning of September 1945, an attempt was made to induce Ambros to return to the American zone, Tilly wrote in a Fiat report. In response, Ambros claimed to be unable to return then, as the French authorities would not permit him to leave the French zone. Major Tilly knew this was a lie. Ambros regularly traveled back and forth between Ludwigshafen in the French zone and the IG Farben guest house Villa Kohlhoff outside Heidelberg in the American zone. This made Tilly furious. This man is thought to be far too dangerous and undesirable to be left at liberty, let alone be employed by the Allied authorities, Tilly wrote. Fiat authorized him to set up a sting operation in an attempt to capture and arrest Ambros. Captain Edelston was assigned the job of tracking Ambros day and night. Through the Counterintelligence Corps in Heidelberg, Captain Edelston, working with a Colonel Mumford, set up a network of undercover agents who began to follow Ambros's every move. Saw Ambros at LU, Ludwigshafen, read one report. Drives his own car, usually alone. Slept in car for 2 hours one night, on roadside, another set of field notes revealed. Ambros traveled frequently, to Freiburg, Rheinfelden, and Baden-Baden. He'd even been back to Gindorf, a brazen move, considering the 7th Army had an outstanding arrest warrant for him there. But Ambros was quicker than the U.S. Army and had a better intelligence network in place as well. Whenever the U.S. Army showed up to arrest him, he was already gone. Finally, Captain Edelston reached Ambros on the telephone. Edelston told Ambros that Colonel Mumford was anxious to see him again, and asked if a meeting could be arranged for the following Sunday at the Farben Villa. Ambros agreed. Fiat planned its takedown. Plainclothes CIC officers would wait outside Villa Kohlhoff, out of eyesight, until after Captain Edelston placed Ambros under arrest. Then they'd step in and transport the wanted war criminal back to Dustbin. Except Ambros was one step ahead. With his well-established private intelligence center complete with secretaries and errand boys, he learned the meeting was a ruse to arrest him. When Edelston arrived at the villa, Ambros's secretary invited him inside. Smiling broadly, she apologized and said, "Dr. Ambros is not able to come." Edelston feigned understanding and sat down at a large banquet table elegantly set for 8. The secretary whispered in his ear, "You have been at Gindorf," as if to taunt him. Ambros, it turned out, had his own people following the Fiat agents who had been tailing him, a posse of various deputies between Ludwigshafen and Gindorf. Embarrassed and infuriated by the audacity of it all, Edelston finished his tea and got up to leave. Just as Edelston was leaving, Ambrose's car pulled in, Chevrolet, and for a fleeting moment Edelston believed he would capture him after all. Instead, a look-alike emerged from the car and said Ambrose was unable to come. Ambrose had sent a double. Edelston had been burned. Fiat was being made fun of, and there was very little they could do. Captain Edelston left the IG Farben Villa red-faced and empty-handed. Gave CIC description of Ambrose's car, he noted in his report. Light blue, closed saloon, Chevrolet. Edelston posted his men to watch the bridges around Heidelberg and promised to arrest Ambrose if he ever arrived. But of course he never did. Adding insult to injury, the following day, Dr. Otto Ambrose sent Captain Edelston a formal note, neatly typed on fancy stationery, with Farben's wartime address still embossed on the letterhead. "Sorry that I could not make the appointment," Ambrose wrote. He signed his name in thick black ink. At Dustbin, Major Tilly continued to interrogate Ambrose's colleagues. In late August 1945, Tilly got a very lucky lead from Ambrose's former deputy, the Farben chemist Jürgen von Klink. Von Klink was back at Dustbin now and under intense scrutiny after having been in attendance alongside Ambrose at the meeting with Tar and the representative from Dow Chemical, Wilhelm Hirschkind. Jürgen von Klink had amassed a sizable Dustbin dossier of his own. A Nazi ideologue, von Klink had been a loyal party member since 1933 and an officer with the SS since 1936. One interrogator described him as wily, untrustworthy, and not employable. Von Klink was also an elitist and had made more than a few enemies because of this. Speaking in confidence with Major Tilly, fellow chemist and Dustbin internee Wilhelm Horn candidly expressed his thought about Jürgen von Klink. Von Klink had a magnetic presence, a brilliant mind, was handsome, polished, and a wonderful talker, but lacked the essential characteristics that would make him a truly great man, said Horn. This was because von Klink was an egoist, very proud of the nobility implied in his name, and an opportunist who knew how to make the best of his chances. Horn confirmed that von Klink was a long-standing and avowed Nazi, but that it had always grated von Klink's pride that such common people as Hitler and his minions were in the highest places, said Horn. Tilly asked Horn how high up von Klink was in the production of war gases. Horn revealed that von Klink had been deputy chief of the ultra-secret Committee C for Chemical Weapons. In other words, Jürgen von Klink was Otto Ambrose's right-hand man. Armed with this information, Major Tilly presented von Klink with a piece of paper to sign. It was a declaration stating that he knew none of which had been concealed by others. Von Klink refused to sign. Tilly explained that withholding information was a crime. Threatened with arrest, von Klink admitted that there were a few things he hadn't been entirely truthful about. He told Major Tilly that in the late fall of 1944, Ambrose had instructed him to destroy all paperwork regarding war gases, particularly the contracts between Farben and the Wehrmacht. Instead, von Klink had carefully selected a cache of important documents and secreted them away in a large steel drum. He had hired someone to bury the steel drum on a remote farm outside Gindorf. Where exactly, von Klink said he wasn't sure. He told Tilly that he had deliberately refused to learn where the documents were buried in order to be able to deny that he knew of any documents concealed anywhere. He gave Major Tilly a list of possible hiding places. For 2 months, Major Tilly searched the countryside around Gindorf for the steel drum, interviewing locals and patiently waiting for a solid lead. Finally, on October 27, 1945, he found what he'd been looking for. During an interrogation with Gindorf's fire chief, a man called Brandmeister Keller, the location was revealed. There was more. Brandmeister Keller had also hidden documents for Otto Ambros. At first, Keller denied that he had secreted any documents, read the Fiat report. When he was told that his arrest order was in Major Tilley's pocket, he remembered 4 boxes Ambros had asked him to fetch in 1945. Ambros gave him various barrels and boxes to hide with various farmers in Gindorf. But the most important barrel, the large steel drum from von Klink, had been buried at the lonely farm of Lorenz Moser near Berghausen. Von Klink's hidden barrel produced hard evidence, including a letter from Ambros stating that he had been in charge of document destruction, and why. All papers which prove our cooperation with Tabun and Sarin in the low works, the DL plant in the upper work, must of course be destroyed or placed in security, read one letter inside the drum, signed by Otto Ambros. It was attached to a stack of nerve agent contracts between Farben and Speer's ministry, papers that von Klink had been ordered to destroy. These contracts chronicled full details of Tabun production and other details of Duhernfort, now in Russian hands, including a detailed plan of all buildings and much or most of the apparatus, photographs and drawings, and many other valuable data covering the period from 1938 or earlier until March 1945. Now, Major Tilley had 2 key pieces of evidence he had not had before. There was more damning information pertaining specifically to Otto Ambros that had been hidden in the steel drum. One document, written by Albert Speer, described 2 meetings with himself, Ambros, and Hitler in June 1944, which not only confirmed the high position that Ambros held, but that he was a war profiteer. I, Speer, reported to the Führer that Dr. Ambros of IG Farben had developed a new process by which Buna of the same quality as natural rubber can be produced. Sometime in the future, no further imports of natural rubber will be required. The Führer has ordered a donation of 1 million marks to Ambros, Speer wrote. A final piece of evidence shined a light on Farben's long-term plans for its business venture at Auschwitz. In addition to its Buna factory, IG Farben planned to produce chemical weapons at the death camp. The company had plans for further construction of CW plant at Auschwitz in February 1945, Tilley wrote in his Fiat report. Tilley returned to Dustbin with the steel drum and the documents. Von Klink appeared shocked when Tilley told him that the steel drum had been located. There are indications that he did not expect them to be found, read Tilley's intelligence report. Fiat now had documentary evidence that Ambros was guilty of contravening American military government laws by concealing documents connected with German military preparations. There were hundreds of documents, including full data on Duhernfurt, production sheets for Tabun and other war gases, as well as many other matters which Ambros claimed to have burned in the furnaces at Gindorf in April 1945. It may well be that these papers added to the formulas, production methods, and the secret CW contracts between IG and the Reich from 1935 to 1945, which were discovered in a Gindorf safe on that same day, may give us a more complete picture of German CW preparations than of most other fields of German armament and general war production. Major Tilley had pulled off a scientific intelligence coup d'etat. Tilley took the information to a colleague, a veteran intelligence officer, who reminded him that there was an alternative theory to be considered regarding von Klink. Basing oneself on experience with enemy agents who confess plots freely, one may come to the conclusion that a lesser secret has been admitted to deflect the investigation from a more important secret, the officer explained. Efforts to capture Ambrose were redoubled. 2 days after the steel drum find, on October 29, 1945, the British Intelligence Objectives Subcommittee issued a warrant for the arrest of Dr. Ambrose. Now there were 2 out of 3 Allied nations lobbying for the immediate arrest of Hitler's favorite chemist. Otto Ambrose was dangerous and undesirable and should not be left at liberty, read the arrest report. Fiat knew Ambrose could remain protected as long as he stayed in the French zone. He is wily, and he will remain there as he knows the hunt for him is on in the U.S. zone, the report explained. There was little to do but wait. But patience again paid off. It took 3 months for Otto Ambrose's hubris to get the better of him. On January 17, 1946, Ambrose traveled outside the French zone and was arrested. He was sent to Dustbin, where Major Tilly was waiting to interrogate him. After Fiat squeezed him for information, Ambrose was turned over to Colonel Burton Andrus, now commandant of the Nuremberg jail. Sometime in the foreseeable future, Ambrose would face judgment at Nuremberg. Any suggestion that Otto Ambrose would one day have a prominent and prosperous place in civilized society, and that the American government would be just one of the governments to employ him, would have seemed pure fantasy. Then again, the Cold War was coming. Part 3. The Past is a Foreign Country. L.P. Hartley. Chapter 11. The Ticking Clock. In the late summer of 1945, the Nazi scientist program underwent a significant organizational change. At the behest of the State War Navy Coordinating Committee, control over the program was removed from the Military Intelligence Division of the War Department, G2, and given over to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The newly created Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, JOA, would now be in charge of decision-making for the rapidly expanding classified program. The JOA was a subcommittee of the Joint Intelligence Committee, which provided national security information to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. To understand the JOA's power and how it ran the Nazi scientist program so secretively is to first understand the nature of the Joint Intelligence Committee. According to national security historian Larry A. Valero, who has written a monograph on the subject for the CIA, the JIC was and remains one of the most enigmatic of all the American intelligence agencies. The JIC structure was always in motion, always morphing and changing, a flexible ad hoc system, Valero says. Subcommittees came and went, so did staff officers, but JIC decisions always had to be by consensus and were always reported to the Joint Chiefs. Little has been written about the inner workings of the JOA, but the stories of individual Nazi scientists and the JOA's trail of partially declassified papers helped to define this powerful post-war organization. In the immediate aftermath of the German surrender, the Joint Intelligence Committee was focused on the emerging Soviet threat. Between June 15, 1945, and August 9, 1945, the JIC wrote and delivered 16 major intelligence reports and 27 policy papers to the Joint Chiefs. The most important JIC estimates involved the military capabilities and future intentions of the USSR, says Valero. Those intelligence estimates determined that the Soviets were ideologically hostile to the West and would continue to seek global domination an attitude they had managed to skillfully conceal during the war. In September 1945, the JIC advised the Joint Chiefs that the Soviet Union would postpone open conflict with the West in the immediate future, but only so it could rebuild its military arsenal and by 1952 be back at fighting strength. After this date, said the JIC, the Soviets would be ready and able to engage the United States in total war. The following month, JIC Intelligence Report 254, the fourth report in the JIC 250 series, warned the Joint Chiefs that 8 out of 10 leading German scientists in the field of guided missiles had recently gone missing from Germany, had most likely been captured by the Soviets, and were now at work in the USSR. Similarly threatening, noted the report, 2 German physics institutes had been seized by the Red Army and reassembled in the USSR. Not just the laboratories and the libraries, but the scientists as well. JIC 254 warned of intensive Soviet scientific research programs underway across Russia, all of which threatened the West. It was from within this environment of intense suspicion that the JOA was created. The Nazi scientist program was an aggressive U.S. military program from the moment the JOA took control, just a few weeks after 2 atomic bombs ended the war with Japan. The employment of German scientists was specifically and strategically aimed at achieving military supremacy over the Soviet Union before the Soviet Union was able to dominate the United States. Attaining supreme military power meant marshalling all the cutting-edge science and technology that could be culled from the ruins of the Reich. In the eyes of military intelligence, the fact that the scientists happened to be Nazis was incidental, a troublesome detail. It had no bearing on the bigger plan. The clock was ticking and, according to the Joint Intelligence Committee, would likely run out sometime around 1952. There was language in the existing Nazi scientist policy that now had to be dealt with by the JOA. The phrase, "no known or alleged war criminal," could not remain as part of policy nomenclature for long, nor could the phrase, "no ardent Nazis." These words had been put there to appease a few generals in the Pentagon, certain individuals in the State Department, and moralists like Dr. H.P. Robertson, General Eisenhower's Chief of Scientific Intelligence. For the program to move forward according to this new strategy, the language needed to change. With the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency now in control, a new, aggressive recruitment process would begin. On its governing body, the JOA had one representative of each member agency of the Joint Intelligence Committee, the Army's Director of Intelligence, the Chief of Naval Intelligence, the Assistant Chief of Air Staff 2, Air Force Intelligence, and a representative from the State Department. The diplomat in the group was outnumbered by the military officers 3-1. The State Department officer assigned to the JOA was Samuel Klaus, and he was perceived by his JOA colleagues to be a troublemaker from day one. Samuel Klaus was a 42-year-old shining star in the State Department, a brilliant lawyer, avid horseman, and Hebrew scholar who also spoke Russian and German. Because Klaus was the man on the JOA who was in charge of approving the visas for all incoming German scientists, it was important that he be on board with what the JOA wanted to accomplish. But Samuel Klaus was fundamentally opposed to the Nazi scientist program, and this created intense conflict within the JOA. Klaus had hands-on experience with Nazi Party ideology, owing to his wartime work for the U.S. Foreign Economic Administration during the war. During the war, Klaus ran Operation Safe Haven, a program with international reach designed to capture Nazi assets, including stolen art and gold, being smuggled out of Germany for safekeeping in neutral countries. During his years running Safe Haven, Klaus had interviewed hundreds of German civilians, and he had developed the belief that many ordinary Germans had profited from the Nazi Party and had had a tacit understanding of what was happening to the Jews. In his role as the State Department representative on the JOA, Klaus argued that the Germans at issue were not brilliant scientists who had been unwittingly caught in a maelstrom of evil, but rather that they were amoral opportunists of mediocre talent. JOA records indicate that Klaus's sentiments were shared by at least two of his State Department colleagues, including Herbert Cummings and Howard Travers. But it was Samuel Klaus who was unabashedly vocal about how he felt and what he believed. At a JOA meeting in the late fall of 1945, Klaus vowed that less than a dozen German scientists would ever be permitted to enter the U.S. on his watch. For this, he was seen as a thorn in the side of military intelligence, and he was also outnumbered. Per the JOA's charter, it was required to share its plan with a cabinet-level advisory board, which included a representative from the Department of Commerce. As it so happened, the representative from the Commerce Department, John C. Green, was an advocate of the German scientist program, apparently without benefit of knowing who these German scientists really were. In the fall of 1945, Green came up with an idea that would undermine Samuel Klaus's resistance to Operation Overcast. After the war in Europe ended, President Truman put the Department of Commerce in charge of a program designed to excite the nation about a unique form of reparations being culled from the defeated German state, namely the acquisition of scientific and technical information. There would be no financial compensation coming from Nazi Germany, the Department of Commerce explained, but American industry could now benefit from a different kind of restitution, knowledge. Secretary of Commerce and former Vice President Henry Wallace had been appointed by the President to supervise the release of thousands of what would become known as PB reports, named after the Commerce Department's Office of the Publication Board. These reports contained non-armaments-related information collected by PSYOS officers in Germany after the war. The idea behind the PB reports was to get average Americans to start their own small businesses inspired by German technological advances. These new businesses would be a boon to America's post-war prosperity, the Commerce Department said. Thanks to Reich scientists, the public was told, beverage manufacturers could now sterilize fruit juice without heat. Women could enjoy run-proof hosiery. Butter could be churned at the rate of 1,500 pounds per hour. These lists seem not to end. Yeast could be produced in unlimited quantities, and wool could be pulled from sheepskins without injuring the animal's hide. All because of brilliant German scientists. Hitler's wizards had reduced suitcase-sized electrical components to the size of a pinky finger and pioneered electromagnetic tape. Henry Wallace was one of the nation's greatest champions of the idea that Americans could find prosperity thanks to science. Wallace had served under Roosevelt in 1944, when Roosevelt promised Americans 60 million jobs. The promise became the subject of a book by Wallace, 60 Million Jobs. As Secretary of Commerce, he intended to make good on it. Business, industry, and government could work together to make the world prosperous and peace, Wallace said. German science was a jumping-off point. The public was not made aware of a second list regarding captured German scientific and technical information, one marked classified. This list cataloged 1,800 reports on German technology with military potential. Subject headings included rockets, chemical warfare, medical practice, aeronautics, ordnance, insecticides, and physics, nuclear. The man in charge of both lists, the classified and the unclassified one, was Henry Wallace's executive secretary and his representative on the JOA, John C. Green. Regarding the classified list, Green got an idea. Peace and prosperity were, in principle, sound ideas. But there was big business in war. Green wanted to make the classified list available to certain groups in industry. Specialized knowledge should not be locked up in the minds of German scientists and technicians, Green said. It needed to be shared. To help foster this sharing, in the fall of 1945, John C. Green traveled to Wright Field in Dayton, Ohio, to meet with Colonel Donald Putt. The first group of 6 Germans brought to Wright Field in the fall of 1945 lived in an isolated and secure housing area called the Hilltop, a cluster of 5 single-story wooden buildings and 3 small cottages that had once housed the National Youth Administration. Almost no one but the program's administrators knew that the German scientists were there. There was a single-lane dirt road that passed by the Hilltop, used only by locals who needed to visit the town dump. Trucks and station wagons filled with trash sped by the Hilltop's secret inhabitants, and when it rained, the road turned into a sea of mud. This annoyed the Germans, and they began compiling a list of grievances to share with Colonel Putt at a later date. They knew better than to complain just yet. Considering the fate and circumstances of many of their colleagues back in Germany, theirs was a particularly good deal. But when the timing was right, they would share this list of indignities, which would in turn affect the Nazi scientist program in the most unusual way. The original scientists at Wright Field were listed as Dr. Gerhard Braun, motor research, Dr. Theodor Zobel, aerodynamics, and Dr. Rudolf Eds, rocket fuels. The specialists were Mr. Otto Bock, supersonics, Mr. Heinz Rister, aerodynamics, and Mr. Albert Pt1, a businessman. Their salaries averaged $12,480 a year, plus a $6 per diem, the equivalent of about $175,000 in 2013. Because of an oversight, later caught and corrected, the Germans did not pay U.S. taxes for the first 2 years and 20 months of the program. At the Hilltop, a husband and wife team of housekeepers looked after the Germans' domestic needs, washed their laundry, and made their beds. German prisoners of war who had already been brought to the United States and were not yet repatriated acted as cooks. The 6 scientists and specialists, and the others who would soon follow, carried military-issue identification cards that had a large green S stamped on the front, indicating that they were not allowed to leave the base on their own. A gate running around the perimeter of the Hilltop was to be locked from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. each night. On weekends, U.S. Army intelligence officers escorted the Germans into Dayton, where they could exercise at the local YMCA. A priest was brought in from Cincinnati to deliver Sunday Mass in German. We would like you to know and to appreciate that you are here in the interest of science, and we hope that you will work with us in close harmony to further develop and expand your various subjects of interest, read the introductory pamphlet issued to each specialist at Wright Field. We have tried to make you comfortable in the quarters assigned to you. What the Germans craved most was respect, and this eluded them. During the war, Hitler's scientists and industrialists had been treated with great admiration by the Reich. Most scientists enjoyed financial reward. But here at Wright Field, many of the Germans' American counterparts looked down on them with disdain. The mere mention of a German scientist is enough to precipitate emotions in Air Corps personnel, ranging from vehemence to frustration, one manager stated in an official classified report. As commanding general for intelligence at Wright Field, Colonel Donald Putt was in charge of the German specialist program. Putt had great admiration for each of the scientists, having hand-picked almost every one of them in Germany at the Hermann Göring Aeronautical Research Center at Vulcanroad and elsewhere. He could not fathom why the specialists were looked upon with contempt. All they wanted was an opportunity to work, Putt said. Colonel Putt's vision for the Germans' workload in America was threefold. Initially, he planned for the men to write reports on their past and future work. Next, those reports would be translated and circulated among American engineers at Wright Field. Then, Air Technical Service Command would hold research and development seminars at Wright Field, with invitations sent out to defense contractors, university laboratories, and any other interested parties with top-secret clearance and a contract with the Army Air Forces. But Putt's idea came to a grinding halt after the War Department weighed in on his proposal, responding to what it called calculated risk. The German scientist program was a highly classified military program and needed to remain secret. A War Department memo required that the Germans remain properly segregated from persons not directly concerned with their exploitation. There was to be no fraternizing with American scientists. Collaboration with defense contractors and others was impossible at this point in the program. The German specialists were offended by the way they were treated. Word from Dr. Herbert Wagner, inventor of the HS-293 missile, was that Gould Castle on Long Island, where Wagner resided and worked, had marble bathtubs. Naval intelligence allowed their German scientists to take field trips into Manhattan. The Germans at Wright Field told Putt they felt like caged animals, and they demanded that something be done about it. Putt saw opportunity here. He wrote to Army Intelligence G2 to say that the Germans' overall malaise was critically affecting their ability to work. When the Pentagon ignored Putt's concerns, he appealed to Major Hugh Knerr, his commanding general at Air Technical Service Command. Knerr wrote to the Pentagon, "Intangibles of a scientist's daily life directly affect the quality of his product," he said, but this too had little effect. In Washington, the general feeling was that Operation Overcast was temporary and that the Germans should be happy to have jobs. Besides, the Nuremberg trials were about to begin. On October 18, 1945, an indictment was lodged by the International Military Tribunal against the defendants named as major war criminals. The trial would take place inside the East Wing of the Nuremberg Palace of Justice, with opening statements beginning November 20th. Because this was a military tribunal, sentences would be passed by judges, not jurors. Nuremberg as a city had played a unique role in the rise of the Nazi Party. It had been the site of Hitler's Nazi Party rallies, colossal military parades supported by as many as 400,000 Nazi loyalists, and home to the Nuremberg race laws. Now, the leaders in the regime would be tried in this location for conspiracy, crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. As the trial began, 21 defendants sat crammed onto 2 benches inside courtroom 600, headphones over their ears. There were 22 defendants. Martin Bormann was tried in absentia. Behind them on a wall, symbolically positioned over their heads, was a large marble statue of the hideous monster Medusa. The 21 present faced the death penalty if convicted. "The wrongs which we seek to condemn and punish have been so calculated, so malignant, and so devastating," Chief U.S. Prosecutor Justice Robert H. Jackson famously declared, "that civilization cannot tolerate their being ignored because it cannot survive their being repeated." The trial would last almost a year. With stories about Nuremberg and the Nazi war crimes dominating world news, complaints about comfort from the Germans at Wright Field meant very little to the War Department General Staff. The same month the Nuremberg trial opened, in October 1945, the Army Air Forces hosted a grand 2-day-long fair at Wright Field. On display were captured German and Japanese aircraft and rockets seen by the public for the first time since war's end. Over 500,000 people from 26 countries came to marvel at the confiscated enemy equipment, said to be worth $150 million. Among the items on display were the V-2 rocket, the Focke-Wulf FW-190G3 fighter aircraft, and the Messerschmitt Me-262. Particularly fascinating to the public was that some of the airplanes still had swastikas painted on their tails. The fair was so popular that the Army Air Forces extended it for 5 days. There was no mention made of the fact that several of the men who had designed and engineered these weapons were living a stone's throw away at the hilltop. Among the 500,000 visitors at the fair was John C. Green, the Commerce Department's representative on the JOA Advisory Board and its executive secretary overseeing the PB reports. The board had just changed its name to the Office of Technical Services, underscoring its transformation from a passive board to a more active service that would make use of cutting-edge science and technology. As planned, Green tracked down Colonel Putt at the Wright Field Fair. He had a myriad of questions for Putt, all of which centered around one idea. How could all this science and technology on display benefit American industry moving forward? Initially, Putt was uneasy about Green's attention, but in the end, he decided to take a gamble on him. After all, John C. Green had access to the classified list. Putt shared with him some information about the German scientists on the hilltop. How they were like men kept in an ivory tower. How their talents were squandered by policy and prejudice in some circles in Washington, D.C. They needed employment opportunities, Putt lamented. Perhaps Green could help. Green seemed amenable, and Putt took note. During his visit to the Air Force's fair, Wright Field, John C. Green evidenced keen interest and inquired as to the reaction of industry toward the possible employment of German scientists, Putt wrote in a memo. He was not yet clear if Green's influence is favorable or unfavorable, but Putt decided to take the risk. He forwarded to Green several letters of interest from defense contractors regarding potential employment of the German scientists. These documents had already been received by Air Materiel Command. They included letters from Dow Chemical Company, the Air Research Manufacturing Company, and the Aircraft Industries Association. Defense contracts meant that there was business in the wings waiting to be transacted. It was Washington, D.C. that stood in the way. Putt explained to Green that these private businesses did not have a high enough security clearance to deal directly with the German scientists themselves. John C. Green wrote to JOA explaining what he had in mind. German scientists of international repute should be allowed, with their families, to enter the United States for long-term work, argued Green. This was good for American businesses. The letters from the defense contractors indicated that there was a great demand for this kind of work. The Commerce Department would set up a board to weed out the Nazis and bring the good Germans in. The German scientists' knowledge and know-how would be fully and freely available to all Americans, said Green. This boom to industry would help create tens of thousands of American jobs. Inside the JOA, reactions were mixed, particularly among advisory board members. The Assistant Secretary of the Interior was skeptical as to how Commerce could guarantee to keep old Nazis out of the program. The War Department did not like the idea of having to bring the families to America. Army Intelligence felt Green's proposal had validity from an economic perspective. If Commerce got involved in the German scientist program, the Army would not necessarily have to shoulder so much of the financial burden. The State Department continued to voice objections, saying that regardless of who footed the bill, visas were not going to be granted to former enemies of the state without thorough and individual investigations. The Nazi scientist program was a temporary military program, State said, nothing more. John C. Greene had an alternative plan. Instead of arguing his case further to the JOA Advisory Board, he appealed to his boss, Henry Wallace. In turn, Henry Wallace wrote directly to President Truman, requesting that the president support the German science program. Science would help create those 60 million jobs, Wallace said, and nothing had a higher national priority in peacetime than American jobs. It was wise and logical to bring to America scientists of outstanding attainments who can make a positive contribution to our scientific and industrial efforts, Wallace wrote to President Truman on December 4, 1945. The knowledge these men possessed, Wallace said, if added to our own, would advance the frontiers of scientific knowledge for national benefit. To illustrate his point, Wallace used one of the most benign scientists in all of Germany, a concrete and road construction expert named Dr. O. Graf, who had helped design the Autobahn. If you agree that the importance of a selected few, approximately 50 in number, would be an asset to our economy, I suggest you declare that this to be U.S. policy, Wallace urged the president. For Colonel Donald Putt at Wright Field and the military intelligence members of the JOA, Henry Wallace's endorsement of the program was like a shot in the arm. Before Wallace's letter to the president, Samuel Klaus of the State Department had suggested that the public would be outraged by the program once they found out about it. It could not stay secret forever, nor was it meant to. Klaus had said that bringing Hitler's former scientists to America for weapons research and development gave the impression that the Army and the Navy were willing to make deals with the devil for national security gains. Henry Wallace's economically minded endorsement changed all that. It gave the German scientists program an air of democracy, offering counterbalance to what could be perceived as an aggressive military program. Henry Wallace had been staunchly anti-Nazi during the war. Preceding Truman in the vice presidency, Wallace had publicly called Hitler a supreme devil operating through a human form. In another famous speech, he had likened Hitler to Satan 7 times. That Henry Wallace was encouraging President Truman to endorse the German scientist program in the name of economic prosperity gave Operation Overcast a future. Henry Wallace was exactly what the JOA had been waiting for. On November 4, 1945, a headline in the Washington Post caught the nation's attention. Army uncovers lurid Nazi science of freezing men. The article, written by reporter George Connery, was a major news scoop. In an effort to garner support for subsequent military trials in Nuremberg, the War Department had leaked to Connery the secret PSYOS report written by war crimes investigator Dr. Leo Alexander. The report chronicled the freezing experiments conducted at Dachau inside experimental cell block 5. That human beings had been tortured to death by German physicians in the name of medical science was both horrifying and incomprehensible to most Americans. The Post article revealed that the only man believed to have survived the freezing experiments had been located by Dr. Leo Alexander. Most of the other victims, the so-called Untermenschen, whom the Nazi doctors had experimented on, died in the process or were killed. It was likely that this sole surviving victim, a Catholic priest, would provide witness testimony in the Nuremberg courts. Americans were rapt. Kept secret from the public was an astonishing hypocrisy. Less than 150 miles from the Nuremberg courtroom, several of the physicians who had participated in, and many others who were accessory to, these criminal medical experiments were now being employed by the U.S. Army at the Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center, the classified research facility in Heidelberg. This laboratory, dreamed up by Colonel Harry Armstrong and Major General Malcolm Grow at a meeting in France in the spring of 1945, would remain one of the best-kept secrets of Operation Paperclip for decades to come. Here, starting on September 20th, 1945, 58 doctors, handpicked by Dr. Strughold, had been working on medical research projects begun for the Third Reich. Some of the data the Nazi doctors were using in their new army research had been obtained in experiments in which test subjects had been murdered. For Grow and Armstrong, the plan was to have these Luftwaffe doctors reconfigure the results of their war work in Heidelberg under Army supervision. The follow-on plan was for these doctors to come to the United States under Paperclip contracts. Because conducting military research inside Germany was a violation of Allied Control Council Law 25 of the Potsdam Accord, the Aeromedical Center's classified nature shielded the Nazi doctors from chance exposure. The co-directors of this secret research facility, Colonel Harry Armstrong and Dr. Hubertus Strughold, were alike in many ways, so much so that some saw the two men as mirror images of one another. The growing success of the Aeromedical Center would prove to be a launching point for each man's meteoric post-war career. Armstrong would eventually be promoted to U.S. Surgeon General of the Air Force. Strughold would become the father of U.S. space medicine. Harry Armstrong, born in 1899, entered into the U.S. military when horses were still being ridden into battle. During World War I, Armstrong learned how to drive a six-mule ambulance and decided to become a doctor. After receiving his medical degree from the University of Louisville, he opened a private practice in Minneapolis. He might have become a country doctor, but he was preoccupied by airplanes and dirigibles. Appointed first lieutenant in the Medical Corps Reserve, Armstrong entered the School of Aviation Medicine, SAM, at Brooks Field in San Antonio, Texas, in 1924. In 1925, he decided to specialize in a field of medicine few had ever heard of, and soon he would become a flight surgeon. He had never flown in an airplane before. It was a master sergeant named Irwin H. Nichols who inspired Armstrong to make his first parachute jump. In a lecture that took place in a parachute hangar, Nichols presented the idea that one day entire troops of infantrymen just might jump out of airplanes into combat situations as a group. After the class was over, Armstrong got in a long conversation with Nichols. He told me that he was puzzled by the fact that people who he supervised in practice jumps almost invariably failed to follow his instruction, which was to count 10 after leaving the airplane before pulling the ripcord, Armstrong explained. He said that Nichols feared jumpers would black out or get into a panic and pull the ripcord too quickly. When Nichols hinted that he would be very happy if some doctor would make the jump to see if they could solve his problem, Armstrong's mind was made up. I decided I would make a practice jump and delay my opening as long as possible. A few weeks later, Armstrong was standing in the cockpit of a biplane, wearing a flying suit and a gabardine helmet and getting ready to jump. I had a feeling of panic, Armstrong explained, but he hurled himself out of the aircraft anyway. As he fell through the air, he kept his eyes closed and paid particular attention to what his body felt like as he descended. The feeling of panic disappeared, he later recalled. He did not lose consciousness or black out. Armstrong allowed himself to free fall for approximately 1,200 feet before he finally pulled the ripcord. His parachute opened and he floated the last 1,000 feet to Earth, where he landed in a grassy Texas field. Harry Armstrong had set a U.S. Army record. He was the first flight surgeon to make a free fall from an aircraft. Armstrong finished school and returned to Minnesota, but with an insatiable love of flying. On March 21, 1930, he closed his practice in Minneapolis and joined the Army for good. His life as one of the most important figures in the history of American aviation and aerospace medicine had begun. When Armstrong arrived with his family at Wright Field in 1934, the world was enamored with airplanes, which were not yet so associated with war, but with peacetime progress and the spirit of adventure. Jimmy Doolittle set a transcontinental record flying from California to New Jersey in 11 hours 16 minutes. Wiley Post and Harold Gatty circled the globe in 8 days. At Wright Field, the primary task of the flight surgeon was determining who was physically fit to fly in the airplanes of the day. Armstrong was a man with a vision, and he was also a soldier. He envisioned a future where wars would be fought in the air. The Army Air Corps' most advanced fighter aircraft was a biplane with a speed of around 200 miles per hour and a flight ceiling of 18,000 feet. Armstrong's work centered around resolving problems related to oxygen deprivation and exposure to cold. One day, Armstrong spotted a trapdoor in the floor of his office inside Building 16 at Wright Field. He opened the door, saw a staircase, and climbed down. He found himself in a basement filled with old machinery and drafting tables. An unusual-looking chamber, like something out of a novel by Jules Verne, caught his eye. It was shaped like a globe, made of iron, and had windows like submarine portholes. This was the Army's first and only low-pressure chamber, built decades earlier for its World War I flight surgeon school. The school, located in Mineola, Long Island, had closed down after the war, and the chamber had wound up here at Wright Field. Armstrong got an idea. Next door to his office, Army Air Force's engineers were designing airplanes that could fly faster, higher, and farther than ever before. Armstrong wanted to begin research and development on the medical effects that flying these new airplanes would have on pilots. He wrote a letter to the engineering division at Wright Field requesting permission. The letter was forwarded to Washington. In no time, Armstrong was appointed director of the Physiological Research Unit, later called the Aero Medical Research Laboratory and other variations on the name, at Wright Field. His lab took off. Shop mechanics built test chambers from old airplane parts. He hired a scientist from Harvard, a Ph.D. named John Bill Heim. Using volunteer test subjects, Heim and Armstrong gathered data on how the body responds to speed, lower oxygen levels, and decompression sickness and extreme temperatures. But it was an experiment on himself, with a rabbit on his lap, for which Armstrong became legendary. He had been wondering what really happened to the human body above 10,000 feet. Why, and at what specific height, would a man die? Armstrong climbed into the low-pressure chamber with the rabbit on his lap. His technician adjusted the pressure to simulate high altitude. Armstrong's chest began to tighten and his joints hurt. When he rubbed his hands, he felt tiny bubbles along his tendons, ones that he could move around under his skin. He surmised that these were nitrogen bubbles forming in his blood and tissues, and that death at high altitude was caused by blood clotting. Armstrong indicated to the technician that he should simulate an even higher altitude inside the chamber. He was wearing an oxygen mask, but the rabbit on his lap was not. Soon the rabbit would be dead. As the lab technician raised the pressure, the rabbit convulsed and died. When Armstrong got out of the chamber, he dissected the rabbit and found nitrogen bubbles, proving that his hypothesis was correct. Armstrong's discovery gave way to a major milestone in aviation medicine. Working with Heim on more tests, he inserted a viewing tube into the artery of a test animal. The two men took data on what happens to a mammal's body at 40,000, 50,000, and finally 65,000 feet. They were the first to witness that body fluids boil at 63,000 feet. This point would become known as the Armstrong line. This is the altitude beyond which humans cannot survive without a pressure suit. In 1937, Captain Harry Armstrong was considered one of America's aviation medicine pioneers. On October 2nd of that year, he attended the Aeromedical Association's first international convention, which took place in the Astor Gallery of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. There, he and Heim reported the results of their recent studies at Wright Field. One of the doctors most interested in these studies was the Luftwaffe physician representing Germany, Dr. Hubertus Strughold. The two men, Armstrong and Strughold, were pioneers in the same field. "We hit it off immediately," remembered Harry Armstrong decades later. That fortuitous meeting would profoundly shape Strughold's post-Nazi career. Some men claim to be shaped by a single event. For Hubertus Strughold, it was watching Halley's Comet streak across the sky from his backyard treehouse in Westtunen, Germany in 1910. Forever after, said Strughold, he became preoccupied with what lies above. That same year, a second event shaped the rest of his life. Strughold watched a solar eclipse through a viewing glass and nearly went blind. The lens wasn't as dark as he thought it was, and he burned the retina of his right eye, causing permanent damage. When I looked at somebody with the right eye, at his nose, he had no nose. When I looked at somebody at the street, at a distance of about 100 meters, at somebody's head, with the right eye, he did not have a head. It was always clear with both eyes, Strughold later explained. Hubertus Strughold had learned the hard way that experiments using one's own body could be dangerous. Still, as a young man, he pursued auto-experimentation with vigor and imagination. In college, he studied physics, anatomy, and zoology, but it was physiology that interested him most, the function of living organisms and their parts. At the University of Würzburg, Strughold taught the world's first college course on the effects high altitude had on the human body. His experimental test data came from himself. On weekends, he flew hot air balloons, recording everything from vision to ear pressure to muscle effects. Inside the flying balloon, Professor Strughold recorded how his body responded to rapid acceleration and descent, which in turn made him curious to know how he would feel during radical banking turns. For that, he needed an airplane. Strughold found the perfect mentor in a World War I flying ace by the name of Robert Ritter von Greim. Von Greim was a legend. Renowned for his fearlessness in battle, in World War I he had recorded 28 kills. In the 1920s and 1930s, he was considered one of the top pilots in Germany and performed a variety of flight-related jobs, including exhibition dogfights against fellow World War I flying ace Ernst Udet. When Adolf Hitler needed a pilot to fly him from Munich to Berlin for the Kapp-Pusch coup attempt in 1920, he chose Robert Ritter von Greim for the job. In 1926, von Greim was hired by Chiang Kai-shek to set up the Chinese Air Force in Canton, China. Returning to Germany, von Greim opened a flight school located at the top of a mountain in Galgenberg, 2 miles from where Hubertus Strughold taught aviation medicine to college students. Strughold hired von Greim to teach him how to fly, paying him 6 marks per lesson. The two men became fast friends. In Robert Ritter von Greim, Hubertus Strughold found a brilliant match, another man willing to push pilot performance to the edge of unconsciousness. The men would strap themselves into harnesses in von Greim's open cockpit airplane and fly loops and rolls in the skies over Galgenberg. Strughold kept track of their physiological reactions to extreme flight, seeking answers to questions. Can a man draw a straight line while flying upside down? Can a pilot mark a bullseye on a piece of paper immediately after a barrel roll? With how little oxygen could a man legibly write his name? How far up can a man fly before his vision fades? Von Grime was challenged by Strughold's strange requests, and he was willing to fly faster and higher as his new young physician friend recorded data on von Grime's pilot performance and physical capabilities in the air. Strughold knew his tests were original and hoped they would attract interest from the United States. In 1928, his wish came true when he received a prestigious fellowship from the Rockefeller Foundation. Strughold packed his bags, boarded the SS Dresden, and headed to New York. Hubertus Strughold took to America like a fish to water, he later explained. As a Rockefeller Foundation Fellow at the University of Chicago, he was at the center of the music scene in the Roaring Twenties. Listening to jazz music was his favorite pastime after flying. In Chicago, he attended vaudeville shows, parties, and dances, and became fluent in English. He loved to drink and almost always smoked. His thick German accent distinguished him from everyone else around and made most people remember him. His first scientific paper in English was on oxygen deficiency and how to revive a heart using electric shock. For research, he used dogs as test subjects, importing them from Canada at a time when experimenting on dogs from the United States was illegal. Strughold attended conferences in Boston and visited the laboratories at Harvard, at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota, and at Columbia University in New York. And he met and became friendly with American aviation medicine pioneers like Harry Armstrong. The Rockefeller Fellowship lasted only a year. Back in Germany, Strughold and von Grime took up where they left off. Von Grime was now flying a double-decker Ude Flamingo aircraft, an aerobatic sports biplane made of wood. To determine how many G-forces a man could take before his eyeballs suffered damage, the two men would climb high in the air, then dive down toward the ground until one of them blacked out. Von Grime's longtime friend and colleague, Adolf Hitler, took power in 1933. In secret, von Grime was called upon by Hermann Göring to rebuild the German Air Force, in violation of the Treaty of Versailles. Through his personal friendship with von Grime, Strughold ingratiated himself into this inner circle of Nazi power. In 1935, he was offered a job that would shape the rest of his life. As director of the Aviation Medical Research Institute of the Reich Air Ministry in Berlin, he was now in the uppermost echelon of Luftwaffe medical research. The lab, located in the suburb of Charlottenburg, featured a state-of-the-art low-pressure chamber and a 10-foot centrifuge in which test subjects could be exposed to varying degrees of gravitational pull. The chamber could take both apes and humans to between 15 and 20 Gs. The job required time, commitment, and most of all, dedication. The Reich needed the Luftwaffe to help conquer all of Europe. This was why Strughold had packed his bags and moved to Berlin. He would report directly to Erich Hipke, chief of the Luftwaffe's Medical Corps, who reported to Hermann Göring. This was a vertical career move for Strughold. He'd gone from a university teaching post to the top of the Reich's aviation medicine chain of command. The Reich had vast resources and a desire to conduct groundbreaking experiments for the benefit of its pilots. There were risks, but with risks came rewards. For Strughold, the reward was monumental. For 10 years, he enjoyed a career as one of the most powerful physicians working for the Third Reich. In Berlin, Strughold treated his expansive new laboratory as a haven for risk-takers. Colleagues, including officials from the Nazi Party and the SS, would stop by to marvel over his work with the low-pressure chamber and the centrifuge. Experiments were almost always in progress. Strughold's medical assistants were forever allowing themselves to be hooked up to these odd-looking contraptions with pipes, valves, and hoses projecting from all sides. Assistants, one with and one without an oxygen mask, would allow themselves to be locked inside the low-pressure chamber in order to determine how high up a man could go before becoming unconscious. During one experiment, 2 officials with the Reich Air Ministry were on hand to observe. The man without the oxygen mask began to lose consciousness. First his eyes closed, then his head fell to his chest. The second man inside the chamber, wearing a mask, administered first aid. It did not take long for the man to quickly recover. "Our studies are all very risky," Strughold told the Nazi Party officials. "They require great ability on the part of the assistants and great responsibility. If the man did not get oxygen, he might be dead in 5 minutes." As the Luftwaffe prepared its pilots for war, Strughold continued to use his staff as test subjects. He also experimented on himself. He was said to have ridden the centrifuge for a full 2 minutes, simulating what it would be like to experience 15 times the force of gravity while flying an airplane. After Germany invaded Poland in September 1939, the war spread into areas of extreme climates, from Norway to North Africa to the Russian front. These new combat theaters created urgent new medical problems for the Reich, most notably for foot soldiers, but also for the Luftwaffe. As the war progressed and the Luftwaffe unveiled one new airplane after the next, the pilot physiology challenges grew. By 1940, new engine systems were being developed, including turbo and jet engines, with countless pilot parameters to explore, including the effects of speed, lower oxygen levels, decompression sickness, and extreme temperatures on the body. A web of institutions sprang up across Germany and its newly conquered lands, all financed by the deep pockets of the Reich Research Council, and including Strughold's Aviation Medical Research Institute in Berlin. The institute worked hand in hand with 2 Luftwaffe facilities close by, and Strughold developed strong relationships with the director of each institute, Dr. Theodor Benziger of the Experimental Station of the Air Force Research Center at Reichlin, and Dr. Siegfried Ruff of the German Experimental Station for Aviation Medicine Aeromedical Division in Berlin. This is why, after the war, when Strughold was asked by Colonel Armstrong to be the co-director of the classified AAF Aeromedical Facility in Heidelberg, Strughold asked Benziger and Ruff to come along. He put each man in charge of one of the 4 areas of aviation research at the new facility. They trusted one another. They all had the same secrets to protect. Dr. Theodor Benziger was tall, thin as a rail, 5'11" and just 138 pounds. He had dark blue eyes, sharp, angular features, and kept his black hair slicked back with a pencil part. Born in 1905, Benziger was described in his Army intelligence dossier as an old-school Prussian, willful, self-serving, and willing to get what he wants by any means. At Heidelberg, he was put in charge of a department that developed oxygen equipment for airplanes. Benziger was a committed Nazi and had been from the earliest days of National Socialism. He joined the Nazi Party the year Hitler took power in 1933. He was also a member of the SA, holding the position of Medical Sergeant Major. He and his wife, Ilse Benziger, were members of the NSV, the Nazi Party's so-called social welfare organization, which was overseen by Reich propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. Ilse was active in NSV-sponsored programs like Mother and Child, whereby unwed German mothers could birth Aryan children on bucolic baby farms. In 1934, the 29-year-old Dr. Benzinger was made department chief of the experimental station of the Air Force Research Center. Like Harry Armstrong, Benzinger predicted that pilots would fly high-altitude missions to 60,000 feet sometime in the near future. In service of this idea, Benzinger and his staff at Raiklin researched high-altitude durability and explosive decompression. They took great risks experimenting on themselves. On one occasion, one of Benzinger's technicians died as a result of complications from oxygen deprivation experienced inside a low-pressure chamber. In addition to researching aviation medicine, Benzinger became a pilot and served as a colonel in the Luftwaffe. He flew reconnaissance and combat missions over the British Isles. In 1939, showing bravery before the enemy, Benzinger was awarded the Iron Cross, Class 1 and Class 2. In Heidelberg, at the Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center, Strughold put Dr. Siegfried Ruth in charge of work involving the effect G-forces have on human beings. This was work that Ruth had begun at the test center in Raiklin with Dr. Benzinger during the war. Ruth did not have the same striking looks as his colleague, Dr. Benzinger. Ruth's smiling, professorial posture made it hard to imagine he had spent so much time supervising medical experiments inside the Dachau concentration camp, including Rasher's murderous high-altitude studies in experimental cell block 5. Like Benzinger, Ruth was an avowed and dedicated Nazi. He joined the party in 1938. The facility Dr. Ruth was in charge of for the Third Reich was located just 10 miles across town from the institute that Dr. Strughold oversaw. As the directors of the two most important Luftwaffe medical facilities in Berlin, Ruth and Strughold collaborated closely on a number of projects during the war. Ruth and Strughold co-authored several papers together and co-edited Aviation Medicine, Luftfahrtmedizin. One of the articles they co-wrote so fascinated the U.S. Army Air Corps that in 1942 intelligence officers had it translated and circulated among flight surgeons at Wright Field. The two men also co-authored a book called The Compendium on Aviation Medicine, which served as a kind of handbook for Luftwaffe flight surgeons and included articles on explosive decompression and oxygen deficiency. At Heidelberg, Dr. Ruth was in charge of this work again, only now it was paid for by the U.S. Army. Working directly under Dr. Ruth at the Aeromedical Center was Dr. Konrad Schaffer, listed in declassified documents as also researching the effects of G-forces on the body. This was not Schaffer's primary area of expertise. His wartime research work, which had been supported by both the Nazi Party's Reich Research Council and the Luftwaffe, was the pathology of thirst. Schaffer was a tall man, slightly overweight, with a receding hairline and thick lensed glasses that made him appear slightly cross-eyed. Unlike most of his colleagues, Schaffer avoided joining the Nazi Party, which he later said cost him jobs. In 1941, he was drafted and sent to a Luftwaffe air base at Frankfurt on the Oder. When his talents as a chemist came to light, he'd worked as chief physiological chemist for the firm Schering AG. Schaffer was transferred to Berlin and given an assignment in Luftwaffe sea emergencies. This included research on various methods to render seawater potable, Schaffer later explained under oath. Sea emergencies were an area of great concern. As the man in charge of aviation medical research for the Luftwaffe, Dr. Strughold had solutions to sea emergencies high on his priority list. During the air war, every pilot knew that drinking ocean water destroyed the kidneys and brought death faster than suffering indomitable thirst. But German pilots shot down over the sea and awaiting rescue were known to break down and drink seawater anyway. The Luftwaffe announced a contest. Any doctor or chemist who could develop a method to separate the salt from seawater would be greatly rewarded. Konrad Schaffer, one of Strughold's protégés in Berlin, aimed to solve that conundrum. Schaffer worked in cooperation with I.G. Farben to create Wolfin, a mixture from barium and silver zeolith, he later explained, which he synthesized into a tablet named Wolfatit, which was developed to separate the salt in a residue. The results produced drinkable water, which was a remarkable achievement. Schaffer had succeeded where so many other doctors and chemists had failed. Dr. Oskar Schroeder, head of the Luftwaffe Medical Corps, was thrilled. Konrad Schaffer had developed a process which actually precipitated the salts from the seawater, Schroeder later testified. But another group of Luftwaffe doctors were already backing a different process called the Burka method, which was bad news for the Schaffer process. It was thought by the chief of the Luftwaffe Medical Service to be too bulky and expensive, Schroeder explained. A second contest was proposed, this one to see which desalination method was superior. The effectiveness of both the Schaffer process and the Burka method would be tested on the Untermenschen at Dachau. A Luftwaffe physician named Hermann Becker-Freising was assigned to assist Dr. Schaffer and to co-author with him a paper documenting the results of the contest. The senior doctor advising Becker-Freising and Schaffer in their work was Dr. Siegfried Ruff. The resultant paper, called Thirst and Thirst Quenching in Emergency Situations at Sea, described saltwater medical experiments conducted on prisoners inside experimental cell block 5. Dr. Hermann Becker-Freising had been a member of the Nazi Party since 1938. His specialty was oxygen poisoning in the human body. An odd-looking man, Becker-Freising's unusually large ears gave the appearance of handles on either side of his head. During the war, Becker-Freising served as chief of the Department for Aviation Medicine and Medical Services in the Luftwaffe, another branch under an umbrella of medical facilities and laboratories overseen by Dr. Strughold. Becker-Freising was held in great esteem by his colleagues, many of whom, under interrogation, described him as heroic for the masochistic extremes he was willing to go in auto-experimentation. Becker-Freising conducted over 100 experiments on himself, many of which rendered him unconscious. At least one took him to the brink of death. The story repeated most often about Becker-Freising was of a self-experiment he did in a chamber, also with a rabbit. Determined to learn how much oxygen could poison a man, Becker-Freising went into a low-pressure chamber with a rabbit with the goal of staying inside for 3 days. A few hours shy of his goal, Becker-Freising began to show symptoms of paralysis. The rabbit died, Becker-Freising recuperated, Strughold later explained under oath. That was all during the war. Now, Ruth, Benzinger, Schaffer, Schroeder, and Becker-Freising, with the approval of Strughold and Armstrong, continued their work on secret aviation medical projects initially conceived for Hitler's war machine. The Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg was a squat, brick, 2-story facility facing the Neckar River. Only a few months prior, it had been the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Medical Research, a bastion of Nazi science where chemists and physicists worked on projects for the Reich's war machine. At its front entrance, the Reich's flag came down and the U.S. flag went up. Photographs of Hitler were pulled from the walls and replaced by framed photographs of Army Air Forces generals in military pose. Most of the furniture stayed the same. In the dining room, German waiters in white servers' coats provided table service at mealtimes. A single 5x8 requisition receipt dated September 14, 1945, made the transition official. This property is needed by U.S. forces, and the requisition is in proportion to the resources of the country. The mission statement of the project, classified top secret, was succinct. The exploitation of certain uncompleted German aviation medical research projects. Dr. Strughold was put in charge of hiring doctors, all of whom are considered authorities in a particular field of medicine. Across the American zone of Germany, entire laboratories were dismantled and reassembled here at the secret facility in Heidelberg. More than 20 tons of medical research equipment was salvaged from the Tempelhof Airport in Berlin, including a huge human centrifuge and a low-pressure chamber the length of 2 ordinary Pullman cars. There was equipment here that American physicians had never seen before. Esoteric items including a Nagel anomaloscope, a Zeiss-made interferometer, an Engelking-Hartung adaptometer, a Schmidt-Hansch photometer, and a precision-built Siemens electron microscope with which to study night vision, blood circulation, G-forces, and the bends. Even the low-pressure chamber from Georg Welz's research facility at Freising, near the Munich dairy farm, was brought to Heidelberg. This was the laboratory where Dr. Leo Alexander had experienced his revelation that Nazi doctors had been freezing people to death. It was a precarious time for doctors who had previously worked for the Reich. With the Nuremberg trial underway, the international press had its attention focused on war crimes. German doctors were looked at with suspicion. Articles about Nazi doctors, including the November 1945 piece in the Washington Post about the science of freezing humans, put a spotlight on German medicine. Many doctors fled the country to South America through escape routes called rat lines. Others tried to blend in by offering their services in displaced persons camps. Some killed themselves. Maximilian de Krinis, chief of the psychiatric department at the University Charité in Berlin, swallowed a cyanide capsule in the last days of the war. Ernst Robert Grawitz, physician for the SS and president of the German Red Cross, killed himself and his family, including his young children, by detonating a small bomb inside his house outside Berlin. The Reich health leader, Leonardo Conti, hanged himself in his cell at Nuremberg. Ernst Holzlerner, the senior doctor at the University of Berlin, who conducted the freezing experiments at Dachau with Sigmund Rascher, committed suicide in June 1945 after being interrogated by British investigators. The list of suicides was long, but the number of German doctors believed to have been involved in war crimes was even longer. The U.S. War Crimes Office for the Chief Counsel wrote up a list of doctors involved in medical research that resulted in mercy killings, a euphemism used by the Reich for its medical murder programs. The list was classified with a strict caveat that access to it remain restricted for 80 years from the date of creation. This meant that by the time the world would know who was on this list, it would be the year 2025, and everyone named would be dead. A copy of the list was given to the commander of the Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center, Robert J. Benford. 5 doctors working at the center, starting in the fall of 1945, were on the list: Theodor Benzinger, Siegfried Ruf, Konrad Schaffer, Hermann Becker-Freising, and Oskar Schroeder. Instead of firing these physicians suspected of heinous war crimes, the center kept the doctors in its employ, and the list was classified. The list remained secret from the public until 2012, when the Department of Defense, DoD, agreed to declassify it for this book. Chapter 12. Total War of Apocalyptic Proportions. By the end of January 1946, 160 Nazi scientists had been secreted into America. The single largest group was comprised of the 115 rocket specialists at Fort Bliss, Texas, led by Warner von Braun. The men resided in a 2-story barracks on the Fort Bliss reservation and worked in a laboratory that was formerly the William Beaumont General Hospital. They ate in a mess hall shared with Native American Indians, which only enhanced von Braun's perception that he was living life inside an adventure novel. "It is such a romantic Karl May affair," von Braun wrote in a letter to his parents in Germany. Karl May was a German novelist famous for his cowboy and Indian westerns. Soon, von Braun would begin writing a novel of his own, in the science fiction genre, about space travel to Mars. Von Braun loved the desert landscape, the cactus, the vast gypsum dune fields, and the long drives in open army jeeps. Rocket work was not perfect, but it progressed. "Frankly, we were disappointed with what we found in this country during our first year or so," von Braun later recalled. "At Peenemünde, we'd been coddled. Here they were counting pennies," he said of the U.S. Army. V-2 launchings would take place about 80 miles away on the White Sands Proving Ground, and getting there meant a long and beautiful ride. An Army bus took scientists around the Franklin Mountains, through El Paso, and along the Rio Grande to Las Cruces. Next came the rugged journey over the San Andreas Pass and into the Tularosa Basin, where the Army's proving grounds began. 12 to 15 Germans were sent at a time to White Sands, where they lived in barracks alongside men from the General Electric Company and a technical Army unit. The actual rocket firings took place inside a single 40-foot deep pit, with the Germans watching the launches from a massive but rudimentary concrete blockhouse nearby. When the first V-2 was launched in April 1946, it climbed to 3 miles. Although one of the fins fell off, von Braun felt inspired to draft a memo to Robert Oppenheimer, director of Los Alamos, proposing the idea of merging his missile with the atomic bomb. The memo turned into a proposal, use of atomic warheads in projected missiles, submitted to the Army. In it, von Braun discussed building a rocket that could carry a 2,000-plus pound nuclear payload a distance of 1,000 miles. 2 personal changes in von Braun were afoot. The first was that he joined an evangelical Christian church and became born again, something he rarely discussed in public. The second was that he decided to marry his first cousin, Maria von Quistorp, the daughter of his mother's brother, Alexander von Quistorp. Von Braun was nearly twice her age. She had just turned 18 in the summer of 1946, and she lived in Germany. From Texas, von Braun began making plans to bring his future bride to the United States. Descriptions of life out west in America varied from scientist to scientist. The conditions of employment were considered to be fair and generous by all, said Dieter Hutzel, the engineer who'd stashed the V-2 documents in the Dorton mine. Arthur Rudolph liked the fact that the swimming pool and the bowling alley were made available to the Germans exclusively 1 afternoon a week. He told his biographer, who did not want to be publicly identified and wrote using a pseudonym, Thomas Franklin, that he missed his family and his Bible. Von Braun's brother, Magnus, was being investigated by the FBI for selling a platinum bar he had illegally smuggled into the United States. Interrogators with the Department of Justice found Magnus von Braun to be snobby and conceited, and said that he seemed to pose a worse threat to security than a half a dozen discredited SS generals. For Army ordnance, there were many problems to overcome. Funding was scarce. Shrinking military budgets offered very little room for missile development immediately after the end of a world war. Also at Fort Bliss, the Army discovered that not all the so-called rocket scientists had the talents they allegedly possessed. Carl Otto Fleischer, Major Staver's original lead for the Dorton mine, and the man who led him on the wild goose chase around the Harz and to the Inn of the Three Lime Trees, claimed to have been the Wehrmacht's business manager, when in reality he had been in charge of food services. In Texas, Fleischer was assigned the job of club manager until he was finally repatriated to Germany. Von Braun had also sold the Army on hiring Walter Weissmann, a Nazi public relations officer who had done some work in the Peenemünde valve shop. Von Braun called him an eminent scientist. In reality, Weissmann learned engineering in America working for the Army. 1,500 miles across the country in the winter of 1946, there were now 30 German scientists at Wright Field. Colonel Putt considered this sum to be offensively low. At least once a month, he wrote to Army Air Force's headquarters in Washington, requesting more German scientists and inquiring why the importation of these rare minds was happening at a snail's pace. In fact, there was very little for the Germans to do at Wright Field, and many of them were restless. The Air Documents Research Center, formerly in London, had also moved to the Air Materiel Command headquarters at Wright Field. There, 500 employees sorted, cataloged, indexed, and put on microfiche some 1,500 tons of German documents captured by Alsace, SIOS, and T-forces after the war. So abundant was the material that more than 100,000 technical words had been added to the Air Materiel Command's English language dictionary. The plethora of information provided some work opportunities for a predominantly idle group of German specialists, who in turn resented this kind of work. The Germans perceived themselves as inventors and visionaries, not librarians or bureaucrats. One of the Germans, a Nazi businessman named Albert Pt1, had been keeping track of the group's complaints, which now made their way to Colonel Putt's desk. It was not just the lack of challenging work, said the Germans. It was the whole package deal. The hilltop was a dump. Payments were slow. The mail to Germany was even slower. Dayton had no civilized culture. The laboratory facilities at Wright Field were nothing compared to the grand laboratories of the Third Reich. In general, the Germans told Putt, they were beginning to distrust their American hosts, based on promises broken by USA officers. Colonel Putt's next move was a controversial one. He appealed to Albert Pt1 for help. At 58, Pt1 was one of the more senior Germans at the hilltop. He was a wartime armaments contractor whose numerous factories produced equipment for the Luftwaffe under the Speer Ministry. When Pt1's facilities were first captured by the U.S. Army, one of the American technical investigators, Captain H. Freiberger, was so amazed by Pt1's industrial vision that he called the soundness of his principles a revelation. For Colonel Putt, Albert Pt1's wartime innovations represented the best and the brightest of Reich science. Putt coveted the scientific inventions that Pt1's factories mass-produced, which included navigation aids, in-flight steering mechanisms, and automatic control devices. This kind of technology would give the Army Air Forces a 10-year jump on anything the Russians had, Putt believed. Hiring Pt1 for a U.S. Army Air Forces contract meant ignoring his past. His armaments factories used slave labor, which was a war crime. In an autobiographical report for Putt, Albert Pt1 admitted that many of the people in his 6,000-person workforce were slave laborers supplied by Heinrich Himmler's SS. Pt1 stated that he was not ashamed of this. He explained to Colonel Put that he had been one of the better bosses in the Third Reich. He didn't encircle his factories in electric fencing like other industrialists did. Pt1 acknowledged that his wartime access to Hitler's inner circle benefited his businesses, but he did not see how this made him a war profiteer. He was just following orders. Pt1 took summer holidays with the Göring family and winter trips with Albert Speer's munitions procurement chief, Dieter Stahl. But so did a lot of people. He was no better and no worse. During this slow period at Wright Field, Colonel Put had Albert Pt1 survey the other Germans. He told Pt1 to be alert to grudges so that Pt1 could formalize his list of complaints. Put would in turn forward this summary to his superiors at Air Material Command. Pt1's job, Put counseled, was to emphasize how the Germans had become depressed, even suicidal, without their families and without the promise of long-term work. Colonel Put sent Pt1's summary of complaints to Air Force Headquarters in Washington, to the attention of Brigadier General John A. Samford. In his own cover letter, Put requested that immediate action be taken to improve the morale of the Germans and save the existing situation. The name Albert Pt1 had already caught General Samford's eye. All mail sent to the scientists at Wright Field was screened by Army intelligence first. Albert Pt1 regularly received letters from his staff back in Germany, many of whom also sought work in the United States. A letter had recently been sent to Pt1 in which lucrative offers from French and Russian intelligence agents were discussed. Brigadier General Samford's office was made aware of this unwelcome development. Coupled with the summary of German scientists' dissatisfaction, General Samford took action. He sent the complaint list as well as Pt1's intercepted mail to the War Department. Immediate action in this situation is imperative if we are to divert the services of valuable scientists from France and Russia to the United States, General Samford warned his colleagues. The timing created a perfect storm. The Joint Intelligence Committee was in the process of implementing a major policy change. It had just warned the Joint Chiefs that the existing idea of using restraint when dealing with the Soviets needed to be reconsidered. Unless the migration of important German scientists and technicians into the Soviet zone is stopped, read a JIC memo to the Joint Chiefs, we believe that the Soviet Union, within a relatively short time, may equal United States developments in the fields of atomic research and guided missiles, and may be ahead of U.S. developments in other fields of great military importance, including infrared, television, and jet propulsion. The JIC also stated, incorrectly, that German nuclear physicists were helping the Russians develop a nuclear bomb, and that their assistance had already cut substantially, probably by several years, the time needed for the USSR to achieve practical results. In reality, the Soviets had gotten to where they were in atomic bomb development not because of any German rare minds, but by stealing information from American scientists at Los Alamos. Not until 1949 would the CIA learn that the Russian mole was a British scientist named Carl Fuchs, who worked on the Manhattan Project. In response to the perception that the Soviets were getting all the important German scientists, the Joint Intelligence Committee proposed to the JOA that 3 changes be implemented in the Nazi scientist program effective immediately. The first was to do everything possible in Germany to prevent more scientists from working for the Russians. The second was that the U.S. Army was to make sure that German scientists and their families were given whatever it was they were asking for, including American visas. Third, a list was drawn up, proposing that as many as 1,000 additional Germans be brought to America for weapons-related research. For Samuel Klaus, the second proposed policy change was untenable. The Nazi scientist program was originally defined as temporary, with scientists working under military custody. That was how the War Department was able to circumvent immigration law for all the scientists already here. Now, the JOA was demanding that immigration visas be issued to scientists and their families. Even if the policy change were approved, Klaus argued, the visa process was a slow-going one. The State Department was legally required to approve each scientist's visa application individually. This was not an overnight task, but a lengthy, investigative process. The person requesting a visa was required to list on his or her application contacts who would in turn be interviewed by a representative from state. The Office of the Military Government in Germany needed to compile a security report on each individual scientist. Nazi Party records would have to be pulled from the Berlin Document Center. If a scientist had won an honorary award from the National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP, the Nazi Party, or was a member of the SS or the SA, that needed to be explained. This was the law, Klaus said. With the new information about the Soviets, Robert Patterson, now Secretary of War, shifted from being wary of the Nazi scientist program to becoming its champion. Only a year earlier, Patterson had called the German scientists enemies, capable of sabotaging our war effort, and had warned the Joint Chiefs of Staff that bringing them to this country raises delicate questions. Now, he stated in a memorandum that the War Department should do everything possible to clear away obstacles that may be raised in the State Department. This, in turn, caused Secretary of State James F. Burns, Samuel Klaus's boss, to soften his opposition to Operation Overcast. Due to the emerging Soviet threat, Secretary of State Burns and Secretary of War Patterson agreed informally that leaving German scientists unsupervised inside Germany, where they could be bought by the Russians, was too dangerous. If the State Department required individual investigations, so be it, Burns said. German scientists and their families should be allowed to enter the country under temporary military custody with an interim State Department blessing, Patterson wrote. The logic was simple. If we don't get them, the Russians will. The State War Navy Coordinating Committee, now acting as an advisory board to JOA, confirmed agreement with the positions of the Secretaries of War and State, but added another consideration to the argument. German scientists, left to their own devices, presented serious military implications to the future of United States security, according to Swink. In other words, Samuel Klaus's argument could now be used against him in the military's attempt to speed up the visa application process. Yes, the German scientists were inherently untrustworthy, so much so that they could not be trusted if they were left unsupervised, let alone left available to competing powers. On March 4, 1946, Swink Paper number 275-5 went into effect. German scientists could now be admitted to the United States in a classified program that was in the national interest. This shifted the focus from whether or not someone was a Nazi to whether they were someone the Russians would be interested in. The Commander-in-Chief of U.S. Forces of Occupation in Germany and Commander of U.S. Forces European Theater, USFET, General Joseph T. McNarney, was told to draft a list of 1,000 top scientists in Germany who were to be brought to the United States at once so the Russians couldn't get them. A military intelligence officer named Colonel R.D. Wentworth was assigned to provide General McNarney with material support on behalf of Army Intelligence G2. The scientists' families were to be given food and clothing and were to be housed in a secret military facility northeast of Munich called Landscha until their visa applications were approved. It was a radical revision of the initial terms of the German scientist program, and it was exactly what the JOA had envisioned all along. The following month, the members of JOA were called together to spend an entire day hammering out new program protocols. Expert consultants like Alsace scientific director Samuel Goudsmit were invited to attend. "Expedite the German scientist program," said the Joint Chiefs of Staff. There were now 175 German scientists in America under military custody, none of whom had visas. The consensus, save Klaus, was that the application process needed to be sped up. The thorniest issue had to do with getting the State Department to approve certain individuals who had clearly been Nazi ideologues, including members of the SS and SA. Also at issue were those men who received high awards for their important contributions to the Nazi Party. These were people that by regulation were entirely ineligible for citizenship. The meeting resulted in a clever workaround. Army intelligence officers reviewing the Omgus security reports of certain scientists could discreetly attach a paperclip to the files of the more troublesome cases. Those files would not be presented to the State Department right away. Instead, those men would remain under military custody in America, most likely for a longer period of time than some of their fellows. As a result, the Nazi scientist program got a new code name. Operation Overcast had apparently been compromised after the families of the German scientists started calling their U.S. military housing Camp Overcast. So from now on, the Nazi scientist program would be called Project Paperclip. Not everyone understood the discrete paperclip attached to the file protocol. The first major setback came just a few months later, on July 17, 1946. General Joseph McNarney wrote to JOA stating that he had worked with Colonel Wentworth to identify 869 German scientists who were ready to sign paperclip contracts. But there was an obstacle. There is a large number of former Nazis and mandatory unemployables among those shown on the list, General McNarney wrote. These men cannot now or later be employed in the United States zone of Germany except in the labor category. McNarney was following USFET rules that said all members of the SS and the SA had to go through mandatory denazification trials. Citing America's national interest, the JOA would now change the language of the core principle guiding Paperclip's original charter. No known or alleged war criminals and no active Nazis would become no persons who might try and plan for the resurgence of German military potential. Assistant Secretary of War Howard Peterson felt this new language would allow the JOA to bypass the visa people, as stated in a memo dated July 24, 1946. But this was meant to be temporary. Eventually, State Department officials like Samuel Klaus would take umbrage at this language. What JOA really needed was an endorsement from President Truman. By the summer of 1946, the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union was shattering. The legendary Long Telegram, written by George F. Kennan, America's diplomat in Moscow, had been received at the State Department, reviewed by the President and his advisors, and sent to every U.S. embassy around the world. After analyzing the Soviets' neurotic view of world affairs, Kennan warned his bosses at the State Department that, in the long run, there can be no permanent, peaceful coexistence with the Soviet Union. The two nations were destined to become steadfast enemies, Kennan said. Influenced by Kennan's insights, President Truman asked White House counsel Clark Clifford to to prepare a study of the current state of affairs and the future prospects regarding Soviet-American relations from a military standpoint. To do so, Clifford culled reports and briefings from the Secretaries of War, State, and Navy, as well as the Attorney General, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, various directors of military and civil intelligence, and George Kennan. The result was an alarming top-secret analysis. The report's conclusion was made clear in the introduction. Soviet leaders believe that a conflict is inevitable between the USSR and the capitalist states, and their duty is to prepare the Soviet Union for this conflict. Clifford warned that Soviet leaders were on a path designed to lead to eventual world domination. The Russians were developing atomic weapons, guided missiles, a strategic air force, and biological and chemical weapons programs. The idea of peaceful coexistence of communist and capitalist nations is impossible, Clifford wrote. The only way to counter this threat was to use the language of military power. Not military force, but military threat. On August 30th, 1946, the Undersecretary of the State Department, Dean Acheson, asked President Truman to make a decision on Paperclip. If the president did not act quickly, Acheson wrote, many of the German scientists may be lost to us. After 4 days of deliberation, Truman gave his official approval of the program and agreed that Project Paperclip should be expanded to include 1,000 German scientists and technicians and allow for their eventual immigration to the United States. With presidential approval official, the Attorney General was able to expedite the proposed changes to the program. A new JOA contract was drawn up, allowing scientists who had been in the United States for 6 months to sign on for another year, and with the government maintaining the right to renew the contract for another 5 years. Operation Paperclip was transitioning from a temporary program to a long-term one. Former enemies of the state would now be eligible for coveted U.S. citizenship. In response to the Clifford Report, the Joint Intelligence Committee conducted its own classified assessment of the Soviet threat, JCS 1696. The Soviet Union, wrote the JIC, sought world domination and would begin by bringing other nations into Soviet control to isolate the capitalist world. JIC saw a future war with the Soviet Union as being of apocalyptic proportion. In a war with the Soviet Union, we must envision complete and total hostilities, unrestricted in any way on the Soviet part by adherence to any international convention or humanitarian principles, noted JCS 1696. Preparations envisaged on our part and our plans must be on this basis. In other words, for the United States to prepare for total war with the Soviets, America had to maintain military supremacy in all areas of war fighting, including chemical warfare, biological warfare, atomic warfare, and any other kind of warfare the other side dreamed up. Copies of the classified report were sent out to 37 or 38 people, says CIA historian Larry A. Valero, including the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It was not known if President Truman received a copy of JCS 1696, as he was not on the distribution list. One of the scientists on the JOA list of 1,000 was Dr. Kurt Blome. The Allies were unsure what to do with Hitler's biological weapons maker. Clearly, no discrete paperclip attached to Blome's file would be able to whitewash the reality of his inner circle role as Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich. But if the United States were to go to war with the Soviet Union, it would mean total war, and according to JCS 1696, would likely include biological warfare. America needed to envisage such a scenario and to plan for it with both sword and shield. Dr. Blome had spent months at the dustbin interrogation facility Castle Kranzberg, but had recently been transferred to the U.S. Army Military Intelligence Service Center at Darmstadt, located 18 miles south of Frankfurt. In the summer of 1946, Dr. Blome was employed there by the U.S. Army in the capacity of a doctor. Dr. Kurt Blome's experience was in great demand, but his future was yet undecided. In his Posen laboratory, Blome had made considerable progress with live plague pathogens, including bubonic and pneumonic plague. How far that research progressed remained vague, likely because it would put an unwarranted spotlight on human experiments many believed had taken place there. Blome repeatedly told investigators that he had intended to conduct human trials, but never actually did. Blome's American counterpart in wartime plague weapon research was a left-leaning bacteriologist named Dr. Theodore Rosebery. During the war, the biological weapons work Rosebery conducted was so highly classified that it was considered as secret as atomic research. He had worked at a research facility outside Washington, D.C., called Camp Dietrich. It was like Posen, only bigger. Dietrich had 2,273 personnel working on top-secret biological warfare programs. Like Blome, Rosebery worked on bubonic plague. Rosebery's colleagues worked on 199 other germ bomb projects, including anthrax spore production, plant and animal diseases, and insect research in an effort to determine which bugs were the most effective carriers of certain diseases. Almost no one in America had any idea that the U.S. Army had been developing biological weapons until January 3, 1946, when the War Department released a slim, sanitized government monograph called the Merck Report. That is when the American public learned for the first time that the government's top-secret program had been cloaked in the deepest wartime secrecy, matched only by the Manhattan Project for developing the atomic bomb. The rationale behind developing these kinds of weapons, the public was told, was the same it had been with America's wartime chemical weapons program. If the Nazis had used biological agents to kill Allied soldiers, the U.S. military would have been prepared to retaliate in kind. Yes, the war was over, Americans were now told. But unfortunately, there was a new and emerging threat out there, the Merck Report warned. An invisible and insidious evil capable of killing millions on a vast, unknowable scale. America's bioweapons program needed to continue, the Merck Report made clear. America may have won the war with the mighty atomic bomb, but biological weapons were the poor man's nuclear weapon. Biological weapons could be made by just about any country without vast expenditures of money or the construction of huge production facilities. A bioweapon could be hidden under the guise of legitimate medical or bacteriological research, the report said. The Merck Report was written by George W. Merck, a 48-year-old chemist and the owner of Merck & Company, a pharmaceutical manufacturer in New Jersey. Merck had served Presidents Roosevelt and Truman as civilian head of the U.S. biological warfare effort during the war. Merck & Company made and sold vaccines, notably the first commercial U.S. smallpox vaccine in 1898, and in 1942 it manufactured penicillin G, among the first general antibiotics. During World War II, U.S. soldiers received smallpox vaccines. The man diagnosing the bioweapons threat, George Merck, was also the man whose company might sell the government the solution to combat the threat. In 1946, this was not looked upon with the same kind of scrutiny as it might have been decades later, because America's military-industrial complex had yet to be broadly revealed. The Merck report did not specify what kind of germ warfare had been researched and developed by the United States, only that it took place at a top-secret facility in Maryland. Camp Detrick was a 154-acre land parcel surrounded by cow fields about an hour's drive north of Washington and under the jurisdiction of the former Chemical Warfare Service, then the Chemical Corps. After the release of the Merck report, and coupled with the ominous total war prospects as outlined in the Clifford Report and the JCS 1696, Congress would grant vast sums of money to the Chemical Corps for biological weapons research, and Detrick would expand exponentially. Dr. Kurt Blome had information that was coveted by the bacteriologists at Camp Detrick, and plans were being drawn up to interview him. And then, in the summer of 1946, a totally unexpected event occurred inside the Palace of Justice in Nuremberg that would render hiring Dr. Kurt Blome for Operation Paperclip an impossibility, at least for now. In the 10th month of the trial, the Soviets presented a surprise witness, putting an unforeseen and unwelcome focus on Dr. Kurt Blome. The witness was Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber, the shield to Blome's sword. On August 12, 1946, prosecutors for the Soviet Union stunned the tribunal by announcing that a missing Nazi general and the former Surgeon General of the Third Reich, Major General Walter P. Schreiber, was going to testify against his colleagues at Nuremberg. Schreiber was brought forth as a witness to show that after the Nazis' crushing defeat at Stalingrad, the Third Reich was planning to retaliate by conducting a major biological warfare offensive against Soviet troops. This was the first time information about biological warfare was being presented at the trial. The Allies were not informed that Schreiber was going to be a witness. U.S. prosecutors asked to interview him in advance of his testimony, but the Soviets denied the request. The medical war crimes investigator, Dr. Leopold Alexander, appealed to speak with Schreiber himself, to no avail. During the war, Schreiber held the position of Wartime Chief of Medical Services, Supreme Command, Wehrmacht. He was the Third Reich's highest-ranking Major General who was also a physician, and he held the title Commanding Officer of the Scientific Section of the Military Medical Academy in Berlin. Most important, he was the physician in charge of vaccines. Schreiber had been in Soviet custody for 16 months, since April 30th, 1945, when he was captured by the Red Army in Berlin. According to Schreiber, he had opened a large military hospital in a subway tunnel around the corner from the Führer bunker and had been tending to several hundred wounded soldiers when the Soviets captured him. After being taken by train to the Soviet Union, he was moved around various interrogation facilities, he said, until he ended up in Lubyanka prison, the notorious penitentiary located inside KGB headquarters in Moscow. Nuremberg was Schreiber's first public appearance since war's end. No one, including his family members, had any idea where he had been. That the former Surgeon General of the Third Reich was now going to help Russian prosecutors send his former Nazi colleagues to the gallows for their crimes was as ironic as it was outrageous. Dr. Schreiber was on the U.S. Army's Central Registry of War Criminals and Security Suspects list. Along with many of those colleagues, and since war's end, Major General Walter Schreiber had been sought by the Allied forces for possible war crimes. If the Americans had located him, and had a chance to interrogate him, he might well have been in the dock at Nuremberg facing the hangman's noose alongside his colleagues. Instead, here he was testifying against them. It was Monday morning, August 26, 1946, when Dr. Schreiber took the stand, day 211 of the trial. Colonel Y.V. Pokrovsky, Deputy Chief Prosecutor of the Soviet Union, presented Schreiber to the court as a witness. German defense lawyer Dr. Hans Laternsner, counsel for the General Staff and Army High Command, Oberkommando des Heeres, or OKH, objected on the grounds that the evidence was submitted too late. The tribunal is not inclined to admit any evidence so late as this, or to reopen questions which have been gone into fully before the tribunal, said the tribunal's president, Lord Justice Sir Geoffrey Lawrence. But on the other hand, in view of the importance of the statement of Major General Schreiber and its particular relevance, not only to the case of certain of the individual defendants, but also to the case of the High Command, the tribunal will allow Major General Schreiber to be heard as a witness. In other words, Schreiber was a high-ranking Nazi general, and the judges wanted to hear what he had to say. With that, Schreiber was brought to the witness stand. He stood 5'6" and weighed 156 pounds. A long-sleeve shirt covered the saber scars on his right forearm. At 53 years old, Schreiber had been an active military doctor since 1921. He was an expert in bacteriology and epidemiology and had traveled the globe studying infectious diseases, from a plague outbreak in West Africa to a malaria epidemic in Tunisia. He claimed to understand medical aspects of desert warfare and winter warfare better than anyone else in the Third Reich. He was also an expert in biological and chemical weapons, in typhus and malaria epidemics, and in the causes and conditions of jaundice and gangrene. When war came, Schreiber, an affable and ambitious son of a postal worker, was catapulted to the top of the Wehrmacht's medical chain of command. This was in part due to the Reich's zealously germ-phobic core. Schreiber's vast knowledge of and experience with hygiene-related epidemics made his expertise highly valuable to the Nazi Party. He was put in charge of the research to fight infectious disease, and also in remedial means to defend against outbreaks. In this way, he became privy to Reich medical policy from the top down. In 1942, Hermann Göring also put General Schreiber in charge of protection against gas and bacteriological warfare, which is how he came to be in charge of the Reich's program to produce vaccines. I swear by God the Almighty and Omniscient that I will speak the pure truth and will withhold and add nothing, Schreiber promised when taking the oath. Major General G.A. Alexandrov, the Russian assistant prosecutor, asked Schreiber what event had compelled him to testify at Nuremberg. In the Second World War, things occurred on the German side which were against the unchangeable laws of medical ethics, Schreiber said from the stand. In the interests of the German people, of medical science in Germany, and the training of the younger generation of physicians in the future, I consider it necessary that these things should be thoroughly cleared up. The matters in question are the preparations for bacteriological warfare, and they give rise to epidemics and experiments on human beings. Schreiber was saying that the Reich had been preparing for offensive biological warfare and had used the Untermenschen, the subhumans, as guinea pigs. General Alexandrov asked General Schreiber why he had waited so long to come forth, if he had been coerced into making statements, or if he had taken the initiative himself. I myself took the initiative, Schreiber declared. When I heard the report of Dr. Kramer and Professor Holzlerner here in Nuremberg, I was deeply shocked at the obviously perverted conceptions of some of the German doctors, he said. Holzlerner and Schreiber had been close friends and colleagues. After Schreiber learned about Holzlerner's murderous freezing experiments at the Nuremberg Conference of 1942, Medical Problems of Sea Distress and Winter Distress, he invited Holzlerner to come give the same lecture at the Military Medical Academy in Berlin. But how had Dr. Schreiber heard these revelatory reports if he was in prison in the Soviet Union? Alexandrov asked. This had to have been a question on many people's minds. In the prison camp, German newspapers were available in the clubroom, Schreiber claimed, making the notorious Lubyanka prison sound like an aristocratic men's club as opposed to the draconian penal institution that it was. I had to wait and see whether this court itself might not raise the question of bacteriological warfare, Schreiber said. When I saw that it did not raise this question, I decided in April to make this statement. Witness, said General Alexandrov, will you kindly tell us what you know about the preparations by the German High Command for bacteriological warfare? In July 1943, the High Command of the Wehrmacht called a secret conference, in which I took part as representative of the Army Medical Inspectorate, said Schreiber. A bacteriological warfare group was formed at this meeting. As a result of the war situation, the High Command authorities now had to take a different view of the question of the use of bacteria as a weapon in warfare from the one held up till now by the Army Medical Inspectorate, Schreiber testified. Consequently, the Führer, Adolf Hitler, had charged Reich Marshal Hermann Göring to direct the carrying out of all preparations for bacteriological warfare, and had given him the necessary powers, Schreiber said. In this statement, Schreiber was contradicting the generally accepted notion that Hitler had never authorized his generals to use chemical or biological weapons against Allied troops. In fact, no chemical or biological weapons were ever used in World War II, which made it strange that Schreiber had been brought all the way to Nuremberg to testify to something that was ultimately irrelevant to the war crimes trial. Why, then, was Schreiber really there? At this secret conference, it was decided that an institute should be created for the production of bacterial cultures on a large scale, Schreiber said, and the carrying out of scientific experiments to examine the possibilities of using bacteria in warfare. The institute was also to be used for experimenting with pests which could be used against domestic animals and crops, and which were to be made available if they were found practicable. And what was done after that? Major General Alexandrov asked rather pointedly. A few days later, I learned that Reich Marshal Göring had appointed the deputy chief of the Reich Physicians League, Dr. Kurt Blome, to carry out the work, and had told him to found the institute as quickly as possible in or near Posen. And what do you know about the experiments which were being carried out for the purpose of bacteriological warfare? General Alexandrov asked. Experiments were carried out at the institute in Posen, Schreiber said ominously, referring to Blome's Institute for Plague Research. I do not know any details about them. I only know that aircraft were used for spraying tests with bacteria emulsion, and that insects harmful to plants, such as beetles, were experimented with, but I cannot give any details. I did not make experiments myself. Alexandrov asked if the Army High Command knew about these experiments. Schreiber replied, I assume so. Will you kindly tell us precisely what the reason was for the decision of the OKW to prepare for bacteriological warfare? Alexandrov asked. The defeat at Stalingrad, Schreiber said, led to a reassessment of the situation, and consequently to new decisions. It was no doubt considered whether new weapons could be used which might still turn the tide of war in our favor. So why didn't the Reich use biological weapons? Alexandrov asked. Instead of answering the question, General Schreiber went into minute detail regarding a meeting in March 1945 with Dr. Blume. In March 1945, Professor Blume visited me at my office at the Military Medical Academy, Schreiber recalled. He had come from Posen and was very excited. He asked me whether I could accommodate him and his men in the laboratories at Sachsenburg so that they could continue their work there. He had been forced out of his institute at Posen by the advance of the Red Army. He had had to flee from the institute, and he had not been able to blow it up. He was very worried at the fact that the installations for experiments on human beings at this institute, the purpose of which was obvious, might be easily recognized by the Russians for what they were. He had tried to have the institute destroyed by a Stuttgart bomb, but that, too, was not possible. Therefore, he asked me to see to it that he be permitted to continue work at Sachsenburg on his plague cultures, which he had saved, Schreiber said. Dr. Blume wasn't on trial. Why was Schreiber spending so much of his testimony talking about Dr. Blume? During his visit, Blume told me that he could continue his work in an alternative laboratory in Geraburg, Thuringia, Schreiber said, but that this was not yet completed. It would take a few days or even a few weeks to complete it, and that he had to have accommodation until then. He added that if the plague bacteria were to be used when the military operations were so near to the borders of Germany, when units of the Red Army were already on German soil, it would, of course, be necessary to provide special protection for the troops and the civilian population. A serum had to be produced. Here again, time had been lost, and as a result of all these delays, it had never been possible to put the idea into effect. Was Schreiber's testimony focused against Dr. Kurt Blume out of some kind of personal rivalry or vendetta? On the witness stand, Schreiber also fingered a number of other Reich medical doctors, none of whom was on trial. In addition to naming Kramer and Holzlerner as organizers of the freezing experiments, Schreiber said that a man called Dr. Ding had artificially infected KZ prisoners with typhus using typhus-infected lice, and that the talented surgeon Dr. Karl Gebhardt had carried out cranium operations on Russian prisoners of war and had killed the prisoners at certain intervals in order to observe the pathological changes. Schreiber testified that the defendant Göring had ordered these experiments and that Reichsfuhrer SS Himmler had kindly made available the subjects for the experiments. But in a disproportionate amount of his testimony, Schreiber circled back to Dr. Blume's plague research for the Reich. Dr. Hans Laternzer was given an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Laternzer asked Schreiber if his testimony for the Russian assistant prosecutor was prepared. Schreiber said no. Was any advantage promised to you for making this report? Laternzer asked. No, nothing was promised me, and I would refuse to allow anybody to hold out advantages to me, Schreiber said. Well, let us assume that such a devilish idea as actually to use bacteria did exist. Would that not have involved your troops in serious danger? Laternzer asked. Not only our troops, but the whole German people. For the refugees were moving from east to west. The plague would have spread very swiftly to Germany. I have one more question, witness. Did you ever write down your objections to this bacteriological warfare? Dr. Laternzer asked. Schreiber said, yes, in the memorandum which I mentioned before. Dr. Laternzer asked, when did you submit that memorandum? In 1942, may I now? That is enough, Laternzer interrupted. He'd caught Schreiber in a lie. The conference took place in July 1943. Laternzer had no further questions. The tribunal adjourned. Perhaps embarrassed by the fact that their star witness had been caught in a lie, The Russians did not call Schreiber back to the stand. Dr. Alexander made yet another attempt to interview him, again without success. The Russians said they were sorry, but Dr. Schreiber had already been transported back to Moscow. It was a curious event, but something did result from Schreiber's bizarre testimony. 2 days later, a military vehicle pulled into the U.S. Army Military Intelligence Service Center at Darmstadt, where Blome had been employed by the Army as a post-doctor. Dr. Blome was arrested and taken to the prison complex at the Nuremberg Palace of Justice. A confidential change of status report now listed him as a prisoner in the custody of the 6850 Internal Security Detachment, Nuremberg, where Colonel Burton Andrus served as prison commandant. Circumstance had altered Blome's future. He was off the Paperclip list and instead placed on a list of defendants who would face prosecution at the upcoming Nuremberg doctors' trial.